Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting day of BattleGrounds Mobile India Series 2023. Last week, we concluded round one of our journey where we started off with 2048 team, but today we kick things off of round two with 512 teams. My name is Super Johnny. I'm going to be your host and caster for the day, and joining me towards my right is none other than Necro. And Necro, first things first, thoughts on the journey so far?
Look, the journey's been quite long, I'm not going to lie. Kick things off with the grind. Now we're over here inside BGIS itself. Round one was quite interesting where we started things off in 2,048 teams, and now I've heard we're down to 512 teams. That's like a quarter of it.
Yeah, and even as we move forward, we're going to cut down the competition even further because, ladies and gentlemen, as discussed ago last week, at the end, only 16 teams will make it to the grand finals. From 2048 to the final 16. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a long journey ahead of us. But why is this journey so grueling? Because there is a lot on the line. To be a little bit more precise, 2 crore rupees on the line in terms of the prize pool, where the winner gets to walk away with 75 lakhs in the bag.
Exactly. The champion team getting 75 lakhs all of themselves. And as you mentioned too, Johnny, right? Bottom 32 teams are going to be joining us over here inside the round two. Now, even they will be having a bit more pressure because of this prize pool in itself. Such a big money on the line, such big numbers on the line over here. And especially those special prizes too. You can take a look at that clearly. MVP of BGI is getting 4 lakhs. The Rising Star getting 2 lakhs. And then the MVP of the final is also getting 2 lakhs in itself. And the best IGL2 getting 2 lakhs. So much money on the line, another extra bit of pressure added on these teams. Now it's just us to sit back and relax and see how these teams actually do perform inside the grand finals.
Sit back, relax, and the third thing is enjoy the action that's going to unfold in front of us throughout the entire day. And in fact, as we move forward with the journey as well. Now, talking about things, as you mentioned, one important fact is the thing that bottom 32 from the grind are going to be joining us today in round two. The top 32 are waiting in round three to see which teams will move forward, in fact, eventually, and will join them in the next stage of the tournament. But let's have a look at the format since we are talking about this so much. We start things off with the grind. As you mentioned, round one got concluded last week, and today, as we mentioned, we begin round two. And after that, we have round three, round four. The lower bracket is going to be there as well. A new addition in a format, something we're seeing for the first time in BGMI, and then, of course, the semi-final and the grand finals.
Lower brackets is sort of like a chance for the teams that were not able to perform in the upcoming groups. Then they can have another bounce back if possible. But as you guys saw, the eligibility criteria was you needed to at least be Platinum 5, and also your account needed to be level 25, and then only you had a chance to actually play inside and participate inside BGIS itself. As I mentioned, 2,048 teams is what we kick things off from the in-game qualifiers.
Yeah, and this was a good entry barrier, allowing a lot of these players to register and start competing whenever they wanted. They had practice time as well before their matches began. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the grind, which was basically a prequel to the BGIS, where we had 256 invited teams, out of which only 64 got to move forward. As we mentioned, and we'll mention this again, top 32 moved to round 2, bottom 32, well, we're going to see them in action soon.
Exactly. I mean, the top 32 will be moving on forward to round 3, and then the bottom 32 will be moving on forward to round 2. So that in itself, as I mentioned, inside the round 2, things are going to be even more intense. But as we mentioned, from the in-game qualifiers, we kicked things off with 2,048 teams. But then, after that, now as we're stepped inside the round 2 itself, as I mentioned, on the 512 teams are over here.
Now, round 1, let's talk about that for a minute, because round 1 was a little bit more intense. Every single team only got 3 matches. We had 128 groups, first of all. Every single group got 3 matches, and in those 3 matches, whoever made it to the top 3 got to move forward. Apart from that, the top 96 from an overall leaderboard also got a chance to advance to round 2, but that was a very cutthroat format. In round 2, things become a little bit easier, right? You get 6 matches, and then top 7 is where you need to be.
Exactly. Top 7 is where you need to be. So things are going to be a little bit more laid back for you guys and a more fighting chance. Considering inside the round 1 itself, you needed to be in top 3. Now that just sounds a little bit too cruel. And then as you mentioned, you needed to place yourself in top 96. That's even more cruel because out of 2,048 teams, you needed to be in the top 96. That just sounds a bit too much. But you know what? As we move on forward, as we all know, from round 2 to round 3, only 224 teams will be moving on forward. And also the top 32 teams will be joining us from the ground itself.
Exactly, and that is what will make things a little bit more exciting once we eventually move forward to round 3. But round 2 in front of us right now. Necro, your thoughts on the teams that were waiting for their matches to begin, the teams that made it through the grind, the bottom 32 teams. They had a little bit of extra time, but no information about who they were going up against.
That's the best part, right? Having no information, just stepping inside the dark. Yeah, exactly. That's the best part. And if you're one of the known teams, and if you're actually going to set your foot inside the battlegrounds itself with this playing structure, then it's just going to give you a disadvantage because all the teams are going to be playing with a complete unorthodox way. So that's why I always say if you're a known team, just try to go all guns blazing. Don't hold anything back because these teams over here, they're not going to be having a set playing structure.
Exactly. We did see a few known teams play kind of with a safer approach in round 1, and they had to pay the price, as in they did not make it through. Their journey was done before it even started. But ladies and gentlemen, the point distribution in front of us right now, and it is still the same as it was for ages now. You finish the game with a chicken dinner, you get 15 points. You finish on the second position, you get 12. You finish on the third, you get 10, and the points continue to drop. 13 to 16, you get nothing for placements. But the most important thing, 1 point per finish. That has proven to be such an important factor because you and I mean, even Salty, you all were there to witness the aggressive teams walk away in the top 3 just because they got those finish points in the matches.
Exactly, and a lot of teams are actually not able to walk inside the top 3 because they do not have enough finish points. So you need to start prioritizing these finish points as well. But as we move on forward and take a look at today's schedule, as we all know, it's going to be like the usual schedule, nothing out of the box. We're going to kick things off with Erangel, and from which group 6 is going to be the one to actually play these games at the start.
There's one thing out of the box, Necro. Now, Vikendi has been thrown in the mix, and that is going to be something very exciting to witness because earlier on, all of these new teams that we did see in round 1, in fact, specifically the teams that made their way through the in-game qualifiers, did not actually play Vikendi on broadcast. The maps in round 1 were just Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, and now Vikendi is one of those complicated maps that does test a unique aspect of the game. Stealth. How good are you at protecting your position?
I mean, look, Vikendi starts off quite slow. We all know. First 2 rounds, the circle isn't even going to be moving at all, Johnny. So teams do get enough time to actually situate themselves inside the circle in a much more better fashion. And I think so that's something that's really sets Vikendi apart from all the other maps. Now, if the other guys who likes to watch a little bit more tactical gameplay, Vikendi's the match to watch. If you guys want to see all guns blazing aggressive gameplay, then Sanhok is the way to go.
One thing that everyone needs to watch is the teams that are about to drop into the next game, Necro. There are 16 teams part of Group 6. What can you tell us about them?
Look, speaking about these teams, man, we know Skulltz Esports is joining us inside the fray, which actually qualified in from the grind itself. They were also in the bottom 32. Now, a lot of people would say, oh, maybe Numen Gaming too joined us from the grind. But no, guys, they were invited in the grind itself, but they were not qualified to the BGIS from directly to the round 3. In fact, they were kicked out, and then they tried to make their way once again through the in-game qualifiers, and now they're over here from BGIS round 1 itself. So Numen Gaming, they've seen all the ups and downs.
Apart from them, any unique names that you think you would love to witness a little bit more? Because I remember Villain Esports is one of those teams that did quite appeal to your play style during their qualifying matches in round 1.
Exactly. They actually managed to secure one chicken dinner too, and it was such a phenomenal sight to watch these guys play. And Johnny, one of the most consistent teams as well inside the lobby. You can never underestimate the underdogs. And some of the underdogs, speaking of another team that can definitely be the most to watch, has to be Esports. We've seen this team perform in the past as well. And I'm pretty sure inside the Battlegrounds, maybe this team's got enough time to refine themselves and situate and place their foot once again inside the Battleground in much more calmer mindset.
Hopefully they've managed to calm their nerves, because as soon as you move to the next stage of the tournament, you're getting a little bit closer to that prize money, and that builds up a lot of pressure. No one wants to fail just a little one step away from the grand finals, and I mean, there's a long way to go. It's just round 2. But what are your thoughts on all of these other names? I mean, because as you mentioned, and we have been talking about this, majority of these matches did happen all off broadcast. So even the known names like Numen Gaming, which we did witness during round 1, had a banger of a performance. They had amazing run on all 3 maps. They might not have information about the rest of the competition.
Numen Gaming had 93 points, Johnny. That is a nuclear performance if you think about it. So Numen Gaming, they're already on an uphill curve. I would like to see them continue that momentum once again inside the round 2. One single misstep, we know things will be really bad for you. And considering every single group will get 6 games in total to play, so that's sort of like a sweet spot that you have.
Exactly. But I have a simple question to ask you and to our lovely viewers. Are you guys ready to witness the action of these teams, Necro?
I am definitely ready, because as the big bird's going to hit the skies once again, Johnny, and as we do see the plane fly past soon enough in front of us, starting all the way from down south military base towards Stalber. Now, the plane flight path is highly tilted to the right side.
Well, the plane flight path, as you mentioned, is tilted towards the right side, but it is quite vertical as well. So that should make up for a lot of interesting drops in the early stages of the match. But let's see. I want to see first things the first most, the hot drops towards Novorepnoy containers and the military base. Who's going to go there? Puchenki is also an important part of the map that is going to be glidable distance for a lot of these teams. So we can expect a few drop clashes in that particular major city, Yasnaya Poliana. It's right underneath the flight path. Another interesting drop spot, but let's see how this game is going to go unfold. Specifically during the last few days of round 1, we did notice teams were quite, well, they weren't scared of drop clashes. They were, in fact, trying to see if they can secure all of those early points. But so far, I think it's just Numen. It's not even Numen, it's Nameless actually dropping towards Novorepnoy, and they are going to be joined by another team towards military base. So no hot drops in the early stages at least.
Yeah, but there's a chance, Johnny. Still, it's like the initial phase of the plane flight path, right? And if the teams do want to go to the extremities, which is the left side or either the right side, that's where the problems might just start to hit. Not exactly the right side, but still extremely left side. But look at this circle, a military base circle. And you know, Johnny, this is one of my favorite circles to witness as well. That means every single team will be forced out of their comfort zone. And they also need to be quick on their wheels or feet. Whatever you guys are preferring to use.
I remember every single Erangel that was there in week 1, in round 1. We were begging for a military circle. But, I mean, it's quite exciting. We kick things off round 2 with a military island circle. And this one, for sure, I'm expecting a southern shift that's going to move on eventually towards that military island. That means an initial early advantage to the 2 teams that have chosen to drop towards that military base. In both of them, Villains and Nameless are now going to play that waiting game, waiting to see which teams cross early. And one more thing I would like to see is if anyone will go for a bridge camp. Do you think that's going to happen?
Yeah, probably, possibly. The team that dropped towards Fair Pier, there's a chance we might see a bridge camp coming in from their play. Because makes a lot of sense too. You will be able to accumulate so many elimination points, and when you are already in a really good spot, unless if you get backstabbed from the teams that are initially sitting inside the military base, then that can be a whole nother story, a whole nother picture to paint.
And that happens quite often. Teams that land towards the military base, if they realize the zone is going to move towards them, they do like to take the hill just a little bit southeast, and there's another hill towards the southwestern side of that military bridge. They're going to take control of that high ground and try and keep a vision, or at least gather as much information about the teams crossing that military bridge, see where they are going. But we head towards the Water City now, where apparently Esports are the only team here.
Yeah, Error's the only team over here right now. And they're quite chilling, too, in that spot. There are a couple of more teams who have sort of surrounded Error in this vicinity. Inside Ruins, too, there's one team that's sitting right next to them in the name of TTR. But inside Rosehawk, too, there's another team that is quite close to them. But still, for now, considering it's the early game phases, you got nothing to worry about much. And as I said, considering the plain flat pad 2 was extremely on the right side, teams that wanted to go to the left, they're of course going to have a really long journey to go towards their drop location. But Skulltz Esports, they've made it without any troubles.
Yeah, they did find a few vehicles after dropping onto the map, and they've made their way quite safely towards the northern Georgia Pool city. But there was another team heading in their direction, and I want to see if there is going to be a possibility for early contestations from either of these sides. But I think we were having the discussion of broadcast before we went live, ladies and gentlemen, and the discussion was about taking risk in the early stage of the match. And as it seems like, as it feels, and as we see in front of us, none of these teams have opted for any sort of early aggression. But what is happening over here? We do see the lads from the side of 4 ZODs show up and try to challenge the players from Villains.
This is not the way you want to start things off. Villains is one of those teams that is quite a bloodthirsty one, and instantly Tyke is able to get a 2K in his hands. And also wanting to be the Mike Tyson inside this scenario, just taking down all the oppositions single-handedly. And Tyke, he's standing tall. He managed to take down 2 players right in front of him, so single-handedly just eliminating the competition whatsoever. And Ali, as usually, just being the Blade Runner.
Yeah, the Blade Runners are back in the action, and this is quite brutal for the lads from the side of 4 ZODs. They've lost 3 players, absolutely no way to recover in this game. And the question is, why go for such a weird early contestation towards that military base? They knew that Villains were going to be there. This is a position that Villains have played from earlier as well. And crossing that military bridge so late into the game was never going to work out. But now TTR Sachin actually taking a few shots on the opposition, but none of them do connect.
Yeah, it's the weapon Badger itself. You don't really see this weapon being used that often, considering it's the new one. Still, maybe the players trying to settle down and know exactly how to use this one. But speaking about the mechanical brilliance of every single team, they're actually quite on point, right? We know these teams are capable when it comes to the mechanical skills too. These guys are equally matched. The only thing that makes a big difference, or the only thing that can have a big factor and a big impact, is the team play, and that's where all these teams do tend to struggle. And one of these examples is right in front of you guys. Team play lacking over here, did not know exactly how to scout, did not know where to step in.
They had no information. They had, I believe they were lacking a lot of utility as well, weapons, ammunition for sure, because they stayed in that very peer position for around, I believe, like 2 to 3 minutes, and then they decided to move out instantly. Even 2 minutes is like a little bit a sort of a long stretch, but their 4th player wasn't with them as well.
Yeah.
They did not push as a complete unit. The 4th lad, Zeus, was actually in the back lines, and he's still surviving inside of this game. But what has happened. Even 4 ZODs can't do anything about it. One more thing. We did see a little bit of a collision with TTR and the team Bots 4. And Bots 4, they're just focused on their rotation, because earlier on we noticed on the map they tried to push for that northern Georgia Pool city control, but Skulltz was already there. Then they decided, oh, let's head to Ruins. But Ruins was under the control of TTR, and now Team Bots 4 has actually, in fact, taken control of that Gatka query area.
Yeah, I mean, Bot 4s right now, they're looking quite good, quite comfortable. And as I said, whichever team's going to be quick on their feet, or pretty much just the one make the decision, the quickest to make it inside the military island, would be the good.
Have they had time to loot? Because they have been just moving around this entire time.
I mean, that's what military circle is, my friend. You really need to be quick. Yeah, it's understandable. You guys do need all that loot as well. But now look how Skulltz is going to be struggling, because they're all the way still up north. Right next to them even is MOD, right above them towards Severny. And all these teams that will be rotating in inside the circle late enough, these guys will be struggling a lot. It's next to impossible to breach inside the southern side of the map if you're too late.
But, I mean, as we were talking about it, Numen Gaming, going for that water rotation super early in the game, it's going to be quite interesting to see how it works out for them. But on our screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, we did expect this. You called this. This would happen. Titan right now blocking that Nova Repnoi bridge. It's a safer position inside the circle, and it is a spot where they can actually eventually gatekeep a few of these teams coming down south and pick up those extra points for themselves.
True that. That is definitely true. And speak about one of those teams. You've got Nameless in front of us and finally making some moves on the military island itself. This team is, of course, in their comfort zone, and even Team Villains is actually in their comfort zone too. But as you mentioned, will the bridges be camped? We do have the map feed in front of us, and Team Villains is one of those teams that is looking forward to bridge camp. And Johnny, this is where things will be spiced up even more.
Spiciness is something we're all waiting for in this matchup, considering apart from that early three-player wipe that we saw on the players of 4 ZODs, nothing has happened. We saw a few shots fired on the players from the side of, I believe it was Team Bots 4, but they have managed to avoid losing single individual from their side. They're still busy looting, and they're playing for a safer position inside this game. Other than that, I think with how this zone is, teams right now will be looking to protect themselves. But look at this. It was expected. It has happened super early in the game. The circle just completely moving towards that military island. And now the real question is, what will happen to all of those latecomers that are still there on the main island?
They will be struggling. As I said too a while ago, Johnny, Skulltz was one of those, but at least Skulltz is moving it forward non-stop.
Another question for you. So we know for a fact that a lot of these teams that have some experience under their belt do know how to fight their way out of situations like this. They know how to deal with those military bridge camps, they know how to deal with bridge camps in general, and they know how to rotate towards the military island even with a later rotation. Which one of these teams still on the main island do you think is going to make it through?
Still on the main island, that's a tough one. I think so Skulltz should be able to move on forward, without a doubt. Considering they made such a non-stop rotation, did not even stop once in between. So
True.
They sort of saved a lot of time in doing so, but might be a little bit tough because it seems like they're also going to be opting out for the Nova Repnoi bitch, or not exactly Nova Repnoi, maybe the Firapir bitch.
Yeah.
And this is where things might just be a little bit tough for them because that bridge is being camped by one of the teams. So maybe Skulltz Esports will need to win that firefight, which will be, of course, tougher because the opponents who are already over there, situated, settled down, they have better hard cover to play around with.
4 roaring lions that's blocking their way right now, and how deadly are these lions going to be? We'll find that out in a few short moments, because ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to that map. 4 roaring lions, they are still there, and Skulltz has in fact gotten quite close to them. But let's see. Oh, the lions actually opt to move out towards the military base, military island, earlier on, and that just clears up the paths for Skulltz. This is just quite lucky of them.
Yeah, indeed it is. And speak of things being lucky, I mean, 4 roaring lions. They've got a nice free entry inside the island that they actually wanted to have. But still, Johnny, the circle is actually creating massive anonymous aura. Yeah, it did shift right in smack center of the military base, but we still don't exactly know where the upcoming shifts might be hidden too. As we all know, in the Stage 3, that's where the real hard shift do come to play.
This is not good for Dominators, not really in a position from where they can dominate anything. And well, it seems like there was an error in their judgment as Error Esports have showed up to the shoreline and are looking to secure all of these points for themselves. It should not be too difficult. They do see the boats abandoned in the water, and Senior is just focused in on seeing if he can spot out a few of those bodies and pick up those points for himself. But now, Error Esports, the longer they stay here, the longer they delay themselves as well. It's like a double-edged sword. It's going to cut both ways.
I mean, before Error Esports, the pathway is quite clear. There's no one to stop them. There is one guy from the 4DTR itself that is on the opposite side, but still, for 4 bots, they're going to be chilling whatsoever. And speak of that, even for Dominator, they're still towards that bridge lines. Now, I just want to see how the future lines are going to be looking like for this one, because soon enough, as most teams will actually step their foot inside the Southern Island. That's where the things will start heating up once again.
And talk about things getting heated up. I mean, things will definitely be heated up for the 4 teams that are still there on that main island. This is super late. We are about to head towards the 3rd stage of this game, and that just takes us completely towards that military base where the villains were for a long time. They did try to scout out the positions towards that military bridge, but now have fallen back towards a position that they call home. But looking at the teams that are still in the blue right now, Oh, it's going to be quite interesting because TTR, they're moving quite swiftly towards that military bridge, but it seems like there's going to be two teams waiting for them.
Johnny, look at the rotation that Skulltz pulled off. Wow. Quite a clean rotation all the way down south, and as I mentioned, Skulltz has to be one of those teams that will be able to pull this rotation off whatsoever.
You got it right.
Error Esports in front of us, and still Error. They're wanting to spot out a couple of more teams who would want to breach in through that Nova Reply bridge. It does seem like there's one team maybe moving in forward soon enough, but still, the chances, the possibilities of that happening do seem quite thin. Now we've got Skulltz Esports on our screens, one of the most aggressive teams that we've seen inside the ground itself. I want to see how Skulltz Esports, they're going to be changing their pace inside this military island.
And the first body to drop from the blue zone is there. We do see the lads from the side of 4 ZODs lose one of their players. Hopefully they will be able to recover. It's still the third stage of the game. It should not be too difficult for them. But Skulltz in a little bit of a kerfuffle of their own as they find themselves up against the lad from the side of Blood Bashers. Spray being committed. But none of the shots connect.
Yeah, Beast. This man's not going to be too happy with that spray that just came out through his M4 and his 6X.
His teammates are watching from the mountain.
They indeed are, but look at what just happened with 4 Dominator. 2 of the players, they're way too low and also knocked out. Soon enough, they're going to be bleeding to their death, so that's really bad news for them. And considering Stellar Titans, they've already found a clear pathway that they needed, so it's sort of like the luck just favoring them right now. It's a date with destiny for these guys.
I mean, 4 Dominators, then domination was cut short a little while ago, as we did see Error Esports just camping that No-Rep Bridge. They were waiting for 4 Dominators to come out of the water, so their bodies were going to be visible, and Error Esports would have been able to pick away a few points. But that did not happen. 4 Dominators decide to stay underneath that surface, trying to protect their position, but TTR in a world of hurt as managers of destruction are looking to destroy them.
Oh, big blunders from their side. And this time Adam was able to get a really smooth opening for his team, still wanting to get the second one as well. This man's follow-up is on the point. Adam is doing so much damage against the opponent so far. Managed to find the 2 knockouts, and managers of destruction, they're definitely going to be quite happy with the amount of opening this man has given to them. 2 elimination points wrapped up. What else can you ask for?
Well, squad wipe would have been better, but that eventually happens, and TTR becomes the first team to take an exit from this game number 1. Hopefully we'll see them recover soon, but that is a story for another time, ladies and gentlemen. So far on the finish feed, if you notice, Skulltz Esports Necro, they are in the thick and thin of everything. They are positioned on that hill towards that northwestern edge of the circle, and they can see the rest of the competition, all of it, right in front of their eyes. But problem is, there's a lot of chaos coming from the back.
It's not going to be a problem whatsoever, Johnny, for Skulltz Esports. I like the spread that they've got. One of the men is inside the high ground itself, or at least a couple of players are on the high ground, and then one of the guys is in the compound, was in the high ground, doing a great job for his team in the front. But if the circle definitely moves away, then this is where Skulltz Esports, they will be a little bit in the struggling shoes. But for now, Skulltz Esports, they're definitely chilling because they've got so much vital information to work with.
Oh, but one of the biggest names in this lobby right now, Numen Gaming, a lot of expectations from them. So far, they haven't really been a part of the action. They were focused on their rotation. We saw them go for that water rotation, land towards that southeastern edge of that military island, and then make their way through towards the military base. But now Klutzgott taking a few shots on one of the individuals from the side of Error Esports, but the M4 misses everything.
Yeah, that suppressor's not really the barrel attachment you want to go with. And that's why the sway on the M4 is a little bit too tough. It's tough to control the recoil, but Klutzgott is missing a lot of shots. This time is not really the exact Klutzgott we wanted to see. Missing out so many shots. 1 HP was left over onto that man, but it's complete fine. Eventually he gets knocked out whatsoever. So Numen Gaming, they will be able to get these elimination points wrapped up, claim these elimination points. The nade was brilliant, but still, he wasn't the one to actually get the elimination points wrapped up.
Oh, he does get one. He does secure the knock for the finish for the knock that he did earlier on. But let's see, Numen, I think they're not going to be happy with just that. But now, Mod, Managers of Destruction, they are on a destruction spree. And they find their next prey in the form of Nameless Crew.
Yeah, Nameless Crew now down to just the last man, Kratos. This guy's supposed to be the God Slayer, the God of Destruction. Let's see how Kratos is actually going to be able to destroy the entire field around him. And right now, it's being surrounded by the foes. And it sounds next to impossible for Kratos to actually leave that vicinity as well. So Managers of Destruction, they will definitely manage to maybe destroy Kratos in the future lines that are upcoming. There's another team who's in the outskirts, and this was the exact team that I was talking about. Now, in the receiving lines as well, Team Bots not really having that great of a journey so far inside the game. The last two players, the last two glimmers of hope, trying to carry the flag forward.
And if you are in a position like this against a team like Numen Gaming, for sure they're not going to let you through. They're not going to let you enter the zone no matter what the cost is. Numen, they have the cover of these aeroplanes right around them to work with. A thick wall of smoke blocking the vision for the lads as well. That should work out for them quite nicely, but let's see. Team Bots, what are their tactics going to look like? So far, Proton, along with your baby, is managing to survive, but the problem is one of their players was on the flank, and that lad gets spotted out by the players of Managers of Destruction.
Yeah, super unfortunate for the team that's on the receiving line, and Team Bots indeed just struggling so much inside the lobby, but a really good return knockout from the team in the front, which is the Manager of Destruction. Numen Gaming, though, they once again returned the favor back to them. Managers of Destruction, they're doing a great job managing against this threat that's currently in the name of Numen Gaming.
But now, even a bigger threat that has happened, that has appeared in front of them, is the fact that the zone has taken a northeastern shift, and that is going to cause a lot of trouble for a lot of these teams. Even the Villains, I think Villains are the only team that are in a safer position, considering they have been on that military base from the start of the game, and they know how to work with this. The other teams that did try to approach them a few moments ago, they did take care of them earlier on in the game. So they are just going to try and gatekeep this western edge all to themselves. But let's see. Esports, we did see them take a safer approach. They went from the southeastern edge, finding a safe entry inside that circle, and I think they will also be one of those teams that will have an advantageous position in a few short moments. But now, with how Skulltz is moving, it's going to be quite important for them to see if they can take that contestation towards that C building. If they can't, they will have to figure out another way to enter the zone.
Johnny, but Villains, they're going to be the guardian angels off the edge lines of this entire zone. This is where things will be so toughened up for a lot of the teams inside the lobby. For them to breach inside, it's going to be a heck of a journey. And now even Skulltz Esports Pichulu is on the receiving lines. He took a little bit too much damage. He has only got one first aids in his hands, and maybe the vehicle too can be blown up. That's in the front, but no, instead it's Pichulu who goes down. Ardo in the back lines, tossing out a couple of smokes.
I don't think this is going to work out.
Back up.
I don't think this is working out for them. It's a position that's quite out in the open, and there's no cover available to work with apart from that broken wall. But Numen Gaming over here, what are they up to? They've lost Rex yet again, and there is a big threat right next to them.
Yeah, but Johnny, as I mentioned, right? Villains are going to be the guardian angels. They won't be holding anyone off who will try to breach in from the left side, even from the southern side, or even from the northern side. These guys are controlling one of the most prime spots inside the circle, and they will try to hold everyone off at bay. So the safe line, it's tough to breach in. Numen Gaming, though, they're trying to create their own pathway, and against the players of Error, too. One of the knockouts was found, but Numen Gaming, even they themselves are taking a bit too much damage. 4 players alive from Numen Gaming. None of the players have been taken down just yet, so that's a really good thing for Numen, but they also need to take a look at their backlines. There's one of the players from the side of Mod in the name of Adam.
And he can change the game completely for any one of these teams. Any one player he manages to pick off, he's going to put that particular team in a massive disadvantage, considering a lot of these teams approaching the military base from that southern edge are going to be fighting out in the open. But look at this, Savitar along with Rex is going for the players of Error Esports. They found the opening knock, the trades are coming in, but Error, they can't really survive in this.
Yeah, Error Esports and a massive receiving lines in Numen Gaming too, because of that third party just dealing out so much damage against them. This is where Numen Gaming, they sort of had a bit too much trouble. And now, Sucky just tossing out those nades in the front, hoping that maybe at least one of those will be connected. But no, Sakib still wanting to go for a couple of more utility placement. Numen Gaming, they're going to be a little bit off the reach. So Sakib, he will need to try and find a new way to at least get out of this situation that he's found himself in. He's trapped over here, Johnny.
They have no eliminations till now, Error Esports. That means if they take an exit, they just walk away with barely any points. It's not really something you want to start your day off with. The only saving grace for him in front of him right now is the fact that the Executors are right behind him, and if they take down the players from the side of Numen Gaming, then maybe Saqib gets to survive a few seconds more, a few moments more in this matchup. But let's see the Executors. They did see the players of Numen moving around, and now it feels like they want to take this fight.
Indeed they do. Skulltz Esports finally closing up against Villains. This is definitely going to be a fight worth watching. And Phoenix gets knocked out. And considering the knockouts being found over here, Arto is still in the back lines going for the patch-up. Now, Villains, they need to find a second man, too, to put a full stop to the team, or at least the threat that's a little bit too close to them. So Tyke, he's trying his best to at least extend the boundaries, but he knows if he overextends, there's a chance third party might just come into play. So that's why Villains Esports, they're not really forcing things just yet. They're taking things safe and sound and slow. And look at Skulltz Esports, too. Ooh. The separation they've got. Bijler's all the way back on the towers, Johnny. He's got the high ground to play with. He's also got a lot of information wrapped up. So Skulltz Esports, even if they do play this one with a little bit more patience, the game's still in their hands.
Exactly, they do have all of that information, and as you mentioned, that high ground advantage will allow Bijlu to provide a good amount of suppressing fire for his teammates to work with. But Villains, look at them just living up to their name, not even allowing a single opening for Skulltz to work with. They are protecting their position, they have that concrete cover to work with. But a little bit of a recap of how things went down between Era and Numen Gaming. Both teams not willing to back off even an inch, but the plan just backfired completely for the side of Era Esports. Numen, they had the option of falling back behind that dish and getting those revives in. The Molotov looks good. Skulltz, they're trying to run away.
Trying to run away, but Hitler in the front lines, he's making that next to impossible. So Skulltz Esports, once again, Arto is going to be the man who's standing up on his feet and going for the resurrection. Arto at this point in time must be just fed up of getting his teammates back up on their feet over and over again. And Saqib, look at Era Esports. This man's got the trigger control, the trigger discipline in his hands. And Saqib, if he wants, he can also play the spoiler inside the fight. 3 players from Numen Gaming are right in front of him, just moving around. And if one single player, even if that player's being found, then problems can be dealt on both the sides equally. But Saqib, he missed on his opportunity. He had a really big golden chance to strike against Numen, but he missed out on that opportunity a little bit overdoing of that trigger discipline.
I mean, we all know revenge is a dish best served cold, but if it gets too cold, it gets spoiled as well. And that is exactly what happened to the player of Era Esports over there, the last surviving player. What is going on here? 4 roaring lions, they are still present with all 4 players. They managed to protect that northeastern edge. But now, as they're forced to move in, that nade was just brilliant. Landed right in his feet.
Oh, Team Bots. This last guy is definitely one hell of a performer. But now Phoenix, from the side of Skulltz Esports, finally making that push up close and personal. And the opponents definitely now, this is where the problems are starting to knock their doors. Villains versus Skulltz. Let's find out which one's going to be the one to actually reign supreme inside this fight. For Villains, even they have been proving themselves over and over again inside all the fights. For Skulltz Esports, they have been showcasing that they are one of the mechanical gods inside the lobby too. It's all going to come down to this fight itself. Hitler's able to find a really good knockout, a really good opening. Things can definitely be bouncing back in their hands once again. But Numen Gaming too, just start parting the fray, and Hitler's going to be the man to seal the deal on the last player too. Skulltz Esports, they were quite exposed.
Villains put in so much work to prep up Skulltz for that position, to prep them up so that they could secure their points. But Numen Gaming, they play the spoil sport over here. They have 11 eliminations to their name, Necro, and already inside the top 3. Numen Gaming looking so good. And it feels like they already have the position from where they can finish off this game and start the day off with a chicken dinner.
Interesting. Obi was actually using his DBS for the long range, Johnny. You do not really see that happen often. But yeah, now
he's out of ammo.
Yeah, indeed he is. Now we've got the final 3 teams alive, Johnny. And this is where the trifecta of death begins. Villains versus Numens versus one more team that's right in the front lines in the name of 4 Roaring Lions. And Sorab Nagy is going to be the last man from that team. He has the chance to play the spoiler inside this entire situation, but he's probably trying to keep himself anonymous.
One more problem for him is the fact that he is outside the circle, so in a few short moments, he will eventually have to move in. And once he does move beyond that barricade, he's going to be quite exposed. Villains be in a perfect position to pick him off. But look at this. Aman, he knows, he heard the footsteps of Rex and was waiting for him to reveal himself. But now, after taking a few shots, he's going to back off. Numen Gaming, have they made a mistake of closing in the distance against the players of Villains?
Oh, here we go. Negi gets pounced on, and OB's going to be the one to put the full stop inside that fight. Now, finally, these final two Goliaths remain inside the fight. As Villains versus Numen Gaming's going to be the one to conclude this entire chicken dinner, and what a shot that was! Clutchgod just surprised his opponent with that DBS to his face, and now one more to go. The last man from the side of Villains trying his best, but it's all down to this one, and this is where Numen Gaming is the one to get the chicken dinner secured in their hand inside the first game of round 2.
And this is what we were talking about. This is the level of domination Numen also displayed during the round 1 matches. It was expected. The team has delivered. Although I have to say I was a little bit concerned about that water rotation, but they made it work.
They made it work indeed, Johnny. And considering with how Numen Gaming were able to also play that one a little bit safe.
Yeah.
And when they needed to amp things up, they did amp things up. This is what I really liked about Numen Gaming. But the Numen Gaming that we saw in round 1, they were just completely aggressive.
Oh, yeah. And now things have quieted down a little bit. And even in a zone like this, I think they knew for a fact that if they are playing without water rotation in the early stages, they were forced to protect their numbers. And only in the final few moments, only in the last 10 minutes, were they allowed to take that aggressive stance. And they made it work quite nicely for them. But now the question remains, can they be as consistent as they were in round 1? That is what remains to be seen. But what we will see, ladies and gentlemen, we'll only witness after this very short break.
Push left.
पीछे आ वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी ही बात है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, and we just witnessed Numen Gaming walk away with an amazing win on that map of Erangel, which was game number 1. But also we did see Ranveer Singh, the new brand ambassador of BGMI, #PlayPure, and how pure is your gameplay, Salty?
To be honest, not that much, but I'm pretty sure that with constant grind, I will be able to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, but as much as Numen Gaming, though, because that was an intense game, and it was an exciting finish from their side as well. But what remains to be seen, as I mentioned before we went to that break, can they be consistent? Can they secure those 3 wins?
They did not really have that problem in round 1. But
True.
just like we always talk about, round 1 we had 2,048 teams and we cut down to just a quarter of it right now. The lobbies are going to be even more difficult, and it's going to be a little more difficult for them to try and keep up the consistency. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, a brilliant piece of game that we witnessed on the map of Erangel. The highlights are in front of our screens. But it's been a long time, Johnny, that we got to see a military-based circle, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, me and Necro, we were just having this conversation. During round 1, every single Erangel, as soon as the game would start, we would pray with our hands closed and our eyes closed as well. We would just pray to the gods of BGMI. Military circle, military circle, military circle. Did not happen. Now, in round 2, we start things off with one of the most exciting games that I've seen in BGIS so far. And of course, I mean, it was made more exciting by teams like Managers of Destruction as well. They were so aggressive in the early stages.
Exactly, and not just aggressive, right? Their positional play was brilliant. The way they kind of bridge camped, I believe it. I still don't remember the team it was, but Atom brilliantly got those opening finishes, and his bridge camp was lethal. And that is something which I would want to see in the further games as well. Not just Managers of Destruction. Numen Gaming, for sure, we kind of expect them to be a little more dominating and a little more aggressive. The way they found that water rotation trick, something which we've seen does not really work, but they kind of made it work with their gameplay as well.
I mean, they were quite smart about it, to be honest. I mean, early water rotation, you know for a fact that not a lot of teams will try to take control of that southern shoreline, and that is what worked out quite nicely for Numen Gaming. Villains is another team that I'm actually quite impressed with, because Villains, it was quite tricky for them to fall back to that military base once they did actually, in fact, take control of that, of the hill just a little bit northwest of the military C building. But then again, they fell back, they took control of that police compound, and from there, they played the endgame quite brilliantly.
Exactly, and Team Villains, speaking of them, I had my eyes set on this particular team right from the beginning, because this was one of the teams who kind of played really well inside of round 1. They had a chicken dinner to work with, and their forte was always their placement points. And even in this game, they held the center of the circle really well. And in spite of the fact that there was like a lot of challenge coming in from I believe it was Nameless as well as Team Bots as well, they kind of held it to perfection.
Right, simple question. Favorite fight from the previous game?
Favorite fight from the previous game? It has to be the finale, man. It was a 3v4 in Numen versus Villain, and I thought that we were going to see a little bit of an underdog action, Numen getting taken down, but that did not happen.
See, the ending was great, but my favorite moment happened mid-game where we saw Numen and Esports actually clash against each other. Because you see these two teams with no cover just stand up, take shots on each other, and 3 bodies from either side just drop instantly. That was intense, but kudos to Numen Gaming. They found a way to recover. On the other hand, they weren't so lucky.
That is one of the things about the military-based circle, right? Every single time you find these scrambled pieces of cover. You find a broken airplane somewhere, you find a broken piece of rock or something like that. But apart from that, there's really nothing. It's just an even piece of land. And if there is an opposition who is like far away, third parties become a very instant thing.
Again, with how Erangel has gone, expectations from the next map?
expectations are going to be pretty high, man. I'm expecting these
From who,
underdog
though?
maybe Villain.
Oh.
Maybe Villain. I mean, especially the way they've performed, I feel like their positional play is going to be key on the map of Miramar. If they find that good spot inside of that circle, get those finishes on board, get their confidence up high. We've seen this team pull off chicken dinners in the past. I believe they can pick up chicken dinners here as well.
My expectations will be from one of those teams that we did expect quite a lot from on Erangel, but they underperformed. Well, according to us, they did, because we do know for a fact that this team can pop off quite nicely in every single game. Skulltz Esports. They were a part of the early game action, but then again, mid game wasn't really their strong suit, especially Villains. They delayed Skulltz so much out in the open that they lost their key player, who was in fact Bijlu, as Necro in fact also pointed out, playing for that from that tower position, was responsible for relaying all of the information about the other teams to his teammates. But what has happened has happened. Now let's move forward and have a look at the numbers, starting off with the rebel of the match, which will be Rex from the side of Numen Gaming, who secured 7 finishes for himself.
No surprises right there, right? I mean, 7 finishes. Numen Gaming, of course, as a team, they were really aggressive, but Rex was the one who was individually responsible of trying to get every single flank and control the amount of map that they had. Of course, the top 5 rebels in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, the first 2 being Numen, Savitar and Rex. It's like the deadly duo always.
Yeah, I mean, they are the deadly duo, and this deadly duo went on to secure 12 eliminations, as you mentioned, combined on both of them. But Managers of Destruction, Atom, 4 eliminations. This man was quite incredible. I mean, talk about individual brilliance. We did see that from basically all 4 members of Managers of Destruction, but Atom was definitely the more prominent one. 4 Rolling Lions. I have to say, their positional play was one of the most exciting things I've seen, because they were holding that military bridge for a good minute and a half. And then as soon as they realized, all right, the circle is moving down south, there are a lot of teams that might still be up north, we might get challenged. They took an early entry into that zone and were playing from that the city right next to the military bridge. That was their position, that was their home for a long time. But we do have the rankings of that previous game in front of us, where we do see Numen Gaming have a massive disadvantage in terms of advantage in terms of points. 31 points for Numen Gaming, 16 finishes. Yeah, this is a disadvantage for basically everyone else, because the second highest points on this leaderboard is 20 in the hands of Villains.
Exactly. I mean, advantage for Numen, disadvantage for
everyone,
15 other teams who are in the lobby right now. Possibly for Villains also, 20-point game is not too shabby, to be honest. I think they are looking inside to be inside the top 7. But apart from that, the jump off or the difference is massive. Look at that. The 7th position team, Error Esports, they only have about 6 points to work with, and Executors are closely following suit with 4 points. Now, these are the teams who will form that mid-pack. We've seen in the grind as well, where there are top 7 and top 8s up for contention. That mid-pack region from 6 to 8, that is the place which is the most volatile.
Another interesting thing, apparently only 3 teams were busy fighting in this matchup, because Numen has 16 eliminations, Villains have 8, and Managers of Destruction have 7 eliminations to their name. Apart from them, all the other teams, it's either 3 or 2 eliminations, 3 or 2 finishes secured. That's it. And that is quite interesting, because Managers of Destruction, their name sort of showcases what they're made of. Villains as well. I mean, they are calling themselves the Villains, so not too shabby in terms of securing those finishes. Numen, it was expected that this team was going to go ham inside this match. But the other teams, they do have the opportunity to step up. And let's not forget, every single group gets 6 matches. You have to finish in the top 7 to qualify for the next stage. But talking about the next stage for now, though, is the next map, which will be Miramar. Salty, prediction for the next game?
To be honest, like I said, I'm going to stick with Villains, but I'm also going to talk about your team that you picked out, right? Skulltz Esports coming in from the grind. They were expected to sort of have a good start. Now, in the grind, of course, they did not really have that good of a performance. They had only about 22 points from all the matches that they have played in the final round. They finished about in the last page of it, which is not too good, to be honest. 5 placement points and 17 finish points. That's all that they had from the grind. Coming into this tournament, in spite of the fact that they came in from grind, which is like an added advantage, you always talking about the 32 teams which are coming around. I feel like Skulltz, they are yet to showcase their true potential, but they need to show it quick, because otherwise the other teams, they're going to fly past them.
I mean, you just said coming from grind is an added advantage. Is it, though? Because now the other teams know what you do on every single map. Even Vikendi, they know what you are going to play like.
You know, it's all about an image, right? You come in as a top dog. You come in with a bow tie and a tuxedo, and you're like, you know what? This is my room, to be honest. And Skulltz Esports sort of wanted to do that, but could not really show up on the map of Erangel.
I mean, they did have a decent run. Let's not take anything away from them. You know, the top 5 finish is quite difficult to pull off in lobbies like this. Extremely competitive, extremely talented players being a part of this action right now. But still, what remains to be seen is what that top 7 will eventually look like. And today will just be like a little bit of a build-up to that.
Exactly. I mean, you know what? Top 7, we've always been talking about this top 7 thingy. For me, personally, I kind of feel like this is going to be tougher than the top 3 of round 1. Top 3 is a cutthroat competition. But 6 matches and managing to find that consistency and the balance. We've seen a lot of teams, they show up brilliantly in the first couple of games. I'm talking about the grind specifically. A lot of teams show up well. But kind of in the later matches, they kind of lose that gas inside of them, which, I mean, of course, does the inevitable.
But consistency, that one word is what defines the best teams of BGMI. And I think that is what all of these undergods are looking forward to achieve. But let's see if they will achieve that consistent performance in map number 2. Not for the teams that did not have a good finish on Erangel though. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about map number 2, game number 2 for this particular group, it is going to be on our screens in few short seconds. And by that, I mean right about now.
Right about now, as the flight, ladies and gentlemen, is going to kick off, and I am excited. Johnny, are you as well?
Yeah, I'm super excited to watch this game and see what will eventually be the end result. But just like Erangel, we have the flight path of Miramar leaning towards that eastern side as well. It starts off just south of Los Leones and goes all the way towards Torre Amuda. This is Miramar. It's the biggest map in the game. So that means anything beyond San Martin is basically off limits right now.
To be honest, I kind of wanted to mention the same point which you did. That is, the flight paths are pretty much identical. It's just that the maps have been changed. But speaking of the flight paths as well, I kind of feel like the circle, that is going to dictate the pace of the game. Of course, we've seen overall, majority of the teams do have their peaceful drop locations on the map of Erangel. There weren't really that many early skirmishes. So maybe on Miramar, we're not going to see something of the same as well.
Well, hopefully not. But for the new viewers, if you ever encounter a flight path like this, the easiest way to take on this challenge is find those vehicles as soon as you drop and then rotate towards your preferred drop location. Because you will notice this from a lot of these teams as well. They're going to look for those vehicles for teams that do like to play from El Pozo, La Cobriera, Monte Nuevo, Chumacera. They're going to try and drop just as quickly as possible on their map, get their feet on the ground, find those vehicles, and then drive to their home.
To be honest, that on the map of Miramar is like a do-or-die situation, Johnny. Sometimes multiple teams just dropping in on that one vehicle that is parked in the middle of nowhere. But speaking of the circle itself, now this is where it gets interesting. It has a little bit of a water path towards it. Does have Los Leones right at the center, and it seems like there is the start of the action towards the outskirts of Los Leones. It is ZoDxofficial who's actually dropped in pretty close to Team Executors.
Yeah. Now the Executors, are they going to be executed? That's the question. But ZoDxofficial, even the last game wasn't that great for them. We do see Paraboy with a VSS. But the opposition is nowhere to be seen. All right, he sees a few bodies from the side of the Executors, but I think at this point he wouldn't really... Didn't even finish my sentence, the man starts shooting.
To be honest, you know, what I think of the VSS, it's more like a scope to try and get more information. It's not a weapon, to be honest, because the bullet drop is massive. You barely do any... Yeah, it just, you get something, you get some information, you get to see from the distance. It's basically binoculars at this point.
I mean, but in the early game, if that's the only thing you have to work with, you will have to make sure it works. Although on our screens now we switch focus to Skulltz Esports. Now massive expectations from these lads. They have delivered kind of on game number 1, but now in this map of Miramar they did find those vehicles early, which was lucky for them, and now are looking to move forward to take control of that city of El Pozo. Once they actually get there, they will have to think about how quickly they want to fall back, because talking about that circle, it is between Los Leones and that graveyard position. I wanted to take that southern shift as quickly as possible, take control of that Los Leones city, because urban finishes on Miramar are one of the most exciting things to witness. But look at this, the first finish of the game. I guess we might witness it in front of us as Sword was spotted out by Hardy. Hardy went for the entire clip from that UMP, connected a few shots, but not enough to secure the knock.
Yeah, Team Executors. It seems like they've spotted Sword, of course, but they're not really charging in. Of course, taking a few steps towards him. Seems like he's been completely caught out in the open without any friends whatsoever. Not really the ideal position where you want to be in. At least he's stacked in terms of utility. He has that 180, he has the level 2 vest and the helmet to maybe put up a fight back. But apart from that, he has nothing. And the entire Team Executors turn into chime against him. I'm pretty sure they are going to execute him.
Yeah, if they do, I mean, that should be their only option right now. Because you see one isolated player out in the open in the middle of nowhere. His teammates are nowhere to be seen. Why not just finish him? It's an early free point. Go for it. But Executors, I think they are just holding back because they don't really have any information of the other side of the ridge. And I think now they might just assume that Sword has just run away. So they're going to go along their merry way as well, look for a better position to play from, and survive in this game, secure as many points as possible, which is going to be the goal for every single team that's present inside the lobby. And talking about teams in this lobby, where's Numen Gaming? Well, there they are.
Hushing the little patron, that is exactly where they are, of course, a split drop. We always know, right, Savitar will be split from his team, trying to get as much information as possible. And speaking of information, Johnny, I feel like this is what is lacking in this lobby itself. We saw Team Executors, they did not have the information that there was only one guy in that particular vicinity. They could have gotten this early finish point for themselves. They could have reduced the opponent team by 1, but they could not do that. The lack of information and the lack of confidence is evident, and that is something which these teams need to work on, to try and get those vehicles early and get that scout sent out in the wild to maybe acquire as much intel as you possibly can.
Information can be the difference between getting completely wiped out and wiping out the entire lobby. Managers of Destruction, though, still moving around outside the zone. 1100 meters to go before they reach their safe haven. And also, what will that safe haven look like? Villains, I like this. So, just an extra bit of information. There is a city on the northernmost part of Miramar called the Oasis. Yeah, no one goes there. For the first time, we are seeing a team drop in that particular spot. And Villains, I think they're going to have a fun time in the early game stages. But talk about having a fun time. Numen might not be having a fun time right now, as Stellar Titans have spotted out Rex. And he has taken a little bit of damage upon himself. Clutchgod is trying to make sure that his teammate is going to be safe. And also, he has information about the opposition who have the high ground advantage in this fight.
Not to mention, of course, the M249 did start firing bullets. I mean, that could have gone way bad for Numen. Rex could have been potentially knocked down, but he did manage to survive. But look at this, Clutchgod from the backlines did take a couple of shots. It seems like Numen Gaming, they want to disengage from this fight because, to be honest, there's no added advantage out of it, apart from the fact that they might get a couple of finish points early. You always have to kind of think on the back of your head if you are securing any position or map control inside the circle from a particular fight. If there is none of that situation happening, they just probably avoid it.
Well, they are moving around in a weird manner, Numen Gaming, as I believe they are trying to flank the players of Stellar Titans, as Rex is still stuck there behind that building where Stellar pinned him down, and he has nowhere left to go. So if Numen find a way to recover their player, it's going to be a 4v4. Otherwise, it's going to be a 3-1 split from Numen. But Stellar Titans, they back off. They don't want to take any early risk of losing their players as well, and they're going to go along their merry way. In the meanwhile, Numen Rex, I think the call out will go out to the rest of his team as to the opposition moving out of their position, and Numen, they will need to be careful.
Oh, I love what they did right there. Team Stellar, they knew that Numen was trying to evade from that particular fight, and thus they repositioned themselves. And it seemed like right now, once again, they're just right up front, gatekeeping Numen from entering deep inside the circle. I want to know where this fight actually builds up to, but of course, Numen, they have got multiple vehicles to work with, so they might just be able to get out of that particular situation.
The situation does look tough for them, but 4 Roaring Lions did not really roar that much in the last game. I mean, Saurav was there, still surviving till the late game stages, but we're going to see these Lions and witness how deadly they're going to be. The position looks quite solid. They are in the extreme center of the map. And that means no matter where the zone goes, it should not be a difficult rotation for them. On the other side, talk about difficult rotation, and it's always Skulltz that's there in the toughest spot.
Exactly right. I mean, they dropped out at the edges of the circle. They knew that they could not find that piece of real estate inside the circle itself. Therefore, they found their vehicles, went outside towards El Pozo, got their loot, and now they're making their way back inside. Of course, it is yet to be seen how do they find that entry point, because it has been guarded by multiple teams right now. Team Error Esports, Team Executors, as well as multiple others. They need to kind of breach past multiple teams in the process to make their space, but it seems like Numen Gaming, they have come across another team right now, and it's team number 8. First knock being down, and trade-off happening.
Well, the trade-off is going to be there, but let's see. Savitar gets knocked out. Avi in the back lines. He's trying to survive, does not really have a lot of HP to work with, and it's going to be an easy knock secured by Titans for the win. FTW, where are they going to win this? It's just one lad standing between them and the 4 points of Numen Gaming and Clutch Guard. He's down to around 70 HP, not a lot to work with. He's now outnumbered as well. Armed with a UMP, he's going to try and spray down the competition, loses more HP in the process. First aid inside the smoke, not really working out, and that is all she wrote for Numen Gaming in game number 2 of the day, as Titan FTW secure all 4 points, and they do not lose a single player in doing so.
Exactly, all of them will be revived, but this is what Numen's biggest drawback is, or rather the biggest weakness is. One game they are absolutely dominating. One game they will get the chicken dinner for themselves. The other game they might just get wiped out right from the get-go itself. But apart from that, there is another fight which seems like has built up, and it's Team Nameless who is trying to take shots against Team 4 DTR.
Well, 4 Dominators, their domination was cut short in the last game as well, and Nameless crew looking to do the same this time around. Adi is closed in quite a lot of distance, and 4 Dominators, they've lost a lot of bodies. If this nade lands perfectly, that should be the end of story for the Dominator. Ooh. They knew for a fact they had that knock. Nades falling all around, and the buggies driving around them as well. Such a panic position to be in, but the gap in the smoke allows Adi to secure an extra opening for his team. Nameless IGL, the backup has arrived.
And I love this so much. Nameless crew, they have their men, and they completely surrounded them from multiple directions. But now it's time for third party, Johnny. And it seems like it's Team Villains who want to enter the fray.
Yeah, that was just a lack of awareness there. It's Team Bots, yeah, who have showed up out of nowhere. And as I was talking about it, Nameless crew, they should have realized that they did the exact same thing a few moments ago to 4 Dominators by taking down their players. IGL, I don't think he has anywhere left to go. It's just going to face his fate and gets taken out. 4 Dominators, their squad is eliminated. And I believe in a few short moments we're going to see another squad take an exit from this matchup. Nameless crew, oh, the revives have happened.
The revives have certainly happened, but I think Team 4 Dominators, they're going to be extremely happy. Not 4 Dominators, to be honest. Team Bots, they're going to be extremely happy in this situation because they just came in for their rotations and they just heard the gunshots and they were like, all right, a couple of free finishes to our name. And that is what they had. They didn't even have to break a sweat to get 4 Dominators completely wiped out. And now they have 4 finishes, 4 early finishes. Might as well get a couple more because they've spotted Team Nameless crew, a couple of players who are still alive, and nades being lobbed in. Johnny, it seems like it's going to be an early wipe-off as well.
Yeah, that wasn't a brilliant move there from Nameless crew. Running in when the opposition knows exactly which building you're heading towards. Vulture YT is going to be knocked out, and the finish should not be too difficult for Team Bots to secure. Nameless crew down to their last 2 players. Well, they will be down to their last 2 players in a few short moments. But Nameless crew, alright, they have reacted quite brilliantly as well, securing 2 knocks from the opposing side in the nade. Where did this come from? Rapido rapidly sending the competition outside the lobby, and Nameless crew, they turn things around. I thought they were done for, but no, they secure 8 eliminations from that fight.
Team Executors also finding their finishes for themselves. It seems like they are in the midst of another fight. But who are they fighting against? That's the question.
And they're taking on the players of Error Esports, and it feels like just like the last game, even this time there's going to be an error in judgment from the lads from Error Esports. They lose out 1 player, 1 lad senior is knocked out. And Executors are looking to execute him out in the open as well. Should not be too difficult to secure that finish.
Yeah. But apart from that, there are added problems, Johnny. And speaking of it, it is the circle itself moving completely towards Minas Generalis. You can once again see the team villains coming in from that northward rotation. It's going to be pretty easy for them to make it inside because that northern part of the higher terrain is going to be relatively empty and they are going to find that good position. But what about so many teams trying to vie for that southern edge? That is something which I'm going to be looking out for. Even TTRxINDIA, we just saw moments ago that they were in the midst of an early skirmish, and it seems like Team Executors, they're also moving towards one.
Man, I wanted that Lost Leona circle so badly. It would have been so fun to watch, but...
Urban circles, not really a thing, I think, for the BGMI God this time. They haven't really been feeling it.
I mean, yeah. Let's see. Hopefully in the next few matches we get to see an urban finish. Talk about finishes. TTR, they have none.
But at least they have the higher ground advantage, and they are on the right end of the circle. They are sort of gatekeeping team number 10, that is Team ZoDxofficial. Now, they've got lines of sight against multiple teams. I'm pretty sure they are being pinned down, and these are the situations where TTRxINDIA would be like, alright, just try and come at us. Try and use your vehicles, try and use your DMRs, nothing is going to work in. Because as soon as they get spotted, Baki and his 6x scope is well equipped.
And they are saying those same words as you said, but unfortunately for them, none of the shots are connecting.
At least for now, though.
There's Obi-Wan Kenobi who made that high ground advantage famous, but still the dark side won, let's not forget.
For sure. But Hester OP will try to make himself famous as well. Couple of pixels being spotted out, but neither did he connect some shots. So Johnny, we'll find out whoever wins. But from the backlines, I just saw Managers of Destruction also trying to enter, and it seems like there might be, if they delay this fight, there might be some uninvited guests.
Yeah, that's the problem of Miramar. Another added problem, third parties that happen. And they show up from the distance. You won't really see the teams running towards you, but from the distance, they're going to try and spray you down. Talk about spray. Zanis had a wonderful opportunity, but not really the weapons to work with. Both his weapons do work quite well. One perfect for long distances, the other one perfect for close quarters. Here's the replay of the previous collision that we witnessed. Executors against the players of Error. Bots taking down, or at least trying to take down, the players from the side of Nameless crew. And Rapido, what was this?
Did you not hear the footsteps?
I don't think they heard anything. I think they just assumed like, all right, this is our fight. We have the numbers. They're down to 3 players. We win automatically. They were just too complacent, and well, Rapido just alone made sure that they paid the price for all of that complacency.
Yeah, speaking of complacency, I think it is, they're basically a visual representation of you inside a game when me, Necro, and you play in our classic games. Just taking it way too chill, just not being proactive in the games enough. But speaking of proactive, it seems like Stellar Titans, they are proactive inside the edge of the circle. Good position, to be honest, just not involving themselves in this early skirmish which is happening outside.
Oh. Skulltz versus the lads from 4 ZODS. Right, Executors, they are out of this match. We're down to 11 teams, but still, Skulltz versus 4 ZODS. Nade looks quite good. Arjun does manage to avoid the damage. And Arjun and Itachi, they are basically doing the same thing that Beast and Bizlu are doing, but the nade from Beast, this time, right in the feet of Itachi, is able to secure the knock. Arjun under heavy fire as well, and it feels like Skulltz, they found the opening, but also the third party from the backlines as Managers of Destruction showed up out of nowhere, and Skulltz were forced to take that particular situation as it came towards them as well.
But I like this split from Skulltz, Phoenix on the flank, and Arthur just covering the backlines. Arthur was responsible for deterring that third party which was happening, and now Phoenix did find the 2 knocks on him. It seems like Skulltz will reposition themselves, but according to the weakness of the opposition, 2 players just stuck inside the smoke. What do you think what's going to happen, Johnny?
Yeah, both of them are getting wiped out. Look at that. What else was going to happen? There's a thick wall of smoke. You know for a fact, because your teammate has the flank available, you know for a fact there's no one inside it. The vehicle in the backlines was the only target for Skulltz, and that nade was so brilliant. They found the opening quite easily for themselves, and they go on to secure those finishes. 4 ZODs, well, they're going to go along with Zord and get finished up. But down to the top 10 of this particular matchup, 36 players still alive. Skulltz, they have 6 eliminations, 6 finishes to their name, but the problem is the fact that they are quite exposed on this southeastern edge, and one of those teams quite close to them, which will be the squad of Blood Bashers, they have concrete cover to work with. Even the players from the side of ZoDxofficial have that haystack to work with, and as we talked about Skulltz, nothing. Completely exposed, their backlines are exposed. They have to make this run towards that northern circle with no cover.
Exactly, and speaking of problems, of course, it's just going to pile up because the circle moves up north, another hard shift. Now, completely favoring the lads from Nameless as well as, I believe, 4 TTR if they're still alive, of course. But look at this, 4R.
He's not going anywhere. I mean, 4 roaring lions, I think their days of roaring are done. The lads from the side of Stella, they have an advantageous position, and look at the play they make. The flank from Zenith, he runs behind the enemy lions across the ridge, and well, as we said, 4 rolling lions, well, at least in this game they are going extinct.
Exactly, but Stellar Titans, how easy was it for them just playing in from the edges? But of course, still, they have to travel 300 odd meters and they need to wrap this thing quick. I'm pretty sure the vehicles are a little bit damaged, and now the team villains are up front. They have multiple problems to deal with. Seems like one of their players was knocked out, and Neo will still try and do some sort of retaliation, but I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, they're just gonna leave him there. Clever. Not a clever move getting knocked out by the blue zone in the 5th stage of the game, but Willits, oh my goodness, that jeep, it's rolling down the hill, but Ali, oh god, what a brilliant move. Now, that is a hero play right there. Gets out of that rolling jeep, takes out the M249 and starts spraying down the players from the side of Blood Bashers who are getting bashed in behind that haystack. They don't have anywhere left to go, and for the next few moments, they don't really need to go anywhere as well. They are in a safer position inside the zone, and while they just try and protect themselves, the villains, they get backstabbed from the other direction. They're losing bodies, losing players. Hitler, he's the last man left standing for his team. Can he survive? Can he make it to the endgame stage is a big question, and we will find the answer to that question in a few short seconds. He runs towards his teammates, will get a revive in. Just one though.
Oh, not even that. Possibly not. You just cursed them right there, but Hitler will still try and stay alive, at least for his team to get a couple of placement points. But he's been pinned down by Blood Bashers. And it's not
now
just
it's their turn.
It's just not Blood Bashers. There's also Stellar Titans in the way as well, who were coming in from the back lines. But even they got third party. Now multiple teams being under heavy fire from multiple teams. That is exactly what the situation is right now. And it's a trifecta of death happening in front of us.
Blood Bashers are completely just focused on that one position because they want to get revenge. They took so much damage from the opposition and now they want to make them pay. But Skulltz Esports, they have looked quite phenomenal in this game. 11 eliminations to their name already. How far can they rack up these numbers in the endgame stages? The zone hasn't really favored them even once inside this match. Let's not forget they started from El Pozo and then made their way back. But now Beast is going to be forced back as he gets knocked out by Zenith.
Possibly one of the first times on the map of Miramar that we say a haystack is a good position, to be honest, Johnny, because these guys, at least, they have some mercy of the circle. They are somewhat close to the circle. But of course, from the left-hand side, they're under heavy fire, and that vehicle, that can be the cause of their death, to be honest, because if that explodes, they have nowhere left to go, nowhere left to hide.
So there are just 2 teams who have the potential to walk away with the chicken dinner in this map. One is Skulltz, the other is TTR. TTR because they are on that southeastern edge, but what they will have to do is protect their position against Skulltz and then just play safe, play for placement. If they reveal their spot, they are done, and as soon as they say that, you do see Parky trying to spray down the competition, does go on to secure 2 important knocks, and the plan of Skulltz Esports, it backfires without even giving them a second to react, to try and protect themselves. Bitchloo is going to be the last player left standing for the team, and I think he won't be standing for long. He's quite close to the players of Stellar Titans. Xanis is knocked out, but Shadow, Shadow does not have any utility to secure that finish. Wow.
To be honest, if Stellar Titan actually might find the revive on Xanis, which is of course not going to be a possibility right now, they could have had a very good chance of backing this chicken dinner. but at least at this point, Shadow, he's stuck in that particular corner. He has nowhere left to go, and now he's going to peek out. Bichelu is going to find that finish onto him. Stellar Titans, their hopes have been completely dished out, but Skulltz Esports, they're going extremely strong. In spite of losing a couple of players, I feel like they might just be able to hold down to this edge of the circle for another 2 circles. Speaking of Team TTR, you were talking about this team, and now they've been hit. And it seems like they've been hit hard. Baki is the only one left.
Utility management is something that seems completely off about a lot of these teams in this late game situation. There's only a few of them are carrying those smokes to work with. Nameless, Crew, oh, Kratos. He would have survived had those last shots from Blood Bashers not connected, but anyways, he's done for in this match. Blood Bashers, though, they have managed to fight their way against the odds this entire time, and they're the only team in this final position with all 4 of their players. They play with that advantage. This game is going to be theirs, but Rapido still firing on all cylinders. 10 eliminations have been secured by Nameless Crew so far, and I think he can secure 2 more in the form of TTRxINDIA, because Baki is extremely low. Got knocked out. That's a free finish. Now Baki is there, and he hasn't healed up yet. Now he finally puts on that first aid, and HP is back up to 75, but will that be enough?
Exactly, but I feel like Rapido can actually do so much hurt by just trying to stay hidden. He has got that natural cover of that ridge as well as the smoke, as well as the rock, to be honest. So without really showing himself up, without trying to prioritize the circle, he can try and scramble for points by getting those finishes left, right, and center. But just like you mentioned, Blood Bashers, what a massive map control they have. And of course, they've also got the mercy of the circle. These remainder players, they're basically finishes, free finishes for all of them.
Top 4 teams remaining. Final 8 players alive. Blood Bashers still in a brilliant position to bash the entirety of competition. Skulltz pinned down. Oh, Phoenix knocked out. Bichelu is still there. Can he protect his teammate? Can he bring himself back into this game?
Oh no!
Because from the flank, the villains arrive. And well, it might be their only elimination of this game, but it does get them the top 3 spots. And that means 10 points secured in this game, 11 in total.
Exactly, 10 secured points for Villain. I think this is what consistency just means, just trying to be inside the podium every single time. And it seems like Rapid is also going to go for that heal battle. Of course, he does not really have that many first aids to be working with. This man will still try and get another finish, maybe, because of course, there is no way he's going to heal himself up against the blue zone inside that final circle. And there we go. We have our winners. Of course, it's going to be Blood Bashers. It's been a really good game, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a brilliant game, and especially Rapido was one of the most brilliant players we have seen in this particular game. Talk about the earlier squad wipe against the other teams or the final moments, because I did not think he had a position to secure even 1 knock. I thought he was going to sit behind that rock and just continue on with those first aids one after the other. But hey, I mean, Rapido, he did not have anything to lose.
To be honest, he did not really have that much options right there.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically had just 2 first aid kits. If he starts patching himself up, it's immediately going to go extinct. But he still did try to get himself at least that 1 finish point to work with. But it was a great game nonetheless. It was a great game for Villains. It was a great game for Nameless Crew as well. And for a couple of others who could get a couple of finish points as well to be working with.
Yeah, but we talked about teams who were going to be consistent. And in this game, only Villains was the one who showed up. Skulltz took an early exit. Numen also took an early exit. But let's see what the future is going to hold for these teams. But all of that and more after this very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ रे, पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकी तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो.
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that second game. And considering Salty, Blood Bashers coming out on top, I did not expect that team to perform this well.
Exactly. But of course, there is another thing which we have to talk about to the audience. That beautiful commercial that we just witnessed, Road to Valor, an Indian faction, ladies and gentlemen, is getting added to the game. So do go and check that game out. But coming back to the day and coming back to your conversation, Blood Bashers, they were so good in finding those positions as well as finding those 4 men inside that final circle. It's always not easy, you know, to try inside an open circle. They only basically had that haystack to work with as cover, but they used it to perfection.
Exactly, they definitely did use it to perfection. And considering Circle 2 just forming in such an unorthodox fashion, right? You do not really see these type of circles that often, but hey, it is what it is, right? And you need to adapt on the fly. But let's move on forward and take a look at the highlights to relive all the moments that exactly happened in that previous game. This is how things kicked off. Numen Gaming 2, one of those teams that actually got eliminated early.
Not just early, they were the first team to get eliminated, and I was talking about this thing in the cast as well. This is their biggest weakness, Necro. One game they get the chicken dinner, the other game they just cannot keep up the consistent performances, and this has been hurting them throughout grind. This has been hurting them right now as well.
Exactly, and Titans actually coming out on top in that fight. Some incredible firepower being showcased though by those guys. Then later on too, this is how things really sort of kicked things off. Bots as well was one of those teams that was alive in Erangel game 2 for the late game scenario, but it was only that one last guy who was able to make it alive. But inside this game, finally, them being able to showcase themselves, but unfortunately, Nameless crew just coming over there and just spoiling the water on all the efforts that they were showing.
Absolutely, I kind of felt like Team Bots, they kind of did not really perform in this game. They were just caught napping. They were reviving when they could hear that a player is coming in to push, and that is like, those are the fundamentals which you do not really expect to kind of get checked on in such a level, of course. But other than that, this fight, of course, Team Skulltz, how beautifully they ripped apart the other team right from the center. Their flanks were brilliant.
Yeah, Skulltz Esports, as usual, as I said, this is how they are. Skulltz Esports is one of those most aggressive teams inside the lobby, without a doubt. And this is what you expect from a name like Skulltz Esports. And as I mentioned too initially, Skulltz Esports is one of those teams that came in all the way from the ground itself. And now they're doing a phenomenal job. Inside the previous game too, I did not think, or previous to previous game, that's what I mean to say, inside Erangel, I did not expect Skulltz Esports to make it out alive for such a long time in the military island, because they dropped all the way to where Georgia play, and that was too quite a long extent for them. And still them being able to make the rotation all the way to the opposite side, not even wasting a lot of time in doing so. Also getting that information, knowing exactly how to navigate the path. Brilliant.
Exactly, and speaking of Skulltz Esports, since we are having this conversation anyway, I felt like Skulltz Esports, they always tend to drop on the edge of the circle. Now this time around, majority of the real estate inside the circle were already occupied. They had to take their intermediate vehicles, go towards El Pozo. They did their loot and constantly had to battle the upward shift of the circle, hard shift after hard shift. But still, Skulltz Esports managed to find that opening spot, managed to find that free spot inside that circle, which is such a good skill. You know, you need to have so much information, and your scouting person has to do so much work in those early stages to have that much information and get that place inside the circle.
Hey, but you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game, the rebel of the match. It's going to be Rapido from Nameless Crew, and with 7 finishes, this man's actually able to place himself on the top of the MVP. Let's move on forward and take a look at the top 5 players from that previous game. This is where a couple of more players will be seen on the screens, and of course, Skulltz Pidgeyloo 2 making it up there. Skulltz, another player from that side. Phoenix 2 making it on top. Blood Bashers, we've got another player from this side, and Xenis 2 with 3 finishes.
Exactly. Now, Blood Bashers, the team who actually got the chicken dinner, could not really find that many placement inside the top 5 rebels. But Nameless Crew, Rapido was the only one who was firing on all cylinders for this team, and it seems like 7 crucial finishes. It's gonna work out for them when we see the overall standings.
Without a doubt it will. But for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the point standings. This is where things will be broken off a little bit. The ice will be broken. And yes, Nameless Crew with 25 points in total. Not a lot of points accumulated from them. Blood Bashers with only 24 points. Not that big of a difference between the first and the second spot. Skulltz Esports, though, once again, that consistency is hitting the board, and I like that.
Exactly right. I mean, they had the top 5 position inside of the map of Erangel, and this time as well, 20 points. This is something which I was expecting. I mentioned that Skulltz Esports could not really perform to the best of their capabilities in the first map, but in this map, I think they've just shown what they're capable of, and if they continue to do this in the 6 games that they played throughout this group, I'm pretty sure that they are going to progress forward in further rounds.
They definitely will. Speak about the progression, though. I mean, another team that I wanted to see progress even more has to be Numen Gaming. Now, it is, of course, the known name. Unfortunately, though, they started things off with a chicken dinner, and now a complete opposite downhill climb for them. Starting things off with a chicken dinner and then getting eliminated off the bat, being the first team to be eliminated from the lobby, that must definitely sting, because that's a big downfall in the overall standings. And as we know, top 7 is the way to go. You have 6 games in your hands in total.
You know, when we started, or at least when me and Johnny, we started off with just one word, and that was consistency. And Numen Gaming, they just did exactly the opposite. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as we progress forward to the next game, the map of Sanhok, this is where I'm pretty sure that a majority of the leaderboard is going to get changed.
Speaking about the majority of the leaderboards, right now, I just want to see a little bit more teams starting to showcase themselves. It's Blood Bashers, Numen Gaming 2, Skulltz Esports, as usual. The consistency is also coming to play. Now, Nameless Crew as well have showcased themselves. Maybe some other teams, it's their time to actually showcase. I would say the Executors. That name definitely sounds quite nice, and I want to see them execute a couple of more teams inside the lobby. What's your pick going to be, though?
You know, to be honest, Managers of Destruction, they started off the day really well. On the map of Erangel, they were the ones who were just going aggressive. They had 7 finishes and 2 placement points, if I don't forget exactly their stats. So, this match, they could not really show up. Maybe on the map of Sanhok, some destruction, hopefully.
Hopefully. Managers of Destruction, that's what their name is. And I still remember on the game of Erangel, they actually had quite a fiery start, right? Yep. doing quite good, taking those fights, also returning back the favor if they are catching a lot of hurt onto themselves, and especially Numen Gaming and Managers of Destruction. There was a little fight happening inside Erangel, and they did a really good job avoiding Numen Gaming, but still, considering they were out in the open, not really a lot of cover to play with, they got dealt with, but still one more game to go for today. And as we mentioned, in total you will have 6 games, but today only 3 games will be played by individual groups, so let's see in this last game, if they do want to make a good remark in the overall standings, they will need to perform.
Exactly, you know, it's more like a test match where you end a particular day and you resume tomorrow, to be honest. And when you end a day, you want to end the day really strong so that when you come back tomorrow, your morale is really high. And this is why the map of Sanhok becomes so much more interesting, because you want to get those big numbers on board. You want to finish inside the top 7 if you want to start off from top 7 the next day as well. That kind of gives you that amount of mental boost. And to be honest, for Managers of Destruction, consistency was not there. This game, they need to get those big numbers so just they can catapult themselves inside the top 7.
Yeah, speak about catapulting yourself. I mean, I don't know. We've still got one more group to go, and in the upcoming group, we know Esports is making a comeback. For Esports, it's another one of those teams that has seen a lot of ups and downs, man. Yep. I got to say one thing. They have seen a lot of ups and downs, but once again, let's see how the future line is going to be looking like. We've still got one more game to go for Group 6. That means maybe Numen Gaming can try to get their fists back up once again.
I think Numen might just be able to come back. You know, I think the map of Miramar was like a big hit. It was like a knockout punch from Big Show, to be honest. Yeah. They did get knocked down, and that was a big reality check that Numen Gaming, they definitely lack in certain situations. Now that we are talking about it, Numen Gaming, they had 2 major issues in that particular map. They were being gatekept by Stellar Titans right from the start of it. They wanted to avoid that particular fight, and then they just ran into some other team. That was Team Titans. Every single time, they were just constantly finding themselves in problems they could not come out of it.
Speaking about finding yourself in problems, soon enough, I've also heard from the producer that the upcoming game is ready, and we know the upcoming game is going to be quite a spicy one too, and that is the real definition of problems, Salty.
Absolutely. I mean, Sanhok has always been the definition of problems, to be honest. If I have to predict a winner, I'm actually going to go with Managers of Destruction. But I want to know from you, which team are you actually looking forward to?
The team that I literally said a while ago. I'm gonna be sticking to that same name once again. I really do want this team to perform, and considering there's going to be a lot more teams, right? Executor, yeah, it's just like one of those choices which I would make like off the fly roughly. But if I really do want to see a team win, I would say Skulltz Esports. They've already been on a really consistent start. I just want to see them secure chicken dinner. That's the only thing that's lacking in their performance for now.
Exactly. To be honest, I mean, Skulltz Esports, they came in from the grind where they were really weak, and to be honest, they did not really have a lot of points to show up, and just me and Johnny, we were discussing about this, that Skulltz Esports, for them, it was about showing what they were truly capable of. For them, it was about showing their true domination inside this particular lobby, and they could not really start up that well, but on the map of Miramar, of course, they did show up their true potential, but Sanhok is ready, ladies and gentlemen.
Sanhok, we've got it in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flight path starts all the way from Kampong towards Camp Alpha. Now, as again, we know in the map of Sanhok, the plane flight path is not really going to be creating that much of a stark difference. The only thing that actually creates a stark difference, that is the upcoming battles that we'll be seeing. The drop collisions is something that we see a lot of the times happen often on the map of Sanhok.
Give me one thing. Is it going to be Boot Camp or is it going to be Paradise Resort? Where are we going to see our first drop collision?
I would say boot camp, considering it's the closest point for now to the plane flight path. And yes, that's what it seems like is going to be happening. We do see a couple of teams just flying on top of the boot camp area. There's a chance we might see that collision coming into play too, but I really like that interesting placement. That placement came in forward from the side of Nameless, dropping all the way towards Kampong. Now, that's an interesting choice. Maybe they want to move on forward, go for a little bit of med strat, accumulate as many utilities as possible, accumulating as many meds as possible, and things can be good for them. But speak about the drop collision. No one dropped inside boot camp. This is a little bit weird. I think some teams started to overthink a little bit too much.
Everybody's overthinking, to be honest, and now look at this. Team Stella, they are up against Team 40TR, and I have no clue what is happening.
Yeah, speak about having no clue. I mean, for now, we've got 4 Dominator and engaging in a fight against the opponents, which are actually way too up close and personal. But Vishu catches a couple of bullets onto himself. Looking good for now, though, but still should not overextend inside these type of moments. That's got a shotgun in his hands. One single bad move, and maybe their graves can be dug right there in front of them. And Stellar Titans, this is one of those teams you wouldn't want to mess around against. So for Dominator, it's understandable why these guys are taking their sweet little time in taking the moves and adjusting inside this playing field.
You know, I love the fact that Awa, if I pronounce his name correctly, he does have the M249 to work with right from the start of this fight. And we know that this can be a deadly weapon, especially due to its magazine size. Nades being tossed in, Stellar Titans yet to find that first contact.
Yeah, Stellar Titans still wanting to find that contact. And speak about NeoAmp, still this man is in the clotheslines, and Stellar Titans, they know there's another team who's looking at them all the way from the top, and this is where things are definitely going to be busted up for them. One single bad move, one single step out in the open, and maybe you will be capitalized from both the sides, from the front lines and from the sidelines too, which a team is looking at you all the way from the top. For the team that's on the top, they're definitely going to be having a decent amount of information to wrap around with. As soon as one team gets eliminated, they'll probably try to make a third party happen, but for the situation that's currently occurring in front of us, I just do not want things to be taken down to a stalemate.
Speaking of stalemate, I kind of think like 4 Dominators, they would want to try and maybe back off from this fight. It seems like they will try and back off from this. But apart from that, you did mention that there is a team up on top. They definitely will have information to work with, but they can't really act upon it. The amount of distance there is that is separating between them, it's massive.
Indeed it is. And speak about the distance being massive right now. We've got 4 bots. Vulture, Vite in front of us. And he's actually got really good loadout in his hands. M4 and the DBS to back him up inside the upcoming fight. And considering 4 bots, they've already started things off on a fantastic note. So, yeah, for them, every single thing is on the line. Camp Bravo, this can be their victory if they do take the fight in a really good and a patient manner. And if 4 ZODs, they get a chance to bounce back in this fight, then, once again, things can be equally down. All 4 ZODs is looking for is the first initial opening. And as soon as that opening is found, maybe the pounce can be made. Rishik spots out the player, pulls out a nade, wanting to toss that nade in. Also needs to make sure the nade's going to be cooked to perfection. It actually was, but unfortunately for that guy, he stepped away.
Man advantage, 14 bots over there. It seems like they found that early finish for themselves to work with, and now they're trying to double down on it. I love the fact that they're slowly closing in the distance, moving from one strength to the other. They're not going out in the open. They know, as a matter of fact, if this man advantage is traded off, the entire fight comes back to a stalemate, comes back to 50-50 once again.
Speak about a 50-50. For now, it's sort of like 60-40. Team Bots, they've got the advantage. And they can also seal the deal if they want. But once again, Team Bots do not really want to stay or make a move in the blind completely. They just want to find at least one knockout, and then maybe they can try and make the push happen.
Negro, I just wanted to point out this entire situation with the map. Like, what are these teams thinking about? Every single one of these teams just trying to go towards the periphery of the map itself, just trying to play from the shorelines, maybe to try and stay safe from the rest of the competition. But everyone is thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this is what happens, man. And considering things are quite unorthodox as well, it is going to happen. Unknown lobbies, unknown players, do not know how to exactly play. Having the playing structure can actually work out against you because the other team will get a chance to capitalize on top of you. And for now, speak about capitalizing, we've got the managers of destruction. Those taps working out perfectly for them as one of the players have been already taken down. And for the opponents, this is not the start they wanted to have. 4 ZODs. They try to take an exit from that Camp Bravo, but then somewhere else on the map was Managers of Destruction who was just waiting to catch them.
This is my team. I actually picked them out, so I'm pretty sure they are going to do pretty well inside of the lobby. At least they found the first finish to work with. A little bit of retaliation from Team 4 ZODs, but nothing really much. At least they need to find themselves some good pieces of cover to work with, which they lack currently. One of their players is knocked down as well, so only 2 players with a massive responsibility on them.
But this third party is definitely going to make these players overthink, that's for sure. And speak about overthinking, right now, 4 ZODs, they are in a really bad spot. Losing out on 2 of the players too. Now Arjun is the man out in the open. He's trying his best to bob and weave and dodge those bullets. He's got too many of them on his way. And Managers of Destruction, all they need to do is just stay put in this compound and keep on taking those shots against the foes. For now, Fredbot, he's just trying to eye him out. And somewhere else on the map, we've got another fight brewing up in front of us. It's the 4 Roaring Lions against Villains. And Villains is definitely not a team you would want to go up against, but somewhere
no.
else. Another fight going on in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. It's ZoDxofficial against Villain, one of the men who is separated out from the pack, but somewhere down line, you also see a third party coming into play in the name of Numen Gaming, so that's sort of like an uninvited guest in the fray, which is helping out Villains unintentionally.
Exactly right, and Numen Gaming out of nowhere just pop out and get that knock for the help of Team Villain in that situation. Now, I'm pretty sure he was just there to try and get more information of the surrounding locations. We've seen Team Villain do this over every single time. They try and drop down at the edges of the map. They try and get themselves as much information as possible. But he was caught out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the right side of your screens, you do see the overall standing so far for this group. Numen Gaming is currently the one to lead the pack, and then Villains is right underneath them with 31 points, so it's sort of like a tie, but Numen Gaming, they've probably got a bit more placement points compared to Villains, so that's why they're on the first spot there. And as I mentioned, for Skulltz, the consistency has been the way to go, and that's why they're still in the top 3. Really good. The top 3 is looking phenomenal, but as I mentioned, the way to go has to be the top 7. As long as you will be making it inside top 7, you should be good to go for the upcoming rounds too. But for now, we've got ZoDxofficial once again, just staying in that same vicinity. They know there's one man trapped in that same similar area, the similar lines, and just waiting for that one man to step out of his cover. And speak about that one man, we've got Hitler in front of us from Villains. Peeks out, gets the shots down, gets the first man down from the side of Numen Gaming. Now, Savitar is being knocked out, sort of stepped inside an unknown territory.
Hitler just hit exactly when he was not predicting. Of course, now Numen, they are hurt. And with 2 players up top, they will be seeking revenge. At least Hitler has got that little bit of cover, but it's not cover exactly, and this is exactly what happens from the sidelines. Of course, visual confirmation was there, and an easy knockout for Numen. They're going to find their revenge.
Oh, Savitar's lucky to make it out alive from that spot. He's so lucky to stay alive in this situation. And the fights in the early game phase are quite weird too on this map, right? It's sort of on, off. The action isn't constant. It's just ups and downs over and over again. And for now, Villains, considering they've lost out on Hitler, this is not really the way they wanted to kick things off, but it's complete fine though. They've still got 3 more players that can try their best to execute the upcoming strategies, but Numen Gaming is still a big hurdle in their way.
And this is the problem which I mentioned, right? With 3 teams dropping in at very close proximity, it was bound to happen. Villain, they just got caught off guard by 2 particular teams. And now Numen Gaming, of course, they've got the firepower to handle multiple teams at once, so they will obviously come out on top. They still retain their 4 players in spite of dropping in such a precarious spot, and that is something which I love about it. They came back from a game where they got eliminated as a first team, and now they have a good start once again.
Speak about having a good start. I mean, right now, both these teams are actually out in the blue, so they are taking a bit of damage onto themselves. And from what I can see, Numen Gaming, they do not even have a lot of meds to back himself up, so they need to be quick on their feet. They need to be the one to move out of this vicinity as quick as possible. Savitar sort of trapped inside that watchtower, so he cannot really move out without harm's way. They need to take this fight if Savitar has to be the man who needs to move out from this situation. And this stalemate is something that I'm not a huge fan of. You can try and use this time to actually position yourself in a better spot inside the circle. But Numen Gaming and Villains, both these guys are just wasting their time. And these 2 guys are also the top 2 in the overall standings.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure, like, Numen Gaming, they're still willing to take this fight as quickly as possible. It's just that they don't have that vantage point. They don't have the visibility. And either of these teams, they will try and waste each other's timings. They will try and cause problems for the other team. This is once again the replay that we just witnessed. Hitler was just stuck inside the sniper tower for a while. He could find that knock, but could not really find that finish. At least could have gone away with that proper finish point for his team.
Speak about the proper finish points. Executors, one of those teams that I went with. Usually Paradise Resort is one of those teams that is highly stacked up with a lot of foes and a lot of players, but this time Paradise Resort is actually a paradise that you would want.
One of the rare occasions, Necro, on the map of Sanhok. I mean, every single time we've seen either it's boot camp or it's Paradise Resort, we've given it the name of Hell's Resort as well, right? There is just multiple teams in that situation, but this time it was not just these 2 locations. The entirety of the play zone was basically a deserted map. There was nobody.
Oh, this is so risky. I knew it. Stepped out in the open for a split second, and Numen Gaming once again, they spring back to life. as they shut down another man from Villains, and another one goes down. Now this time, Villains, they're down to a 2-man squad. This just blows a 2v4 scenario against the players of Villains. It's better if Villains just try to stay put behind this rock. And if Aman peeks out even for a sliver of second, this man will be dealt with. It's better if he has a little bit more patience, waits for the players of Numen Gaming to actually take an exit from this entire vicinity, and then maybe he can start moving on forward with the entirety of his journey.
It's not just the patience which he needs right now, he needs a lot of healing utility as well. Because of course the damage of the circle is going to be considerable, but he has nothing. And that is what Numen Gaming know as well. They want to capitalize on it, and therefore Clutch God and Savita, they go on a man-hunting mission on their buggies, just trying to scout out as much information as they possibly can if they would find any inhabitants inside these compounds, but there is no one.
And that last player in that closed lines, who's Aman, he's just making sure he's not even moving an inch, a muscle. He knows one single foot cue, one single sound cue given away, and those 4 players, they will be pouncing on top of you like hungry titans. So it's better if you just keep yourself tucked down and as quiet as possible.
You know, it's like when there's a wild bear approaching you, just try and pretend to be dead. That is what Aman is basically doing right now. Just basically trying to stop his heartbeat, just trying to lay their eyes closed, drop his breathing as well. Hopefully, they just pass by and maybe they can get some placement points on the back of it.
Speaking about getting the placement points, I mean, for now, we've got 2 teams once again going up against each other. TTRxINDIA is one of those, and Error is another one of those teams. For TTR, they've got a solid compound. For Error, they've got a nice high ground to play with. I don't think so this fight's going to be proven up anytime soon, but if you speak about the hot spot right now inside the circle, it has to be somewhere around that boot camp area, the boot camp hill, which is right underneath.
Exactly. And that is where the central part of the circle is. These teams just trying to predict where the circle is going to go, trying to acquire those positions early on. And we just had a glimmer of the map over there, and we saw that majority of those regions were already taken. And that is something which you would expect. We always talk about the early rotations, which being one of the most key factors inside of the game of Sanhok. And it seems like the teams rotate early. For example, Skulltz, they've already found their position.
Right now, it's pretty peaceful. You do not really see this type of aura in the map of Sanhok.
Very rare.
Yeah, it's quite rare. And speaking about the next circle shift too, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to center on up this time. Quite nice. Circle centering on up. This is where teams like Team Titan have actually found themselves in the advantage. Even Nameless 4, they're looking quite good. Error Esports in a really good spot. For Dominators, even they're in a really solid spot. A decent amount of teams are still in a good spot, but there are a couple of more teams who are still looking to breach inside the safe zone, and one of the big dogs haven't really stepped their foot in yet. And by those, I mean Numen Gaming.
Yeah, it seems like there is another team, that is ZoDxofficial, who's close by. Now, I believe that ZoDxofficial, they've been able to hide their presence. They're not moving an inch, but Clutch God, it seems like he will find the first one. Sword also taking shots. Necro, it seems like this war is going to brew up pretty much soon.
ZoDxofficial, finally the battle breaks down as Numen Gaming, they're going to be the one to find themselves in a massive advantage. The initial man, he took a couple of shots, revealing the entirety of the team's position, and now Numen Gaming, as I mentioned, they're going to be the hungry titans inside the fight, and you blink it and you miss it. Out and over, the entirety of ZoDxofficial, they crumble down.
I love the intention from ZoDxofficial. They tried to take down the last remaining player from Numen Gaming. Not the last remaining, the one who was actually falling back from the side of Numen Gaming, but they failed in that attempt, and instantly Numen hit back with their full strength, and what a beautiful execution it was. Every single player knew which target they wanted to execute, and of course they did it to perfection.
Indeed they did. Error Esports on our screens though. Right underneath boot camp. This high ground that they've got can actually pan out good for them, but if the circle moves away in the upcoming lines, then it actually can pan out bad for them. Unless if they're able to rely on the information they have accumulated nicely enough and they're able to pave a path safely to the upcoming safe zone, then that can be a complete different thing. But let's move on forward and take a look at the replay of that previous fight. This is how Numen Gaming just had a safe stroll, a smooth glide in this entire vicinity and easily took down the ZoDxofficials. I feel a little bad for that team.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when you get hammered down in an instant, you do not get a chance to fight back. You do not get a chance to just even breathe inside the lobby. You know which map it actually reminds me? This kind of gives me Vikendi vibes, where it's just extremely peaceful, central circle shifts, just almost nothing. Few battles, of course, here and there, but apart from that, teams are rather safe in the compounds where they are.
It's been sort of like a weird game of Sanhok. I mean, initially, it started off with a couple of actions, like 4 or 5 teams duking it out against each other off the bat. And then later on, out of nowhere, it's just like a complete peaceful aura. And now, once again, we're seeing some actions happen on and off, but quite rarely. So let's see how the upcoming stage of the game might just look like. We've got villains on our screens, and with only 2 players up in life, things are looking a little bit too dangerous for this team. Villains is actually one of those guys that I was rooting for when we stepped inside this entire group matches, but so far they haven't really been able to perform that well.
To be honest, it is a little unfair to them as well, because they dropped in amidst 2 teams. And now look at this once again, the DBS, brilliant usage of it. Aman still going to fancy his chances, maybe getting those placement points, bag a couple of finish points as well. It seems like he has no support. This man just walks into a fire train.
Yeah, this is not good. He softened up a bit too much because of the Molotov, and also gets burned to death. Oh, Aman, such a big rookie mistake being made by this guy in 4 ZODs. They clinch their fists inside that fight and easily get those elimination points wrapped up. Villains, they make their own graves.
They certainly dig their own graves in this situation. They had no reason. Of course, they got the knock for themselves. Yeah, there were teams coming in from the back lines, but why would you try and push up when you know that there is a fire trail? It's basically a suicide mission. Even Numen is trying to go in on a northern rotation. They found a nice spot inside the circle and they may be able to capitalize, but it seems like Esports can't capitalize on their positioning right now, Necro.
Speaking about capitalization, it's the opponents actually capitalizing on top of them, and Error. 3 players be knocked out, not really the safest spot you could find yourself in. As I mentioned too a while ago, this high ground can be a good one, but if the circle shifts away from them, it can also be a bad one. It's up to them how they pave their pathway inside the safe zone. And for Error, they were not able to pave that pathway that safely. And because of that, Skulltz Esports, they were able to get so many openings. Look at them. Also able to catch 1 man just lacking by. That's a free elimination point. Yoink.
Skulltz Esports. It's not just Skulltz Esports as well. I think 4 Dominators also were involved into the mix of things. So basically, Error Esports, they just got into a trifecta, a sandwich situation, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we'll have to find out if 4 Dominator and Skulltz also duke it out. Because Numen Gaming seems like they found their newest prey, and it says 4 DTR in bold caps.
Yeah, indeed it does. 4 Dominators, though. They're quite close to the tree lines as well. Yeah, Vishu just moving around. He's hoping that he's not going to get caught, but he actually does. Savitar really good spray from this guy. Not missing a lot of bullets in that area. Legitimately, the movement from Vishu was actually quite good, but still Savitar, some good tracking from this guy.
Good tracking, but to be honest, on the map of Sanhok, you just don't jump around your compounds like that. You always know there might be somewhere. You always know there might be reptiles in and around. That definitely was a suicide mission over there. And now look at this. Arjun, the last remaining survivor. He's going to face a couple of players from Team Bots. But of course, Nate's been dotted. It seems like his position has been given away, Necro.
Indeed, it has been. And speaking about Stellar Titans, finally just pouncing on top of their turret. AKM in the clotheslines, doing a fantastic job. And as we know, this weapon can be quite devastating in the clotheslines, and that's what Zanus is doing to the players in the front. Finally, once again, the AKM strikes. Utilities tossed in too, and that's it. DBS up close and personal to seal the deal. Stellar Titans, what a stellar fight.
It certainly was a stellar fight. They came in from all directions in Team TTR India. They had no clue. I mean, players were infiltrating compounds, coming in from the back doors simultaneously, and their timing was spot on. I love this about Stellar India and the way they are proceeding with this fight. 5 finishes to their name already, and they're playing in at the edges from the blue zone. That gives them the added time to just move inside the circle and also survive for a couple of more circles as well.
Speak about surviving for a couple of more circles. I mean, Numen Gaming, look at that spread these guys have. Such far away from each other. Clutch caught somewhere else on the map. Rex, Avi is quite spread out too. So an interesting approach indeed, considering Savitar was taken down a while ago, but now the fights are just happening all across the board as the elimination feeds start to pop up once again. Titans 2 involving themselves in a couple of fights. Esports, they get eliminated from the game. Skulltz Esports in front of us.
Skulltz Esports, of course, trying to get themselves back. Just trying to reset themselves back in that situation, of course. Multiple teams in this particular vicinity, but at least Skulltz Esports have got the pocket of space. There's nobody challenging them from behind. Team Titans also in that southern fringe of the circle, just trying to look out for anybody who is present up there. Seems like they've spotted a couple.
And for now, TITANFTW. Skulltz Esports, one of the men getting knocked out. They're actually on the receiving lines for now. Arto is one of those men who was doing a fantastic job in keeping his team alive in the previous game, but this time he's going to be the one to get knocked out initially. Even Mod Adam goes down. Really nicely done by the players, the Nameless crew. The OG making that push happen to claim that finish point, but he isn't really able to get his visuals onto the fallen man, and eventually Nameless crew, even they need to start stepping inside the safe zone. There is one of the players from the side of Nameless crews up close to the zone, but the rest of the players, they still need to follow up his path.
50 odd meters,
oh
which
my
they still
God.
need to cover. And look at this, Clutch God. This is what he's basically up there to do, right? To try and be the cleanup crew. Has got that high ground advantage.
Oh, there we go.
On one. The spray down is brilliant, and Kratos is down on his knees, Necro. This is time when Nameless crew have to react. But you mentioned one thing, they need to move inside the circle, but it seems like there is a bigger problem in the form of Clutch God right now.
Yeah, Numen Gaming, this Clutch God, one single guy is just being a menace for the players of Nameless crew. 2 eliminations found, also getting the confirmations done too. Kratos being knocked out, trying to crawl back to safety. Now that's another elimination point that can be easily grabbed, and that's what Clutch God does. Numen Gaming, all the players are taking different fights in different areas of the maps, and I like the amount of domination they're trying to showcase inside the late game scenarios. And Numen Gaming, considering one of the men is still in the front lines, it's catching a bit too much damage. Clutch God, this was a little bit too close to comfort. Eventually switches his focus on the opponent that's in the front. Good sprays, finds a knockout against that guy too, but no, instead, it's another team. It's the Blood Bashers who managed to get that knockout onto that player. So for now, Numen Gaming Clutch God is going to be safe.
But he's the only one from that squad who's safe. The rest of the 2 players have been knocked out, Necro. And I'm pretty sure for Clutch God right now, the biggest priority is to try and get those placement points. Entering the circle is almost a big challenge for this man. It seems like RDOG, of course, just trying to go in for the heal battle. 3 first hits. That's all he's got.
It's understandable, right? Numen Gaming, their main approach inside the game was to get as many elimination points wrapped up. And I was about to say this too. Yeah, the split is quite good if they're able to dominate the battlefield nicely enough, cleanly enough, but no, that was not the case. The rest 2 guys get knocked out, and now this is just going to lift Clutch God all to himself to try and pull something off inside the game, and maybe a potential chicken dinner as well, but no, even that gets denied because OG, his position was uncompromised, and Nameless crew, even they will be eliminated from the game in this spot. Top 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which Executors are actually going for a med strat. Some solid stuff coming out from this team, but it's going to be the players of Titans who come out on top.
Yeah, Hardy does have those 8 first kits to work out with, but that's not going to matter. It's Team Titan, and the chicken dinner, of course, is written all over. It's just a little bit of a wait before we actually find who gets the winner chicken dinner. There's nothing that Team Executors can do.
I mean, TITANFTW, nicely done. One of those teams that was also participating in the action when desperately needed. They were not forcing fights at all. They were waiting for the fights to challenge them instead of them actually going towards the fights. Sort of like a playstyle where OR Esports likes to play.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Considering that worked out in the favor of these players, it's all good, but now they're also having a little bit of shenanigans going on amongst themselves. One of the teammates knocks another guy, Sparky. Oh no, this guy's getting bullied.
Yeah,
a little bad for this guy.
Much like you guys just do, you and Johnny against me, I'm pretty sure Sparky is also feeling the same pinch at this point. I mean, Hardy might as well try and get a finish for himself, but there's nothing that he can do, to be honest.
Yeah, too far away, nothing much can be done. Hardy, just before going down, is letting his presence know to the opponents. But yeah, some solid stuff by the players of TITANFTW. Definitely a chicken dinner that was needed for this team. And another unknown name, once again, striking back up inside the lobby.
Exactly. I mean, for Numen Gaming, the performance was really good, to be honest. They had some massive numbers in terms of finishes. But it was just that chicken dinner which was missing. You know, we saw in round 1, they got 2 chicken dinners. Expectations were really high. This game, they kind of faltered. The 2-1 split maybe was not the go-to formula in that final circle.
Hey, look, man, that 2-1 split, I think Numen Gaming, they were just a little bit too complacent inside the lobby. They knew that, okay, they've already made it anyways. They're probably dominating the overall standings too. It's better if we just focus on the finish points a little bit more. But your team, the pick that you made, Salty.
Yeah,
rough.
I mean, managers of destruction. See, they played really well, all right? I mean, they could come inside the top 8, to be honest. But yeah, that was basically the circle. It was the circle diff which happened, to be honest, Necro.
I mean, hey, my team, EXECUTORS, they played that phenomenally, going for the med strat too in the final moments. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know, after that game of Sanhok, we're done with 3 games for today. But now it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिलते तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकला पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
So, Negro, this segment will be quite tricky because you need to take the throw and then you need to build it up to me, but I'll still be the one. This game, though.
This is scripted. हमने script change कर दिया ना समझा क्या? I just want to piss. When the game starts, can you do it? Carry on.
प्रत्युष को भी मैसेज कर दे कि गेम स्टार्ट होगा तो तेरे को जाना है.
Yo, Pratyush.
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट
When the game
रिहर्सल करने
starts,
का
I'm gonna go use the washroom for like a minute or two.
Yes. Let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो
Minute, dude.
हीरोइन आपके पास
I will
दौड़े
try
चली
my
आती है
best.
और जैसी बात ये आप कहते
यार
हैं
लीडर को
man.
पहले फिनिश करो ना
And
यार.
the weird part is, just before getting over here, I actually peed.
यार, ये आप
And
कौन
now
से
I came
dialogues
down
बोल
and
रहे हो?
sat here. Once again, dude, I don't know
Battlegrounds
what's
चल
going on.
दिखाता हूँ तेरे को.
Yeah, I don't know what's
आ
going
रहा
on.
हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी
साथियों आगे बढ़ो
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break and also after that beautiful game of Sanhok, Johnny, where action started off quite delayed. But you know what? Before we move on towards that action, I also need to let you guys know about RTV, Road to Valor. Indian factions being added onto that game, so definitely go ahead and check that game out. But once again, getting back to the action, as I mentioned, action started off in quite an interesting fashion. Started off in a really delayed fashion.
One more thing I noticed, you were quite happy with your predictions.
Yeah, I mean, Executors doing a phenomenal job, right?
True.
And speaking about Executors, right, all the other teams doing good, and I've also heard that now Ranveer Singh too is sort of like the brand ambassador of BGMI, so that in itself is sort of like a big move and a big thing in itself. So if he's playing, I think so we all should join him as well. And every single person that's also watching the broadcast, you guys too should join him. So let's go ahead and play pure. But you know, once again, getting back to the conversation, Executors on the second spot of that previous game, going for the med strat, doing a phenomenal job. As long as you're going to be placing yourself in the top 7, that's the way to go.
And it wasn't just the game of Sanhok where they were consistent. They played very well on Miramar as well. Erangel, unfortunately, wasn't there. Strong suit did not work out for them. So I'm going to be a little bit worried about what their overall ranking situation is going to be like. And also, here's a little bit of surprise, right? We mentioned at the start of the day, every group plays 6 matches.
Oh, yeah.
3 are done.
3 are done already. That means Group 7's on the horizon, Johnny. And as we all know, inside Group 7, there's quite some interesting names that will be joining us in the front. But speaking about the interesting names, Villains and Numen Gaming off the bat going up against each other. And both these teams sort of spoiling each other's game. Before Numen Gaming, they had a really good recovery in the later phases.
And they needed that as well, because if you remember, Miramar did not really work out that well for Numen Gaming. They were one of the first teams to go down, so they had to make up for those lost points in this particular map. Villains, although on the other side, the consistent runs for the first 2 games, I think have pretty much already put them in a safer position. I think even after the early exit on Sanhok, they might still be in a safer spot within the top 7. What do you think?
They should be, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're getting those consistent points, you should be in the safer grounds whatsoever. Wait, you said Numen Gaming, they can be safe in the top 7?
Villains and Numen both.
Oh, look, Villains, I'm not sure. Numen Gaming, they're on the first, man.
Yeah.
So for them, it's not even a question. They're just leading the overall pack. They're going to be chilling whatsoever. And that's why they made such a risky and a bold move in the previous game of Sanhok.
Why not Villains? Villains had like a brilliant game. Villains finished top 2 on Erangel.
They did, but you never know, man. Maybe they can be in top 7 for now, but I cannot speak for the upcoming future, right? Yeah, they did just have one brilliant game, but then later on, it's a big downfall for them.
Yeah.
For Numen Gaming in the second game, it was a downfall, but now once again, they've sort of got themselves back up inside the fray.
And that's the question, right? With 6 matches on the line, you will have to be consistent, because if you fail one game, you never know what's going to happen, how massive the drop is going to be, like, especially considering there are teams, the teams that walk away with the chicken dinner, do tend to do so with those massive big numbers, 30+ points. I mean, again and again, that is what we are seeing. In this game, it was a little bit different, because Sanhok, I mean, it is a chaotic map. Everyone gets an opportunity to secure those finishes, and that means the competition is a little bit tougher. But I think we are done with Group 6, right?
Yeah, we are done with Group 6. And as I mentioned, Group 7, ladies and gentlemen, is on the horizon. And even inside that group, we have quite a lot of known names, right? Orangutan joining in. Claw Esports that we saw inside the in-game qualifiers.
Yes.
Now, Claw Esports, they've had quite a tough journey for themselves. They were invited inside the grind, not being able to qualify from the grind itself, so they needed to qualify once again through in-game qualifiers. Through 2,048 teams, now they've made it inside the round 2, from which only 512 teams are actually over here duking it out. So props to them.
I mean, props to them. And it's just 2,048 in round 1. Before that, in-game qualifiers, I can't even begin to fathom how many teams were there. So Claw Esports managing to make it this far again, I think it is a second chance for them to make it to the grand finals, to inch themselves closer to that 2 crores prize pool. But that's a story for another time. For now, I believe we have to look at the stats of the previous match.
Exactly. Speaking about the stats, it's going to be Clutch God from the side of Numen Gaming, who managed to get himself 6 finish points wrapped up. And Johnny doing a really good job once again. Numen Gaming, as I mentioned, they made quite a harsh decision in the late game scenario. They had a 2-1 split going on. Not exactly a 2-1 split too. It was sort of like 1-on-1 split, where Clutch God was a little bit too out of reach, but the rest 2 players were sort of close, but still that split was quite unorthodox. I think so. The main approach for the players in Numen Gaming was to get as many elimination points wrapped up.
And they succeeded as well. I mean, look at this. We have 3 players from the side of Numen Gaming in top 5 Rebels, and they have 13 eliminations on 3 of them combined. Avi is there on the last as the 5th player with 3 eliminations to him.
Yeah.
But other than them, Skulltz Esports, I mean, Skulltz...
Once again,
They are being extremely consistent. They are playing brilliantly, and this is what was expected from them. Yeah, they might not win every single game, but hey, points are all that matter, and they are getting those points.
I would say consistency is more important than winning.
True.
What's the point of winning if you're not going to be able to follow it up with another good finish? It's not going to matter at all. So I would say consistency is the way to go, and Skulltz Esports right now, they're on a really good path.
Your words just remind me, because there was this one team during round 1 who had a chicken dinner and still failed to qualify.
Exactly. And not just that, right? Team EXO too. As I think so you were mentioning about Team EXO, if I'm not wrong, because Team EXO is one of those teams that is known teams and still not been able to qualify. And from what I know, Team EXO in the past was known for the most consistent performance inside the gameplays, but this time a complete downfall for that team as well.
Yeah, but that is a story in the past. We have to look up to the future. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, at present, we have the rankings of the previous match on our screens, where we have TITANFTW finishing with 26 points. But I mean, the talks about Numen Gaming, look at them, 15 finish points, 8 position points, 23 is the total tally, and that's a pretty good number to look at.
I'm just really happy for TITANFTW, because this is going to give them a big leap inside the overall standings. Maybe once again a bounce back inside the top 7. TITANFTW, they can be a really good spot, but they might just have a bit more pressure in the upcoming 3 games.
When we started the day, Necro, though, we were talking quite a lot about error esports, and it feels like they failed to show up again and again.
Yeah, a little bit of errors going on in their team, I guess. Maybe that's why they failed to showcase. But you know what, Johnny, it's time to take a look at the overall standings. As I mentioned, in between the game when we saw the overall standings, Numen Gaming was the one to lead the charts. Yeah. And once again, nothing's going to be changed. The picture's going to be staying the same, the overall picture's right there. Skulltz Esports on the 2nd spot, Nameless Crew actually on the 3rd, so that's a little bit of surprise for me. Bloodbasher on the 4th, and TITANFTW, as I mentioned, after that chicken dinner, it's going to give them a big catapult inside the top 7.
And EXECUTORS, I'm actually quite glad seeing them being a part of top 7, because they just have those 7 finishes. They aren't really present in the action as much as we would like to see them, but still, they are being consistent. 21 points secured already. Numen Gaming, I mean, we have been talking about, and 54 points so far already on the board, and they're leading the charge of these overall ranking. But other than them, Bloodbashers, 36 points on that 4th position. They have also been quite decent so far throughout the day.
Exactly. I mean, Bloodbashers, they got 1 chicken dinner, and
Miramar,
in that single chicken dinner, they were just able to catapult themselves, propel themselves inside the top 5. So that propel that they got is sort of keeping them over there. But as I mentioned, in the upcoming 3 games, anything can happen. Maybe the teams that are on the latter half of the board, they can try to practice even better and once again make that bounce back.
But guess what? We aren't going to find out what happens to these teams until tomorrow. We're going to have to wait for the matches to resume and for the results, for us to actually witness the results at the end of all of those 6 games that this particular group has to play. But it is going to be a difficult situation for teams on the 2nd page of the leaderboard, quite obvious. And for Dominators, the performance has been quite contradictory to their name. There is no domination.
Yeah, it's sort of like the complete opposite, right, to the name. For Dominators, no domination being shown from their side. But as we know now, for that group, it's complete done. Now Group 7 is going to be chiming inside the action. Inside Group 7, we've got teams like Orangutan joining in the fray. We've also got Claw Esports, and as soon as you hear Orangutan's name, we know Salty's going to get excited.
I mean, but it is going to be interesting to see if he gets an opportunity to be excited when the matches begin, because this happened in the morning. The coach of Orangutan put up a story where he revealed every single drop location on every single map that they're about to play. And that makes me question, like, the other teams now have an opportunity to basically drop Clash and pick them off early.
Yeah, but once again, there's 2 ways to look at it. Why would you want to drop Clash and maybe possibly ruin your game too?
Why not?
Unless if you're just in the competition to do that, just knowing that you are here to drop Clash against OG and just spoil their entire game, then maybe it makes sense. But I would say there's 2 ways to look at it, as I mentioned. If you are going to go up against one of the best teams in the world, or one of the best teams in India itself, then yeah, things will be even faced for your side too. The consequences will be dealt on both.
Exactly, it's a double-edged sword that's going to cut both ways. But just an update, there are still 3 maps remaining. Miramar, Vikendi, Miramar, and Erangel still remain for Group 6, but those will happen later. For now, though, we'll move forward and talk about Group 7 as we have been doing. I mean, you did mention OG, Orangutan. There's another team that you were looking forward to, Claw Esports. Now, let's talk about Claw Esports in particular, because when they were a part of the grind, we expected big things from them. They failed to show up. But then, on the other hand, they came through the in-game qualifiers, and then they have been so consistent. So I would love to see what the improvement looks like for Claw Esports. Another team, XYLE Esports. Their performance in round 1 was actually quite impressive.
It was really impressive. 0 chicken dinners, but still 41 points in total.
They were part of that particular game of Sanhok where we saw 6 teams get wiped out in bootcamp, and XYLE was the only team that walked away.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I mentioned. They had 0 chicken dinners, and they still have 41 points in total.
Yeah.
That in itself just showcases the amount of wrath these guys were able to have inside the game, the amount of terror these guys were able to unleash inside the lobby. So XYLE Esports, another one of those teams that packs a big punch. Another team that actually I would like to mention over here has to be GENxFM. What are your thoughts on them?
Yes, I have actually had the pleasure of watching them in action in the past few months, and this is a team that do like to play on that aggressive front. But in a situation like this, as we have been mentioning, every team just jumps in blind. So it will be quite difficult to decide which fights to take and which fights to walk away from until you actually have a proper lay of the land and proper lay of the situation as to where the players are positioned. So it will be quite tricky for GENxFM to engage those fights, but they can react to them. If the other team, if the opposition is pushing towards you and they make a mistake, you have the option of punishing them and basically building up pressure and wiping them out in the end.
Exactly. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? As we all know, the upcoming map's going to be the map of Vikendi, and this will be the first ever map of BGIS 2023. I'm super pumped up considering Vikendi was one of those maps that was added inside the grind initially. So teams have had a decent amount of chance to actually practice on this map, get their hands settled up, and also get their strategies rolling up. But as I mentioned, having a set pattern inside these lobbies will actually give you a disadvantage. So it's better if you're not going to have a set pattern. And considering Vikendi starts off quite slow, it gives you enough chances to recover.
Exactly. I mean, the opportunity to recover will be there, but more than that, I mean, you will have to play for a safe haven in the early stages. Drop clashes on this map will be absolutely brutal if they happen. A few possible locations are always going to be Dino Park. There's Cosmodrome up north on the central position. There's the position of Castle, which is my favorite spot on this particular map just because of how the bridges are around that entire castle area, and it's very easy to gatekeep teams if you have early control. But let's see what's going through their heads. Although, prediction, Necro, since your predictions have been on point today, who do you think is going to win?
Oh, man, you do not got to throw me under the bus like that. This group hasn't even played throughout the entire day. So right now, it's just going to be like a shot in the dark, and I'm going to go with XYLE Esports. You know what?
I thought you were going to say OG, since Salty is a very good friend of yours.
Yeah, I mean, Salty has like this sort of a saying for his team, right? He goes like, who, 8-bit. I don't know, it's sort of weird for me, but you know what? As we've got the plane fly path in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, for the first ever Vikendi being played inside BGIS 2023, the plane fly path starting all the way from Cement Factory towards the opposite side, which is Dobro Mesto. And Johnny, my friend, take it away.
I mean, this flight path itself is quite intense because we started the previous group with completely vertical flight paths leaning towards the eastern part of the map in Erangel and in Sanhok. But now, this first Vikendi, it's going to dissect the map horizontally within these teams, and it will be quite interesting to see where these lads are going to go. We do see the players from the side of Orangutan take an early exit from this plane, and they are looking to head towards that hot spring Kantra position, which is present towards the southeastern side of the map. Towards the north, though, towards Podvost, we do see an early drop clash happen. Cosmodrome has been, well, it's been left quite empty for XYLE Esports to take, and they will be quite happy with control of this position. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is Vikendi. The zone forms quite early on this map within the first 90 seconds of the flight path being present, and we do have quite a central circle to begin with. And also, just for the new viewers, on Vikendi, the zone shifts aren't as drastic as they are on the other 3 maps. This map is played on a much slower pace. You play for stealth, you play to protect your position, you play to protect yourself, and during the extreme late game stages is when you see majority of the chaos ensue. But in this particular game, chaos is what we begin with. Because look at the cluster of teams present towards the southern side of the map. It seems like everyone started the game with the exact same idea in their heads. And it will be extremely difficult for all of these teams to survive, especially as they will look to move up north in a few short moments. Tovar can be one of these cities that should be contested a little bit early, but there's just one team quite close to that location. So they will have, well, free reigns of the entire town all to themselves in the early stages of the match. But let's see, we do have Team Seal on our screens. And as we know, Seals can be quite lethal to anyone they grab a hold of, although this far they do not really have a lot of competition around them. They're going to be waiting to see if anyone reveals their particular position. Now, it's not just one team that they have to worry about. Again, just like Sanhok, Vikendi is also an extremely small map, so every single shot that you take will give additional information to the competition around you, and you will have to take that into account while engaging into these team fights. But talking about Team Fight 28 MS Official, they find themselves against the players of Admin Esports. I believe while dropping down from the plane, the teams would have exchanged a little bit of early information against each other. But which one will be the one to pull that trigger? All right, that's quite interesting. He's still waiting for his teammate to get up on that snowmobile to drive him away. But yeah, Ipman finally gets his ride. Silas is going to be there, gets the snowmobile, and away they go. Yeah. But let's see, I mean, Mount Kresnik seems like a prime position, as we know, and as we were discussing, I mentioned this a few moments ago. Circle shifts on Vikendi are quite standard. I mean, we do see quite often those central shifts again and again and again up until the third stage of the game. Fourth stage is where you get to see that major drastic shift. Until then, I think if anyone gets on top of Mount Kresnik early, they will have an advantage. What do you think? Hmm? Yeah. Especially in a position like this when you know Castle is at that southern edge of the circle, it will be outside the zone extremely quickly in the early stages of the game. And as we talked about Castle, yeah, it's easy to gatekeep the bridges, but it's a double-edged sword, just like always. It's extremely difficult to exit that castle position as well. You're going to have to take the swan dive onto that frozen river, and that is you basically putting yourself in a cornered position. But talking about being in corners, it feels like the first fight of the game has already begun. Seals versus TRex? What do you think is going to win?
Our fray. Admin Esports, they're wanting to take away from this entire fight. Makes a lot of sense too. Early game collision might just not pan out for you or with you. You would want to step out of these type of moments.
You like this card, the Zima?
No.
Why?
Just so doesn't cute. Look too good for me, man.
It's so cute.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Johnny, you're like a family man, right? Considering I'm still young, I'm into supercars, sports cars. Ask me if I like Bugatti. I would say yes.
And then you're going to say what color is your Bugatti?
I haven't really got one, so unfortunately, yeah, I mean, I would like to say that to you, but yeah, even I don't have myself.
Hey,
so.
man, fair. Neither one of us has a Bugatti.
Yeah, we'll say invisible.
Yeah.
That's what our
that's
Bugatti is.
Special, though.
Yeah, it's like a special limited edition invisible Bugatti. Only we can see with our eyes. It's actually right in front of us, too.
Yeah, it's just parked right here.
It's just parked right behind the studio. You guys cannot see it because it's invisible special limited edition. But jokes apart, once again, just focusing inside the game, we've got Flanker Esports on our screens. And speak about all the teams right now still taking their sweet little time, Johnny.
Yeah.
Teams starting to accumulate or getting their hands on the vehicles makes a lot of sense too. Now they're probably going to try to situate themselves inside the central spot of the circle. This is where things will be spiced up soon enough.
I mean, and now a lot of these teams are taking the similar pathways to enter the zone. Majority of the teams, as we saw in the early stages of the map, did take that southern drop spot, playing from that southern position of the map. And now all of them are just moving up a straight line, trying to enter the circle from that southern edge towards Volnova, Abbey, Tovar, and all of these brilliant positions. But Vikendi, the cover positions are spread across. You will see a lot of these small compounds every now and then, and it becomes extremely tricky to figure out which compounds do in fact hold the opposition in them and which ones are completely vacant for you to take. Also, we saw one man just drop out of nowhere. I think just too quick of an exit from a moving vehicle might have resulted in that. Now,
Demon, this could have been a little bit interesting. If there was a team in the front, then definitely Demons would have been vanished away from this entire game. But for now, we've got two teams once again colliding against each other. This will be definitely an interesting collisions as Mafia, they're the one who are inside the compound, and right above them are the players of Best Soul Esports, or Beast Soul Esports, if you'd like to call them.
Soul of a Beast.
Yeah, or maybe the best soul you can ask for.
Best Beast Soul.
Ooh, that sounds nice. But yeah, inside this fight, without a doubt, the players of BBE, they've got a really big advantage because they've got the high ground, of course, and they can have information or pretty much like live tracking on every single player of Mafia Esports. Now, what the players of Beast Esports can try to do, or Beast Soul Esports can try to do, is sort of try and engulf the opponents. Have two players on the high ground, rest two players in the front lines, and once you've got them in a deadlock, the only thing you're waiting for actually is to wait for the opponents to make a big mistake.
But at this point, I think considering both these teams are inside the circle, there is no incentive to take that fight. You win, yeah, you get those finish points, but if you lose, there is nothing you can do about it, and you've just given away free points to the opposition. You have a safe position close to the center of the circle. Might as well just protect that compound and play from it. Yeah, I know when the opposition is right next to you, you hear all the commotion. It is quite luring. You want to take that early fight. But trust me, it will come at a cost. But talk about costs. And Admin Esports, they made sure they made their opposition pay, TRex Esports pay for that early drop clash against them, as Admin Esports went on to secure the first finish of the game.
Indeed they did. I mean, and so far, as usual, as expected, Vikendi off to a slow start. I mentioned this as well in the pregame segment, that Vikendi is going to be quite a peaceful game, considering it's also snow out there, so your hands are going to be cold. It's better if you just stay inside a shack, have a nice little campfire, get cozy up in there.
No fires. I mean, we're going to see otherwise players just throw Molotovs at each other.
Hey, that's actually a good idea to keep your hands warm.
Burn the competition. And then just take the heat from the crates.
Ooh, that's kind of cruel, but also sounds pretty cool to me. Flanker Esports on our screens, and so far they're not on the flank, that's for sure, in the front lines of the opponents.
Oh, Mafia looks like they might be in a world of hurt. As you mentioned, Flanker Esports, they're quite close to them, and we do see Beluga just keeping vision on that compound. I believe he has seen that lad from the side of Mafia Esports run up to the first floor, but trigger discipline being put on display, resisting the urge to pull the trigger as soon as he saw the body on the staircase. And now Flanker Esports, trouble in paradise. There's a team quite close to them, and it's the players of Orangutan right behind them.
Johnny, I mean, yeah, there's a chance the fight might just be brewing up, but look at the center of the circle. Oh, this is starting to get stacked up. 3 or 4 teams at the same time in that same vicinity. There's also one more team who's all the way out in the blue, but that's not going to be a point of concern for now. COBRA, Claw, considering COBRA Esports, interesting opening being found for them. But let's see if the capitalization is going to come into play or not.
Fighting in the blue zone on Vikendi can be extremely tricky. I mean, it's small map. You tend to misjudge the distance between you and the competition. And of course, as we have been talking about it, you're going to find a lot of these teams just hiding in the middle of nowhere, trying to protect themselves. That can be a a chaotic point to encounter, but 28 MS, Ipman feels like he wants to be a part of the action, taking on the players of U4G Esports. But shots fired, they did not connect, and in turn, he has given away his position to every single team that's around him.
It's fine, though. They're still inside the circle, Johnny. They're on the edge.
They're on the edge, yeah.
Yeah, so it's completely fine, even if they do end up giving their position away, because for U4G, the main priority has to be to make it inside the safe zone, now to actually go up against the opponents, because they're probably burning through a lot of meds. And look at that. This is exactly what I was saying. Stark, look at his inventory. He's only got one first aid in his hands and a couple of boosters to back himself up. But still, U4G, they're burning through a lot of meds at this point in time. They need to make it inside the safe zone quick as possible.
Should not be too difficult for them as well. As look at this. This house did have a little bit of edge on the indoors inside the circle. They can use that position to put on their first aid safely and then move out of the compound to try and approach a team fight against their teammates, But look at this. This is the first finish of the game as Abyss from the side of TRex was caught completely off guard. And then COBRA Esports going on to secure the second knock of this matchup. Unfortunately for them, they failed to convert it into an elimination point.
Yeah, it was impossible to convert that anyways because the guy was behind the compound wall. So, yeah, it's next to impossible to get the conversion done. Unless if you're going to have an AMR in your hands. And then
or you just go all in, the entire team just pushes after one knock, which is not advisable. It's a risky play, but if it works, it works.
It's too risky, though. You will need to travel open ground. And for the opponent team to stop you in the open ground, it's going to get way too easier. And speak about stopping in the open grounds, U4G making some interesting decisions inside the game on the fly, and Team Seal almost were able to capitalize, but they missed out on all the shots. And what are your thoughts about the G36C?
I mean, I like that weapon. The recoil is... yeah, I've been using that for a while. I mean, earlier in the days when this map was there in the competitive pool, I remember playing a few scrims with a couple of buddies of mine, and this was my weapon of choice on this particular map.
Are you kidding me? No, I would say M4 is still the supreme one.
Depends, man. I mean, yeah, M4 is like something that players do tend to lean towards extremely because of how much time and effort everyone has put in to master every single recoil of that weapon.
It's not even about mastering. If you tap both these weapons at the same time, you would clearly see that G360 has a little bit more sway compared to M4. Like the bounce back on that weapon is a little bit more. Or maybe that's how it feels. The stability on the M4 feels a little bit better.
It is there. No, I wouldn't argue with you. M4 is a little bit more stable, but I do like the G36C.
Maybe for you, it's sort of like you're a guy maybe who goes with the trend and the fashion.
No, it wasn't even about the trend. It was just the fact that it was something new in the game. I liked using it. Not a lot of people were doing so, and it's sometimes just fun playing against the norm.
Hey, but you know what?
That is why I still use bolt actions, by the way.
Hey, but you know what? I would like to know, even from the audience, what is your favorite weapons? Do let us know in the chat. But speak of that, we've got 28 MS once again, just wanting to chime inside a fight. And U4G this time, they might just be on the receiving end. But no, instead, it's Jerry who gets knocked out. Now, the man in the front, he needs to make something happen. Nade tossed in. He knows exactly where the opponent was, too. That nade was way too up close and personal, but still not close enough to find that knockout. So the players of U4G, they're still going to be playing inside a massive comfort zone. Finally, the DBS clicks into action as another knockout hits the deck. U4G Esports, they're able to get a massive man advantage in their hand, but 28 MS, they're in a big disadvantage.
Well, we were having a conversation about which weapon is superior, and I think everything set apart, DBS at the end is the winner these days. This weapon is just phenomenal inside this game. But talking about these teams, U4G, they have one of their own players knocked out, and it should not be too difficult for them to get a revive in, since that lad is behind concrete cover, and they already have set up a pretty solid position for this revive. Ipman, I believe he's going to be in a world of hurt. Captain, he's looking to go for the push.
God.
Will this work out?
Oh, look at IP, man. This guy is in the back lines, keeping his position anonymous. He knows he's the only man who's in the front, and U4G, that's it. 28 MS, they're going to be kicked out of the game for now. sent back to the lobby. The first team to get eliminated inside the first ever map of Vikendi being played inside BGIS 2023.
But look at this, COBRA Esports from the distance. They were looking and waiting to strike, and now they have a perfect position to gatekeep the players of U4G. U4G, they might have taken the position, the edge of the zone away from 28MS, but what about playing from here? What about the future? How do they move out now? That is a big question. We still have to find an answer too.
Considering they're getting edge camped, the only way U4G can actually try to move away is, vehicles. And as captain is also trying to find an off angle, the man in the front who's trying to lead the pack, also get a bit more information for the team to know exactly what pathway can be safer for the players of U4G. And they're doing a great job in moving out of that harmful area. COBRA Esports starting to close up too. Their positions revealed. Stark knows exactly where the team in the front is. But for U4G, as long as they're not going to be challenged, that's the only comfort zone they really want to be in.
And at this point, considering they have already secured those 4 points from the earlier fight, they're not going to be too worried about securing extra eliminations moving forward in this match. I think from here on out, even if they play for placements, they should have a decent position by the end of the game in terms of points and the rankings if they make it into the top 5 one way or the other. And the zone about to take a shift. Still, well, kind of a central one, but it is the 4th stage of the game, and we do expect a hard shift in this particular map in the 4th stage. This one taking us between Mount Kresnik and Podvosto, and 2 teams that are in brilliant position. One of them has to be XYLE Esports, who have taken control of that northeastern edge, and the other one has to be the squad of MB, which is playing from Podvosto right now.
For XYLE Esports, it's quite a tough thing to say though, Johnny, considering they've just breached inside the zone. So I wouldn't really exactly say that they've got any sort of control established inside the map whatsoever.
There's
but
no one
OG,
around them.
I would say OG, they've got the best position they can ask for. A really good split to play around with, a 2-2 split going inside the game where you see Ash and AKOP playing together, and then Vizgod and the rest of his team playing together. So OG, this 2-2 split, it's really nice. Let's see how well they're able to pull it together.
I mean, it will come down to that execution, as you were talking about OG, the lads from Orangutan. It will come down to how those 2-2 splits are executed. Do they try and aggressively take fights, or will they just fall back instantly after gathering information? Because in a position like this, majority of the teams, you will see them move forward towards that shoreline of Podvosto, and they're going to try and play that cliff area. And if OG is still split up in those late game stages, then it will be extremely easy for a team of 4 to wipe down 2 players.
Speak about a team of 4, and yeah, I mean, right now, teams, once again, being forced in quite a close proximity of each other, considering the circle, once again, has dialed down a little bit shorter. And BSOL Esports in front of us, they know that there's one team right in the front lines, right underneath them, too, in the name of GENxFM. And GENxFM is not a team you would want to mess around with inside the lobby, Johnny. Yeah, it is understandable. They are in a big disadvantage considering the opponents do have the high ground advantage, but still, it all comes down to those mechanical skills sometimes, and maybe the opponent can be a bit better. They can be feeling a bit better when it comes to the mechanical skills.
And majority of the threat for GENxFM isn't the team right next to them, isn't the players from BSOL Esports, it's actually their backlines, which are quite exposed from the other side of the bridge. If they get caught off guard, then they are done for, but I think they are playing it quite brilliantly for the next few moments. They are being patient. And talk about being patient. Claw Esports, expectations from this team were massive. So far, we haven't really seen them in action. They are protecting their numbers, and they have a brilliant position inside of the zone right now. Look at that, right next to Podvosto. If they manage to make it inside the city, it should be an easy game for them to secure a lot of points.
I don't think so going in the city has to be the way to go. City's going to be way too crowded later on, Johnny. It's understandable. If you're in the city, you can have a really hard cover, a good cover to play with, but what if the circle moves away? You're screwed. You cannot move out of that spot anymore because you will be surrounded by all the teams that are right around you. So it's sort of like a high-risk, high-reward type of deal. If the circle does shift on top of you, then you're in a good advantage. But we all know the circle shifting on top of the cities, it's quite rare.
Now the question is, what is XYLE Esports up to? They're moving to the other side of that frozen river, all the way towards the cement factory, and it is going to be an extremely difficult position for them to be in. But talk about difficult positions, and GENxFM have just gone ahead and lost their first player inside of this game. The pick going into the hands of BSOL Esports. But on the other side, GENxFM, we do see them go for a very interesting push. Did not expect this from these lads.
Yeah, finally the silence breaks on Johnny and GENxFM too. They chime inside the action. And now, considering they've also lost down one of the men, and instantly the third party too, it comes to play. This is where things are starting to get a little bit too interesting, and at the same time, they're going to be distracting the competition a bit too much. BSOL Esports, even they want a little bit of piece of the pie, but the players of GENxFM, they're doing a great job holding the players off at bay. And now BSOL Esports, they step inside a massive death trap as one of the men from the side of GENxFM in the front's doing a great job dealing with all the threat that's being presented against him. Misses out on both of the shots off the shotgun, but eventually pulls back once again inside the compound, and GENxFM, they're able to stay alive, at least for now.
Hey man, the Zima can only do so much for you, blocking 2 DBS shots, allowing the lad from the side of BSOL Esports to survive for a few extra seconds.
Yeah.
But still, that shot call from BSOL, I believe that was flawed. They saw GENxFM run into those compounds, and the initial knock, the player that was knocked out from the side of GENxFM actually came from the distance. Claw Esports was the team that found the opening, but still, BSOL Esports, they knew they did not have anything to work with, no information as to how many teams are in the surrounding vicinity, how many teams are present in this particular building as well. They just ran in completely blind. Luckily for GENxFM, they had that 1 DBS on Madrek to work with, and they were able to secure those 2 eliminations. But moving forward, every single fight will just be even tougher.
I told you, Johnny, OG, they're in the best spot you can ask for. They were really doing good with that split too, and now finally starting to reunite. They know exactly when to do, at what time to do, at what thing to do. So OG, in general, they're at the right time, at the right place. So let's see how well they're going to be able to convert this thing in their favor, as even the back line soon enough, they're going to be filled up by the foes, and one of the team in the back of OG has to be U4G. They're moving it slowly and steadily, wanting to be the silent assassin. You can clearly see on the map, but right now on the screens, we've got another fight brewing up. Players of MASHROOM boys, they're up against the foes.
Taking on the foes, it's not going to be easy for them. Although MASHROOM boys, it feels like there's another thought running through their heads. And it is the thought of falling back, playing for position, but all of this chaos around them. And Madrek from the side of GENxFM trying to lay down the spray on the competition. Finally finds the opening. Danny knocked out and finished off in a split second.
Yeah, that tracking was so impressive from Madrek. Indeed, this guy is a Madrek, but eventually GENxFM, as they're just down to a 2-man squad. Let's see how these 2 guys can try to out-survive the competition. That's going to be in the front. Also, a couple of teams will make sure that GENxFM is actually going to be held off at bay. OG, they try to make some quick moves on the board. And considering still having a really good and a comfortable spot for them, they're chilling over there. We've got the players of DG in front of us, Demon Gots. One of the guy was knocked out in the name of Devil, but being resurrected back upon his feet, that's the best thing you can possibly ask for.
Well, he has been brought back into the game, but how deadly is this Demon God gonna be? Let's find that out. In the meanwhile, I'll see from the side of XYLE Esports, we saw him a few seconds ago avoiding the competition. But talking about competition, feels like MAFIA official, they have found the competition in the form of Flanker Esports, and they're looking to secure all of these eliminations for themselves. They have the numbers advantage. Kaneki is running forward with the DBS. Oh, falls to his knees.
Kaneki knocked out and confirmed almost too. Yeah, just throws out the Molotov, wants to get his hands warmed up. A little bit too cold for now. And Thorn, he does a great job being a massive thorn for the opponents. UMP 45 a close, and the guy from the side of Flanker Esports, he actually flanks the opponents and just strikes them down, backstabs them in the back.
MAFIA had the upper hand in that fight. Initially, when it started, they had the numbers advantage, but a little bit of overcommitment, running indoors towards a position where they did not really know what the player was capable of, and of course, getting outplayed by the individual of Flanker Esports result in MAFIA official getting taken out early. But ladies and gentlemen, GENxFM still surviving the 2 of their players, and it looks like Moksh is now stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, this is not too good for him. GENxFM, Moksh, and even his teammate Madrek. Madrek, this guy's been on an absolute spree, so let's see if he's going to be able to continue with that or not. And Madrek just unleashing terror on the lobby. Before now, this man's been suppressed for a while as the play zone moves away from him, or as the save zone moves away from him, Claw Esports, they've got a threat so close to them. XYLE Esports, this guy, they're counting on this guy. And if he reveals his position in that scenario, everything will be dumped down.
I'll see. He's the last man left standing between XYLE and the early exit. And he's not even just putting himself in a tough position. He is actually revealing Claw Esports' position as well, since both these teams are playing from a similar cliff shore. But let's see, GENxFM, again, another 2v4 for them to win.
It's just a utility warfare for now.
They have run out of utility now.
Yeah, still, they've got a couple though. Ocean's got 2, Mad Rex got 1 nade, and he's actually booking it in. He's just betting everything on the line with that nade, but nothing's found once again. For COBRA, still up close and personal against the foes, and they're quite lucky to be alive without even taking any damage. So MASHROOM boys, they're chilling in that spot. But still waiting to find that initial knockout against GENxFM. Maybe that can be such a big glimmer of hope for the victory that the players of MASHROOM boys do really need. And now starting to move in inside the circle too. So Claw Esports, they've got a big threat approaching them from the back lines. Phoenix is going to be the man who's in the front, up close and personal against the foes, and he needs to face them head on.
Let's see the 2-2 split from the side of Claw Esports. It was a big gamble, but they have to make this work, and they find the opening. Dark knocked out, but 3 players from the side of the opposition MASHROOM boys still waiting behind this rock.
Such a big rookie mistake from that player, Johnny. From MASHROOM boys, stepped out in the open all by himself with a nade in his hands too. With a nade in his hands, he did not even have a gun. I understand he actually wanted to go for a 2-piece with that single nade, so he got a little too greedy, but still, that's a little bit too much to ask for, and you are the one wanting to make the play without even your teammates back up. That's even worse, but for now, Claw Esports, finally the pounce is made on top of these guys, and Devil's going to be the only man in the clotheslines, but still the cover 5 from the back's phenomenal, and MASHROOM boys, they get completely eliminated from the game. Claw Esports, the 2 of the players are knocked out, but now Claw Esports, they need to take things a little bit cool and calm.
What a brilliant moment from Claw Esports. The 2-2 split, they made it work. The 2 players in the backlines were the ones securing the knocks against the players of MASHROOM boys, not even allowing them a single second to breathe. But look at this, OG Orangutan. Finally, we see them under heavy fire, and not with weapons, but with nades being lobbed upwards towards them by the players of U4G Esports. But still no knocks secured. They managed to bring those HP bars quite low, but no knocks.
Johnny, this is so impressive. U4G Esports still making it out alive inside the late game scenario. Exactly. I did not expect them to actually make it out alive this late inside the game, but Orangutan with the high ground, of course. Just looking to rain down death and destruction, with also DBS pulled out for the clotheslines. And now U4G in such a big world of trouble. But at least the utilities are being exchanged from both the sides. So floor's lava for both of them. But U4G, they're just being pinned inside this little cave that they've got. It's quite a shallow cave.
Yeah. Not a lot of room to work with. But luckily for them, the utility exchange that happened a few moments ago has made sure that Orangutan also does not have a lot to work with. Let's see what their next move is going to be like, considering one of their players is knocked out. XYLE Esports Johnny right behind Zerif, and Zerif had the DBS, the perfect weapon to secure that last elimination, and Zerif can actually be the spoil sport for the players of OG as well. With the DBS, charges forward looking for the knock, but gets finished instead.
Yeah, Zerif, this guy tried his best, but in the end, just didn't work out. And now U4G, finally that pounce is going to be made, but OG, they've got a massive high ground advantage to play with. But still, U4G, they're doing a great job in fighting back. It's the battle of DBSs to find out which one will be the one to reign supreme. And it's actually the players of U4G. Even though they had the disadvantage, they still come out on top. And Orangutan, that choke in the final moment. As I mentioned, it was the battle of DBSs. Whichever team was able to land every single shot precisely, they had to come out on top.
It's quite awkward to witness a fight where every single player is just going ta-ta, ta-ta. The DBS is popping from either sides, and it was just not 1 or 2 players. It was all 8 of them armed with the same weapon. But still an impressive win from the players of U4G. I think OG, you said, I mean, the massive choke, but still they made it to the top 2, so the points at the end have been secured. But still, congratulations to U4G, an impressive win. I agree with you. Even I did not think they would make it this far into the game, let alone win it.
Johnny, let's be honest. That was OG's chicken dinner. They should have been able to win that game. They should have been able to win that fight as well. But somewhere down line, that separation that they had, they were not really able to provide that cover fire instantly. They were not there for Ash to back up. And that's why somewhere down line, Ash getting knocked out initially, that's where things sort of slipped down from their hand. But ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, after that chicken dinner from the map of Vikendi from the side of U4G, it was quite a spectacular one. But for now, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ रे पीछे आ
इनको यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकला पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर
अब तुम्हारी बारी
साथियों आगे बढ़ो
खत्म कर दो
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting win to witness from an underdog team against the Titans of BGMI as U4G went on to beat Orangutan in the final fight of Vikendi, the first game of Group 7, and also RTV, that Indian faction that's been introduced. Salty, you've been talking about it quite a lot, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's such an exciting affair that you have now an Indian faction being added to such a massive game, ladies and gentlemen. So if you haven't checked it out, please do make sure that you do so. But coming back into the game, it was, to be honest, in my opinion, a massive throw.
You agree as well. You agree with Necro. This, ladies and gentlemen, you clip this. This is quite rare. Salty and Necro agreeing on the same point that OG went on to throw that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they were completely pinned in that cave, just like you pointed out. It was such a shallow cave. They had such a little opening to actually come out and fight on top. The trades were just not there.
Yeah, the trades weren't there. The utility usage was kind of on point, but I think U4G, they were just absolutely brilliant throughout this game. Because I remember in the early stages, they started like everyone else, like majority of the teams, they started from the southern part of the map. Moving up north, they were delayed. They played edge to edge, and even at every single rotation, they were being gate-kept by the other teams, but they still did manage to survive. And of course, I think this just reminds me, U4G secured the first squad wipe of the game and also the last.
Well, I mean, of course, good for them, to be honest. They've got a good start to their entire group. Maybe it's just starting to build up that huge lead. But it's such a rare occasion that you actually see that a team who controls the central part of a Vikendi circle, they go on to lose the game.
And this was also another one of my favorite moments of this match, where we saw flanker Esports drag themselves out of perdition. Did not really think they were going to win that fight, but hey, I mean, the flanker Esports got a brilliant flank in and did in fact come out on top. Claw as well, clawing their way to a good finish and good finish points in this particular match. Unfortunately for them, that earlier collision got them extremely late to the climb uphill towards the compound where they wanted to go, where the players of OG were waiting for them. Zeref, the last player remaining, tried his level best, but unfortunately for him as well, he met his demise at the hands of the players of OG. And look at this. This is what we were talking about. And now watching this from the perspective of the players of U4G, again, individual moments of brilliance at the right time from the players of U4G, because one of those individuals went on to secure not one but two knocks, swinging the player advantage in the favor of his team. But again, as we were talking about utility, we saw everything. Molotovs being lobbed towards them, nades being lobbed towards the players of U4G, but all of them were high toss.
Yeah.
Not a single low toss molly, not a single low toss nade.
Exactly.
What's up with that?
I mean, it's just a matter of preferences, to be honest, at this point. And nothing, you mentioned it rightly. I think none of the utility which OG threw up, it actually hit the mark, versus the fact that U4G, everything was hitting them. Believe was knocked out. And to be honest, you can look at that particular fight in a isolated 4v4 affair, but it was a mental game which dragged on for a while. The knocks which were exchanged, the constant damage which U4G were actually dealing OG, I felt like they kind of pushed them at the back foot right from the start.
But still, this was start of this Group 7's games, and when I say games, I mean 2 more remain. We still have a Miramar and Erangel to witness. And what do you think, will OG recover, Salty?
Well, that's a tough call, to be honest, but knowing this team, I'm pretty sure they will be able to come back. Consistency is always synonymous to their name, so I'm pretty sure on the other maps, Miramar and Erangel, which are there, hopefully they'll come back.
Okay, let's not talk about OG anymore. Let's talk about U4G, because I believe one of their players will walk away with the MVP title for this particular game, and we will find that out, ladies and gentlemen, right about now.
Now, who is it gonna be?
No.
It's gonna be GENxFM. Well, you just cursed it, Johnny.
Right.
MOXFM from GenX. 6 finishes for this lad, of course. Now, I don't exactly remember GENxFM, where did they end up, but 6 finishes, extremely crucial. And then, of course, closely followed by Claws, PMWI, IGL, 6 finishes on this lad as well.
Alright, so we do not see any single individual. Alright, one player from the side of U4G Esports is there, but GENxFM Mox sitting there with 6 elimination leads me to believe that the player from this team we were actually talking about, Madrek, a lot of his finishes did come in the hands of Mox and GENxFM. I mean, this is a team that likes to play on an aggressive front. So for those 6 eliminations, I think they're going to be quite happy. They're going to look for placements in their future games. But at the end of the day, points are all that matters. So let's have a look at the rankings for the previous match.
Now this is crazy, right? U4G at the very top, 25 total points to work with. They're starting to build up that short lead, which they have, closely followed by Orangutan. 21 points, second place and 9 finishes. Not too shabby, but of course, a lot of us, we expect a lot more. Chloe Esports, this is a team which we have to look out for the remainder of the group. Good performances right from the start. Hopefully, they'll keep up the consistency.
Hopefully. I mean, we're going to be hopeful. I mean, 20 points from this game, as you mentioned, not too shabby. But this group in particular, I mean, feels extremely tough because then I see GENxFM on that 4th, XYLE Esports on that 5th position, and I know for a fact that XYLE Esports will slowly and steadily step things up. They don't really have their signature map. We'll call Sanhok their signature map now, since that was the pop-off game of round 1. They don't have their signature map today on board, but hopefully in the future, once Sanhok is there, their opportunity, they will seize it and secure a lot of points.
This is a problem when you have maps like Sanhok and Vikendi as your signature maps. You just don't get to play it often. You would want to play Erangel and Miramar and try and strengthen your default maps maybe. But of course, everybody has their preferences. If they like that reptile kind of play, for sure they were not reptiles on the map of Sanhok, but we associate Sanhok with reptiles.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok Snakes is like a phrase that's been going around since the game was out, since the map was out. But talking about things and things being out, well, the next map that these teams will be dropping out on will be the map of Miramar. It will be quite interesting to see, again, teams jumping in blind. What will they react to? And since one particular team did decide to disclose all of their drops, will they be drop clash? They're not working out too well in the early stages, though.
I mean, see, it is basically a trend in the Tier 1 circuit, especially when they try and go into these underdog lobbies. They try and disclose their drop location so that nobody comes in to try and drop collision.
This game needs to be a wake-up call. You can't really underestimate the undergods, otherwise this happens. You play well the entire game and then you lose out on the final fight.
Hopefully, you know, I think this definitely is going to be a wake-up call, and a lot of teams need to react. The undergods have been able to take them out throughout. We saw this from the grind, and the train continued.
And one more thing, I mean, we have to talk about the teams that we expected quite a lot from. I mean, because U4G showed up out of nowhere to finish this game with a chicken. Claw Esports, they did secure a lot of eliminations to their name, but we expected them to push even further. I mean, it was quite lucky of Zeref to make it to the top 3, but I was actually expecting Claw to walk away with the win of this game.
To be honest, if 10 finish points and 10 placement points does not get your appreciation, Johnny, you're just being too cruel.
They still have to make up for what they did to us in the grind. That's all I'm going to say. Redemption is still there for Claw.
Redemption is still there, and I'm pretty sure on the map of Miramar, maybe they will be able to hoist that flag at the very end, just trying to survive up until the extreme end. But Claw Esports, they're pretty good on the map of Miramar, and we know they get those high ground advantages and control it to perfection. If they can manage to get those similar number of finishes from 10 finishes once again, 9 finishes, maybe even 8 finishes, and just like you said, a chicken dinner, Claw Esports could actually well be climbing on top of the overall standings.
Also, there's another team that we might not have talked about too much because they did not make it to the late game stages, but during the mid game they had brilliant positioning. MASHROOM Boys, who actually did manage to...
MASHROOM Boys.
Alright, MASHROOM Boys. As
MASHROOM
they were able to control that northeastern part of the zone for quite a long time. And I believe for the first early 15 to 17 minutes, they were the only team in that position until Claw Esports eventually showed up to take them out. So that level of positional awareness, alright, realizing we saw a lot of teams exit the plane path late, and they would be present on that southern part of the map. They realized that quite early. Majority of the teams decided to stick towards the southern side of the late game circles as well, and MASHROOM Boys were the only ones playing from the northern side. They were able to protect themselves in the mid game. Unfortunately, on Vikendi teams, that you will see like 14 to 13 teams even in the late game circles. On Miramar, if they have the similar level of positional awareness, maybe MASHROOM Boys can walk away with a lot of points.
The only drawback would be is that on the map of Miramar, it's not easy to traverse in those quick situations. Inside the final circles, the vehicles, of course, there's going to be a lot of tumbles, there's going to be a lot of collisions, and with the sightlines being completely open, you trying to take that long rotation, it's a do-or-die situation. If they do it successfully, for sure, they will be able to get a lot of placement points, just like you said.
Yeah, and also another team that did not really live up to their name, TRex Esports. I mean, we were expecting them to be quite lethal, but
yeah. It was a meteorite. It was
Yeah.
a meteorite of U4G that just completely made them extend from the lobby. But unlike dinosaurs, unlike the original T-Rex, they will be able to respawn, ladies and gentlemen, on the map of Miramar, which means another shot at life, another shot at hope.
Yeah, they don't really have to wait for a Jurassic Park to be built for them. They're going to have another opportunity in the next game, but we'll have to see what the map of Miramar will look like for this particular group. Of course, with the momentum from the previous game, Claw Esports, Orangutan, U4G, these three teams will be looking to be consistent on the map and secure a lot of eliminations, but only time will tell what will happen to them.
Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen, as the flight takes off to the skies. Now, of course, 2 points to mention. The flight path starting off from the sides of Valle del Mar towards Campo Militar. We know, as a matter of fact, that there are going to be some early drop collisions, especially from the side of Orangutan. Have already disclosed that they were looking for LSR, which is directly underneath their flight path. Do you think there is going to be some other teams who will try and go up against them?
Maybe, you never know. I mean, all of these undergods they have basically taken the textbook of what we call textbook plays of BGMI, ripped it up and thrown it out the window. They are coming up with new play styles, new tactics, and of course, it is quite exciting to see what happens once they eventually come up with a play style to contest the top tier teams. But look at this. Again, with the flight path, as you mentioned, that takes us diagonally throughout the entire map, we see a lot of early exits towards that southwestern corner of Miramar, which already is quite awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams taking an early exit, and I have not seen these many bodies in Ladriela, in Valle del Mar, in Los Higos ever.
To be honest, I'm not sure how you're able to actually calculate that there were 5 teams. It seems like an entire cluster in that region, and I'm pretty sure that the terrain is also going to play a big role in these initial skirmishes. But it seems like Chumacera might just be the early hot drop right now. 28 MS's Jerry is up there, pretty close to Team T-Rex. And now, just like you said, T-Rex couldn't really show up on the map of Vikendi, maybe on the map of Miramar. They get that early finish to start things off. They need that man advantage right from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, they do need that man advantage, but 28 MS, if they lose out on one of the players again, I mean, it's just going to be like an unlucky day for them, because even on Vikendi, they were the first team to get wiped out. If that happens again on Miramar, then basically today is done and dusted. They can try and secure a chicken dinner on the next map of Erangel. If that fails, then today is just a big, massive fail.
And this is a conversation which I was having with Necro as well, right? When your games are actually split up in 2 different days, you want to start things off on a high. You want to end the day inside the top 7 so that you at least know, as a matter of fact, you have that mental boost. You don't have to come back from a massive disadvantage situation. At least for a couple of these teams, at least for a couple of big names, they've already done that. But just like we always talk about, for the undergods, nothing is impossible.
AimGod was still in the air. He just landed on the ground right now, and that makes me wonder, where will he be? Well, doesn't matter. These lads have taken the extreme northeastern edge of the map, and there's no one close to them. The closest team to them is actually their rivals from the previous game, Orangutan, all the way in Helazar. And players of U4G have taken control of Torre Muda and Campo Militar. There's another big name that plays from these similar positions, but we're going to wait for them to actually be a part of the competition eventually. But as we were talking about Orangutan, here they are, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they certainly are here, of course. Just trying to get their early loot, trying to get themselves the early utility as well. And just like you mentioned, apart from that southern part of the map itself, there is no cluster. Everyone is just well segregated, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be rather a peaceful start to the map of Miramar. We did get to see the circle, which is completely away from us.
I think one of the dinosaurs just fell off the mountain. One of the players from the side of T-Rex just took a massive tumble, and I will assume it's a tumble because, yeah, they were playing from those hilltops.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, they just close their eyes. They just tend to see what's up there, but maybe that big fall is going to hurt them. I think it's top-notch. Yeah, he's the one with the plus sign. Poor guy, of course. He's got Beast Soul in the vicinity. Hopefully, there is no sightlines to work with.
I mean, hopefully, but as you guys can see on the map, this team is surrounded from the eastern side, the western side. They have a team down south. The only good thing that's working out for them is the fact that the players from the side of COBRA Esports are all the way towards Monte Nuevo. That's quite a distance away. So the northern part is safe, but Flanker Esports, M249 to work with, although tracing the spray on a moving vehicle, it's not going to be easy. Slasher is there as well. Flanker Esports, they have the numbers advantage in this 2v3 situation. Will they win the fight?
I love this. They're living up to their name, going in for the flank, and it's actually working out brilliantly. Two players, Johnny, instantly wiped out.
Well, it was an easy wipeout, and it was the early easy finishes for Flanker Esports, as we talked about it. TRex, top notch, got knocked out. He fell from the hill. His teammate was there reviving. The other two teammates were just looking for a safe haven. Unfortunately, safety wasn't their strong suit, as Flanker Esports was waiting for them in Minas Generalis. An easy 2K for them in the early stages of the map.
You know, they went out for a picnic early on. They felt like this ridge is going to give them a little bit of cover, but little did they know that it was Flanker Esports. They have flank in their name. Just went. And now that the vehicle is stuck. Oh my god, this is the worst possible scenario. Not an off-road vehicle, you get stuck in a dip, and that's done and dusted.
Well, I mean, Beluga just watched the entire spray over there on that second player. But still, luckily...
Just try and take it out.
I think they have.
Nah.
Did they get it out?
Yeah, I think, of course, with a couple of more pumps from the other vehicle, I'm pretty sure it's going to come out of that little ditch where it's stuck in. But it's difficult. It's sometimes the uneven terrain, for sure. And, of course, that vehicle is not perfect for off-roading. In fact, Johnny knows a lot of vehicles which are perfect for off-roading. What's your favorite one?
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I thought that you were the ones who were, like, had a lot of knowledge regarding vehicles and stuff.
Nah, man. I like to run.
You like to run? Oh, seems like Necro from the backlines is like, he's the one who is a car fanatic. So hopefully I'll ask him that same question. But I'm pretty sure this monster truck does have enough flexibility. Maybe use it for your further adventures on the off-roading turfs. 28 MS, they are on the move.
Yeah, and for the first time today, they are not the ones on the receiving end of the first exit. Quite grateful to the players of TRex Esports, I guess they're going to be. But talking about TRex, they have decided to move up north inside of the game. And 28 MS, even though they are in the midst of a massive cluster of teams looking to head up towards that western side of the map, I still believe they will find a safe haven. And of course, I mean, in a game like this, one of the major cities of Miramar has been left completely abandoned. El Pozo, there's no one there, not a single soul.
Exactly, and El Pozo has been that way for quite a while right now. We've seen multiple teams abandon that location, but it seems like there is another one which is being completely occupied right now. BSOL Esports on the little bit of a mountain on the north of Monte Nuevo. It seems like they've got the high turf and have got a lot of visibility to work with. Multiple teams are right underneath their crosshairs.
BSOL Esports, I mean, even in the previous game, they were looking quite solid, but unfortunately the exit did not really justify the early game brilliance in this game. Looking to turn things around, put a lot of points on the board, and secure a safety cushion within the top 7 as early as possible. But look at this. Iconic OP, I believe opposition has been spotted on the high ground. Will they go for the fight? And talking about going for the fight, in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, 28 MS up against the players of MAFIA Official. And we know MAFIA isn't a team to run away from any fight that presents itself. 28 MS, in fact, both of these teams are going to look to make up for the lost points from the previous map of Vikendi, since both of them took an early exit.
I love the fact that 28 MS, they're trying to surround them from multiple directions. They have information that all 4 players are in that compound. Bunty OP, in fact, is actually a little bit in the back lines now. He can be that X factor in this particular fight. If 28 MS are not aware of the fact that all of the players are not being confirmed inside the compound, maybe there might be problems, but it seems like Bunty OP has been spotted.
Oh, spotted, but still managing to survive. 28 MS, they have given away their position to the opposition, and they are out in the open with only these ridges to work with. How far will they go? that remains to be seen. Well, in fact, they're going to head into the opposite direction. Not looking to engage any further against the players of Mafia Official. They don't really have any cover to work with. And if Mafia actually find the opening knock, then 28 MS, that's my point. They will be done.
Yeah. It might just be, but you know what? I'm an avid lover of early action, and I would love to see that. To be honest, whenever I drop into my games, I always look for the hot drop locations where there are going to be multiple teams in the vicinity. Maybe I get to see some early finishes. But it seems like, speaking of finishes, one of the players from team number 13, they've been knocked out.
Yeah.
And I like their names. Player 1, Player 2, Player 3, and of course, Kunj.
You would expect the team to be at least coordinated with their names, but doesn't matter. I believe that man, if he gets to keep his name, he's the IGL.
Maybe he's the one who is.
Gonna find out.
Maybe he's the one who is calling the shots. But I feel like, just like you mentioned, their coordination is just as good as us, next to none. But hopefully it'll get better by the time.
yourself, man. I'm pretty great.
Yeah, pretty sure you just play with the M24 in the TDMs.
Yeah.
Speaking of coordination, you should try using some rifles, maybe contributing to the team's finishes.
Why? I'm so good with the M24.
I mean, not as much. Not as much as you would be potentially with the rifles, but it seems like, nah man, your device just does not give you FPS. At least that's an excuse which you try and put up.
I would love to have an excuse to have one of those. The Aston Martin.
Yeah, I love these, to be honest. I mean, at least I would love to have them in real life, but if not, maybe inside the game as well.
Yeah, much easier to get them in game than real life. I will be satisfied if I can get an Aston Martin inside of the game.
I mean, either way, it's pretty expensive, you know, at least for me, though.
I see, even in the game, I'm quite unlucky, so I'm going to have to find someone to compensate for that luck. But talk about being lucky, U4G, their tactics do not rely on luck. They like to play extremely slow, and even in this game, look at this. Taking on the damage from the blue zone in the early stages, they park their buggies. I'm waiting for the first stage to be popped, but it is going to be the energy drink instead. Imgot is quite confident that even with these energy drinks, they will be able to move forward, but I doubt it. 40 seconds to go before they get inside the zone, plus they're going to have Orangutan blocking their way up ahead.
Yeah.
Look at that.
U4G, they kind of remind me of Team Villains, you know. Team Villains also love to drop at the edges of the map, take these long rotations, but just like you say, I think if this is the point of concern, you need to inject in those first aid kits to try and reset your health. You certainly don't have a lot of it, a lot of distance to cover.
Captain is so low. I mean, he does have enough time to put on the first aid, to put on the bandage, and considering they are quite close to the edge of the circle as well, it should not be too difficult for them to find the entry, but finally gets out. I think the first aid is going to be popped.
Ooh.
He should be able to figure out a way, get inside the zone, but Flanker Esports waiting for the competition have found some in front of them.
Johnny, look at this. Look at the southern part of the circle. There's a massive cluster and so many teams just trying to make their way. And El Pozo has been left uninhabited. I mean, there is nobody. It's only Orangutan who is just trying to get themselves those pieces of real estate. And they will be able to control so much of it.
And this is why I was a little bit concerned that no one was in El Pozo in the early stage of the match, because western circles on Miramar usually have two trends. Either it's just going to move up north towards El Pozo Crater Fields, or it's going to move towards Ladriela. Chumacera is a difficult position to play from, but taking control of that city does eventually allow you to move towards Ladriela during the late game stages as well. But this time around, we do have a northern shift moving towards the city of El Pozo, and there's a massive cluster, as Salty just mentioned, towards that southern edge of the map. So ladies and gentlemen, just fasten your seat belts, because this is going to be a very quick ride now.
Yeah, it seems like I'll have to take off my denim jacket because this place is turning to be hot. Mafia Official seems like they have confirmation on another team which is right underneath their nose and might actually stop them from the rotation. It's Flanker Esports. Few shots being taken from that mini in an attempt to take out the tires of the monster truck, but that was unsuccessful.
It's going to be a difficult position for Flanker Esports to be in, since they know that they are a little bit late to the party. Who was that? Just sitting. It was Lakshay FTW, just sitting in that vehicle which was turned on its roof. And he was just waiting for the opposition to leave him alone before he did anything else. But talk about doing other things, and TRex Esports, they're gonna do nothing different. Just like the previous game, even in this game, they take an early exit.
Oh, look at that. Orangutan. They just left admin Esports, evaded them. It seems like they're not prepared to take a fight, but Believe is still up close and personal. Might just be able to initiate that whole skirmish out there. BSOL as well, just trying to gather more information. Right now, it's a fight for intel, Johnny. Every team will try and scout out their nearby locations, try and create that heat map in their brains of where a team is positioned, and then position themselves accordingly, take fights accordingly as well. And BSOL Esports, not a lot of information to work with apart from that one team which they've already spotted.
Well, then, yeah, I do agree with you. It's a waiting game right now. Everyone's just looking for information, looking for the oppositions moving around. And not necessarily will any of these teams just commit to a fight that presents itself as well. But U4G, it seems like they are in an unavoidable clash against the players of XYLE Esports. All right, now it can be avoided since the zone just completely abandons them and moves towards the southern part of El Pozo. And U4G, they went for a 2-2 split rotation. So if XYLE engages at this very second, they have the upper hand, but they don't know it yet. But again, they start things off. The initial bits of shots taken from the players of XYLE Esports do connect, and they have the HP advantages, but knock hasn't been secured.
Knock hasn't been secured, but aim god in the backlines is knocked out. And this is not good news. Reinforcements right now will take time, which gives XYLE Esports a massive advantage. It's just that, just like you said, information is not there if there are 4 players or 2. But as soon as it comes around, I'm pretty sure utility is going to flood in. And look at this, Demon Gods as well. It seems like they found the first knock and they are prepared to strike.
MAFIA official nowhere left to go. Pirate was just brought back into this game. The revive was completed, but instantly he's going to be down to his knees. Kaneki, living up to the hype of game number 1, delivers in match 2 as well, securing 2 knocks for his team. And all of a sudden, he has found a brilliant opening for his team to work with. But Danny on the other side with the DBS can be quite lethal. Shots exchanged through the door, and Danny comes out on top. Demon Gods playing like absolute demons, absolute monsters in this game. MAFIA official, options of recovery close to none. What will they do?
I mean, just 1 player surviving or 2 players surviving. It's not the best of situations you would want to be in. And Demon Gods, they should really thank the demons, which is DBS in this situation. Of course, somebody needs to do something to this weapon because it's absolutely lethal in close range. But look at this. Team number 14, Xzor Esports. They've huddled up right outside another compound. Lost a player in the process, but it seems like they're not shying away from a fight against GENxFM.
Well, GENxFM, they have the upper hand. Xzor, they've lost 2 players already who will be out of the contestation for the next few seconds. But the nades from the side of Xzor were brilliant to drop the HP of the players of GENxFM, but that doesn't matter right now because both these teams are extremely out in the open. They're exposed out in the open, and they are taking damage from the other lads as well. And all of the finishes, I believe almost all of them from the players from the opposing side have been taken away from the players of Xzor, were picked up by another team. They did not go in the hands of GENxFM. So GENxFM are still hungry for those finish points, and they do turn things around. They're taking on the players of FTW now.
Yeah, they're hungry. They're angry as well because all of their hard work has basically been reaped off by BSOL
down
Esports.
the drain.
Down the drain for sure. 28 MS. What do they do right now? In a sandwich situation amidst 2 teams, BSOL official, they've got a nice vantage point where they can see this entire fight unfold. Look at that. What a lovely position to be in. Now, whichever team gets softened up and actually goes on the move, their exit pathway will be completely blown apart by BSOL. They've got those M416s to work with as well. I'm pretty sure they've got those high-range scopes as well. But what does COBRA Esports do right now? A two-man team is completely tucked in a corner. They've got just one ridge to play across, and the zone, of course, is pinching them from the back lines. A couple of smokes to work with as well, and now we witness the zone to move away from them. Talk about the problems just piling up on top of each other.
I mean, problems for a lot of these teams, apart from BSOL, I believe. They have a nice little mountaintop to work with, and from there, they can actually gatekeep all the teams in El Pozo. The only thing they have to worry about before that is the teams closing in from their southern side.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Exactly right. You mentioned it perfectly. The teams coming in from the southern side, 28 MS as well as COBRA, they might as well be gatekept. Talk about GENxFM as well. These players will be under their crosshairs. But the only problem is the position which they are holding is actually not that high, and they might get shot from the back lines. For example, maybe Team C4.
Maybe. I mean, that's a big maybe, but we'll find the answer to that in a few short moments. Talking about answers, GENxFM is still asking the wrong questions. If they can take this fight out in the open, and well, spray from Ray was quite good. Did dish out decent amount of damage on that bus, but still no knock secured. And as you were talking about it, the players from the side of 28 MS now looking to pile on the pressure on the players of BSOL Esports, but BSOL Esports gonna lay down a wall of smoke, lay down some cover for themselves, some soft cover to work with. But will this be enough?
They're handling it quite well, I think. The utility usage has sort of stopped Team 28 MS dead on their tracks, and currently they're actually focusing on COBRA, but from the back lines it was GENxFM, and it seems like Hari is the one who has been tasked to stop them dead on their tracks, and Shelly also joining him with him, just trying to reinforce that entire backline, but it's not going to be worth it because it seems like GENxFM, constant pressure from this team.
I mean, oh man, I feel so bad for Danish. He just stepped up for a second, and all of a sudden 3 players from the side of GENxFM just turn around and knock him out. The knockout blow was quite lethal, but now GENxFM, they reset themselves, readjust their focus to take on the players of BSOL Esports, because they also realize if they can secure this this cover on the other side of the ridge, they might actually secure a lot of points in the future of this match. But they have their own players knocked out as well. Until the revives come in, they aren't really in a position to put any additional pressure on the players of BSOL Esports. And Iconic with those nades is actually doing quite a lot of heavy lifting for his team.
You know, this is where majority of these teams who were coming in from the southern edge, they just came together and decided that, all right, we're going to upthrow, we're going to dethrone BSOL from this position. And it seems like they have done it. GENxFM, 28 MS, COBRA, all of these teams who were in the southern side, they come together and they beautifully dethrone the other team. BSOL, they could not hold on to their position, and now they're down and out.
Oh, 9 eliminations. 9 eliminations secured by GENxFM. Absolutely brilliant. More than making up for their performance on the previous map of Vikendi, but let's see how far can they go. Also, 9 teams remaining in this match. 22 players still alive. 28 MS, still one of those teams. Although it's just their last individual, Jerry, who's going to try and survive this chase of cat and mouse. Does see the last individual, well, one of the individuals from GENxFM, an incredible knock on Mox. That exit felt like he pressed the eject button out of that monster truck, but Jerry was quite precise with the spray.
Exactly. Of course, needs to be precise as well. Shots being taken, of course, by GENxFM. They have the numbers advantage. But Jerry, of course, in the show, Tom and Jerry does have immense surviving capabilities. And I hope that this Jerry from 28 MS as well will have some. He does confirm the finish, but GENxFM, they're kind of split up right now.
Yeah, and this Jerry, I don't think he's going to go anywhere from here on out. He is basically surrounded from every single direction. Ooh. Oh man, why is it that every single time OG is in trouble, at least in Group 7, it's always the players of U4G that are putting the hurt on them. Even now, WizGod is knocked out. Believe is there trying to protect him, but Ash in the front line has taken a lot of damage, and they have already lost AKOP a few moments ago. Orangutan with 5 eliminations. Will this be the end of their performance, of their run on Miramar?
See, Revival did come through, right? So at least they are a three-man strong team. And U4G, of course, they've been softened up. Only one player up top, completely vulnerable from the third-party shots which are coming in from the northern side of the circle. They still have that little pocket of space. They still have the ridges. And a beautiful nade from Ash. And that is how Team U4G, they will actually bite the dust. Orangutan, they found revenge for themselves.
They've still ruined the game for OG. They've delayed them so much in this matchup, not really allowing them to move to an advantageous position towards the high ground that OG actually wanted to take, where we now see the players of XYLE Esports. So even though U4G might not have won the game, they've won that small little mental war against the players of Orangutan. I think they're just being an absolute nuisance to this team, but let's see. XYLE Esports, now that the setup has been delivered to them, like, all right, the high ground is yours. One of the most aggressive team in the lobbies has been reduced down to their 3 players, and a lot of their utility has been taken away from them. What can you do? Can you secure this win? That is the question for XYLE Esports to answer.
Exactly, and we'll find out in some time. For now, there's that moment of silence. COBRA got the last one standing. I'm pretty sure for him the job is simple. To try and scramble for those finishes, maybe spot out Jerry in the process. But I think more than that one finish point, he would actually value his anonymity.
True. I think so. I think both these players, they are in similar shoes right now. But the question is, if you see someone, for sure you... Oh, he sees his head. He sees that pixel of a helmet. And Jerry is just lining up that shot. I'm pretty sure of it. Yep. Yeah, you won't resist the urge. I mean, it's just one play. You will go for it.
I mean, at least he did go for it and found the finish for himself. It seems like Jerry actually has been surviving on his own for a while right now. And not just surviving, but also getting those crucial finish points to work with. And now we have an interesting situation. We have a 4v3, v2, v1. What a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. It just said 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, but it just feels good to actually say it backwards, because descending order just goes to show that the other team has a little bit of an advantage. But it seems like Orangutan, they are in the midst of a fight.
They are in the middle of a fight and also in midst of avoiding the damage from the blue zone. They already have 8 eliminations secured to their name, but now it feels like OG again being put under a lot of pressure as Believe is knocked out and extremely close to getting finished off inside of this match. Top 3 teams are all that remain. XYLE Esports still haven't secured a single finish in this match, and now they move forward towards the players of Orangutan, looking to wipe them out, looking to take on the last 2 surviving players. Quiz got knocked out, but from the backlines, 28 MS official Jerry, he is actually being a nuisance to everyone in this game, finishing off one of the players from the side of XYLE, almost securing the second knock as well, but one man alone can only do so much for his team. And in the end, even that last player, Jerry, is going to be forced to his knees. He's going to be finished off. And, well, the result is what we expected. XYLE Esports, they get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly get right, but I kind of felt like they almost made a blunder because Jerry had such a nice vantage point and all the players from XYLE Esports were just in front of him. It was just about connecting the shots.
It could have backfired, and the only way it could have backfired was had OG survived for a single second more. Because then XYLE Esports would have been delayed while falling back uphill, and Jerry would have had those extra few bits of second to secure that second knock as well, equalizing the numbers, and the final 1v2, if he pulled it up, would have been one of the most brilliant plays in BGIS.
Exactly. But of course, Orangutan, they did not really have that space to work around. I mean, there was one player from XYLE Esports, if I'm not mistaken, who actually softened them up quite a bit. But of course, a lot of these theory crafting will continue, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of this very short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिल तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकल पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, खत्म कर दो।
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS 2023. Of course, during that break, you just saw Ranveer Singh play the game of BGMI. So what are you waiting for, to be honest? Just download the game and play pure. But coming back into the day so far, Necro, it's been a fantastic game of Miramar.
Oh, yeah.
But I want to know your thoughts. What do you feel after watching that game?
I mean, that game could have been won by OG, I'm just saying. But unfortunately for them not being able to win. But once again, as you mentioned, right, it was a little bit too tough. They were surrounded by a couple of teams. And then XYLE Esports, too, just starting to chime inside the action a little bit late. They had all the 4 players alive. And XYLE Esports, yeah, even though they were able to win that chicken dinner, but I highly doubt they had a lot of elimination points to back it up.
They actually did not have a lot of finish points, even in the top 3 spot where they were. So in terms of total points, I think this is one of the teams who will be backing in the overall standings. But in the highlights, of course, we'll witness a lot more action. And this was the first one. I'm pretty sure Mafia official did not expect that the DBS action is going to be so brutal against them. Look at this.
The last guy just clutching it out, Tenny, and sort of saving the day for his team, right? Demon Gods, them showcasing that they are actually supposed to be the Demon Gods and taking down the Mafias from the lobby. And then TRex too, another one of those teams that is not able to find that comfort zone inside the game so far. They've still got 4 more games to go, from which one of the games will be upcoming, and then the rest 3 games will be played tomorrow. But still, what are your thoughts about TRex?
To be honest, I always believe that if the start of a tournament is actually not good, it gets extremely tough to make a comeback.
Of course.
And for Team TRex, I feel like the job is going to be so much more tough when they come back tomorrow because they have a massive deficit which they need to cover and actually come back inside the top 7.
Exactly. For TRex, they will have a massive climb, man. They will need to claw their way all the way back. All the way up inside the overall standings. But speaking about Claw too, right? Even Claw Esports, they're doing quite okay inside the lobbies. They're trying their best to showcase themselves inside a couple of fights, but sometimes things do tend to slip away from their hands. But hey, as long as you're going to be positioning yourself a little bit in the late game circles, that's all that's going to matter. And Claw Esports, we know what this team is capable of. We know the amount of caliber they have.
Even Johnny, to be honest, was expecting a lot more from Claw Esports. The fact that he got 20 points from the first map was, of course, was not enough for Johnny to actually be satisfied. He wanted a lot more from this team itself. And in the map of Miramar, I think like Claw Esports just did not really have that positioning. They did not really have that good placement inside the circle, so could not really show up. But they still have one more game to go, and we were talking about it. The map, the last map of the day, hopefully they will be able to come up with something.
I mean, hey, look, speaking about Claw Esports, right, this is one of those teams that is on the redemption arc. They were invited inside the grind itself, but not being able to qualify directly from the grind inside BGIS. They made a comeback from the in-game qualifiers. So what I think is that this team is on a massive redemption arc. If they're able to execute that plan perfectly, then this redemption arc will be one of the best comeback stories that you can ask for. But if Claw mess things up right here, then things can definitely be quite dicey for the upcoming 3 games, or for the upcoming 4 games. They've still got one more game in their hands.
Exactly, and they are a rather big name in the community. Claw Esports people have expectations from this particular lineup, and I'm pretty sure, just like you mentioned, they've got the platform, they've got the early platform for themselves. It's just about doubling down so that you don't have that massive climb, just like we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, speaking of climb, I'm pretty sure this particular player, who is the rebel of the match, had a massive climb for himself. 6 finishes for ZoDxofficial.
I mean, GENxFM, this team is on a tear, huh? Even in the previous game of Vikendi, they were doing quite phenomenal. And now getting 6 finishes wrapped up from the side of Shuf. This man is doing a fantastic job. But as we move on forward and take a look at the top 5 rebels from that previous game, even Tanny is there. The man who managed to clutch things out for the players of Demon Gods with 5 elimination points. He's found himself in a really good spot. Then another man from the side of GENxFM, Mad Wreck. In my opinion, this guy is the best player GENxFM has to offer.
Interesting take on that, of course. Of course, in the 4th and the 5th spot, you've got Jerry as well as Ash. Now, both these 2 players just survived up until the late game, especially Jerry. You've got to talk about this man. He was the last remaining player surviving for Team 28MS, but in spite of that, he just did not play for placement points. He still played for those finish points as well, which is so crucial for this team.
I mean, not just that, right? As we move on forward and then take a look at Ash, too. Been able to wrap up 3 elimination points for his team from the side of OG. I mean, he's the only guy that is there inside the top 5 players. I highly doubt how many elimination points OG themselves was able to wrap up. And taking a look at the match scoreboard, actually, OG, they only got 19 total points. Not a lot of teams had a lot of elimination points, and even if the teams did have the elimination points, unfortunately for them, they did not have the placement points. Look at GENxFM. They have 12 finish points wrapped up, but then only 2 placement points, and because of that, you speak about the threshold of the most amount of points accumulated. It's only 19. This is the lowest I've seen so far a top team score.
Exactly, right? And to be honest, I did not even expect Orangutan to have had the 9 finish points that they did get. Cost 19 total points, just enough to top the group, but closely followed by XYLE Esports and 28MS. Now, to be honest, Demon Gods and Flanker Esports with 7 and 6 finishes respectively, I kind of expect them to up their placement game. Maybe they will start racking up the big numbers because they've got the firepower under their belt. It's just about trying to be a little more proactive in their rotations. Maybe inside the final circles, they will be able to showcase their true potential and make the 7 finishes turn it into a 10+ finish game for themselves.
Not just that, I even like what 28MS are trying to bring to the table. I love it. I love the play style that they had. The last man just surviving till the end. Of course, it was Jerry from their side. And he did a fantastic job in just backstabbing down the opponents. XYLE Esports, if I'm not wrong, was in the receiving lines. And considering Jerry had the high ground inside the final moments, he was not exactly able to get the maximum amount of advantage from that scenario. But still, I would say valiant effort. As long as you're able to place yourself somewhere inside the top 3, you should be good to go. And you should be having some consistent finish points and also some consistent placement points. Because as I mentioned, it's better to have consistency than a chicken dinner and then later on just a big downhill performance.
Exactly. Of course, consistency is what we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, for this map of Erangel as well. Of course, these are the teams who are going to be duking it out. But I want to know your prediction, Necro, for the map of Erangel. Give me a team who is going to win instead of cursing them, actually.
Look, man, in the previous game, it was a El Pozo circle. Such an unorthodox circle in general that we just saw. And honestly, I don't exactly know what to expect from the map of Erangel 2 because today's circle has been the MVP. We kicked things off with the military-based circle.
Yeah.
And now an interesting circle 2 inside the Miramar game itself. It's a really tough call to make, but I'm going to go with XYLE Esports once again. I think so this team definitely packs a big punch. OG, somewhere down line, they are struggling to get that chicken dinner secured. But hey, for them, the consistent approach is the way to go, and it's working out perfectly.
Exactly. I mean, at least they are inside that podium finish every single time.
Yeah.
It's just about finding that big chicken for themselves. And I'm pretty sure with the top 7 on the line, there is no brownie points for being at the tippity top. But a team like Orangutan would love to put up a statement for everyone else who's just waiting for them in round 3. I'm pretty sure their familiar foes are just waiting and watching their games who are already qualified to round 3. So that is something which is going to be interesting. Just try and make a statement before you progress and match up against them.
You know what? Another team I would like to see perform really nice has to be TRex. First 2 games, oh man, a really bad start for this team. But I now want to see them level up the playing field a little bit more, considering Miramar sort of could have been like that teaching lesson for them. And now inside the upcoming game of Erangel, they can start getting things back in their hands. But what do you think? Which is your pick going to be?
I think, I'll just double-click on the T-Rex part before I actually come down to my pick. To be honest, the only problem which T-Rex is having is to try and dropping segregated. The teammates are not in a good position right at the start. They're getting picked off by different teams. Not really the ideal way to start off the day. But, of course, speaking of teams, I think I'm going to go with U4G. This team just showcased their true potential in the first game of the group. They were extremely good. Coming out from that cave and taking down Orangutan, that is a big feat. And if they can do that, this team is stacked in terms of potential.
Yeah, even in the previous game, OG and U4G had a little bit of kerfuffle going on, where U4G was the one who actually got eliminated. So OG, they got their redemption done. They got the revenge done perfectly. But let's see how things are going to be unfolding in the upcoming game of Erangel, because we know soon enough the plane's going to be hitting the skies as well. And you said U4G. Now, that's quite an interesting pick, right? Considering if this time they're able to come out on top against the players of OG, then it will definitely be a little bit stinging for you.
Even on... yeah, for sure, right? But, on this desk, I'm supposed to be sitting on the fence. I'm not going to go anywhere. But speaking for U4G, right? Even on the map of Miramar, they almost cornered down Orangutan in that situation. They knocked down a couple of players. Only 2 players were surviving. So, I think U4G, they've definitely got potential, which we're going to find out on this map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of the flight part, starts on from military base, ends towards George Pole. What are your thoughts on that, Necro?
I mean, this planned flight path is definitely quite nice, considering it's just tilted to one side. Once again, we might just see some aggressive start off the bat, Salty, and I'm down to see some early game skirmishes. Who doesn't like to see some early game fights, some early drop collisions going on? And for now, it does seem like there's a team dropping inside Nova Rupno, and right next to them, there's another team that might just potentially drop collide against him.
Yeah, it seems like both Mushroom Boys as well as Demon Gods were looking for that particular drop spot, but Mushroom Boys, the fact that they've just glided past Nova Rupno, it seems like they're going towards Milta Power. Now, it's going to be interesting because 3 teams toward that farm Milta Power region. There's just 1 team in the military base, and so many have started dropping in on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side of Pochinki. It seems like the entire left-hand hemisphere of that map, it's going to be stacked.
Indeed, it's going to be stacked. And speak about things going to be stacked, I mean, OG dropping towards that Fairpier area, as usual. Nothing out of the box for them. Sort of like a really comfort planned flight path for this team. No one's going to be challenging them whatsoever. GENxFM too. I like that spread that's came into play. But luckily enough for GENxFM, that spread's actually going to work out to perfection because there's no one around them. Look at that entire Gatka area. Completely clear. U4G2 going down south towards Primorx, or at least towards that quarry side. But they are in a drop collision against another team. And this is where the drop collision comes into play. Now, U4G, they really do desperately need to find this opening. If things do not really go the way they want to, then problems will be knocking their doors. And this is what exactly happens. Flanker, Esports, they're going to be the one to find the opening. And now U4G, they're in a big world of trouble as there's only one man in the clotheslines against the entirety of Flanker Esports. One of the men in the close trying his best to fight back, and while Aim God gets knocked out as well. U4G, a really bad start.
Really bad start for them, especially the fact that they were not together, and Flanker Esports, they could double down on every single player. The first opening was beautiful, but the second finish was almost inevitable. There is nothing which they could do about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Salty, you predicted this team, so what do you expect? Instantly just dropping down, losing out on 2 players.
See, I've learned from the best. I've learned from the best. Speaking of best, Maisie from the Hindi desk, I'm pretty sure he has a reputation. So, I mean,
Why are you targeting him?
Like teacher, like student. It's not like you also have a fair. You've been lucky in terms of making these predictions as well, right?
Look,
you've also had your share of cursing the teams that Johnny has been pointing out time and time again. It's just when me and you, we sit together for casting, I'm pretty sure my luck is just extremely bad.
No, but listen, technically you're saying that we both have like the negative auras for the team, right? The negative plus negative should make a positive. But
it doesn't really work that way. Mathematics in BGMI is extremely different, Necro. This was one of the worst logics which I've heard.
No, listen, mathematics is actually applicable in every single field that you try to approach.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why I've been telling you to cut down on the bowls of ice cream that you've been having for breakfast every single day.
There's no bowls of ice cream available in the hotel for breakfast, my friend.
Not breakfast, sorry, for dinner.
Wow, nice. Salty, I mean, you try to roast me, but then you just you just play yourself with your own words, man. But, all right, well, we've got 2 teams once again just going up against each other. BSOL Esports and Admin Esports right next to each other. Nate tossed out, hoping to find that initial pick. And Rock tossed out another utility, but a little bit overcooked onto that one. Admin Esports not able to find that sweet spot inside the fight. Another nade tossed in. Let's see if this is going to land to perfection. No, a little bit of overshoot. Well, I mean, the guy who's inside the building, yeah, he's inside this little closet room or the bathroom. So no matter how many utilities you try to toss in, unless if it's going to be from the right angle, it's not going to do any damage.
Yeah, you'll have to actually physically try and approach him maybe if you want to take this fight up close and personal. But I love Hari's position, right? He is holding this lovely flank angle, which might just be able to, you know, stop the push coming towards him. It's going to be extremely crucial for him to be on his toes. You spot out a player out in the open, you'll have to shoot him down instantly. But it seems like BSOL will start falling back. Now, we have a look of the map itself on the left-hand side of our screen, and we see 3 massive clusters. One towards the Georgopol region, one towards at Ferry Pier on the left-hand side of Ferry Pier, and of course one towards Milta. But of course the one in Milta, it has segregated as of now, so no more skirmishes over there. But Georgopol, 5 teams in close proximity, Necro. I am concerned about this region.
Speaking about being concerned for now, I mean, this entire area is making me concerned. Considering BSOL Esports, they were on the receiving end just a couple of seconds ago. And the opponents are doing quite a great job just pinning those players down. So BSOL Esports, they're not really having any sort of freedom in that vicinity. And speak about having freedom, I mean, GENxFM was one of those teams that was having such a big freedom inside the entire vicinity that they dropped in. Gadka, Pachinki area, that's where they were spread out. And all the players now, they've got their hands on the vehicles too. So Salty, this team is chilling for a while. They're stacked up to the brim.
They're stacked up to the brim, for sure, right? They've got vehicles, they've got utility, and just like you mentioned, there was nobody contesting them in spite of that massive split, and now they've got complete control over Pachinki. XYLE Esports, yeah, I can see you making the expression, it's your prediction. We'll find out how far this team goes, and we'll find out if they are going to outlive U4G. It's a little battle which is going to happen. I'm pretty sure whoever wins actually pays for dinner tonight.
I mean, the dinner's supposed to be free, though, so I don't know. But anyways, I mean, we've got Claw Esports, too. Just to let you guys know, just to give you guys a little bit idea, ladies and gentlemen, Claw Esports right now is towards that Stalber Hill. Now, what they can try to do is to make a quick and a safe rotation is to just keep on rotating from the northern side. Now, For Claw Esports, there's going to be no one contesting them, but as soon as they try to move down south, that's where the problem can start. Because if the circle does take a big drastic shift down south, then Claw Esports will need to readjust again. So, yeah, man, problems are there, no matter what route do you take.
Exactly, that is one of the reasons why they're just holding their location. They're just waiting for the second circle to pop out before they can make their judgment on which rotation path they want to take. And so far, it seems like, apart from Team Claw, majority of them have started to take their vehicles and embarking on that mission of going inside the circle. Now, of course, we have that map feed which kind of shows us that the entire Eastern Hemisphere is completely out. It's completely deserted. There is not a lot of teams and a lot of real estate up for grabs.
Speaking about the real estate, BSOL once again moving up so close to 28 MS. And this team's got a solid cover to play with. Solid compound to play with. 28 MS that do not even need to move. As you mentioned, at this point in time, a lot of the teams inside the map, they're just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck. That means which is the stage 2, which will be taking a decent amount of time for now. And teams can try and utilize that time to position themselves a bit more better in the upcoming situations.
Oh, Esports. Still on a shopping spree right now. They're still trying to get themselves the best pieces of equipment that they want. And it seems like they've found a good spot where there is not going to be any sort of distraction, no disturbances whatsoever. It's just that about they need to convert this utility, they need to convert this inventory into a good performance, which we did get to see on the map of Vikendi, but was somehow missing on the map of Miramar. All Esports are expected to be inside the top 3 podium finishes every single time that they play. And with so many fans watching, you really want to showcase the best gameplay that you can. I want to see this team go actually aggressive, show their natural gameplay, what they usually play.
I would want them to impress all the fans that are watching, or all the people that are watching. And as we all know, they're one of the fan favorites too, so yeah, they've got a lot to live up to as well. Flanker Esports on our screens, and this team was able to kick things off on a fantastic note. U4G was the one who was up against them, and Flanker Esports, they've managed to get 2 points so far. So already starting things off with a really good advantage inside the entire game. That should give them such a big confidence booster. But as the next circle shift hits the deck, and as I mentioned, if it's going to be a southern circle, then Claw Esports, they will need to try and re-navigate their way inside the circle, and that's what they're doing. They're probably going to be taking that southern pathway inside the circle.
Yeah, they might actually come down from that Razok bridge maybe, or even the Yasnaya bridge, but of course that is something which they'll need to figure. But apart from that, majority of the teams will be in problems because this circle Necro is completely out in the open. There is not a lot of compounds to play around in this particular circle, which means that the final circle completely out in the open. Once again, an absolute manhunt.
Yeah. Speak about the manhunt. Orangutan. These guys have managed to secure this compound to themselves. And all the time, this team is just really good at being proactive and getting those good compound controls in their hands.
I think this is a match made in stars, Necro. Once again, it's U4G up front, and Orangutan, they've spotted them. No matter what happens, Orangutan and U4G, they just meet each other on every single map that they play. Of course, whether a fight is going to brew out, that is something which we'll find out.
Yeah.
But so far, Ash did lock U4G underneath his crosshair, so I was expecting shots. But it seems like they are deterred to just make a move right now.
I mean, at least OG knows that there's someone in the front, right?
Yep.
So they can try and navigate or pave the path accordingly to that. And considering the next circle too, we did see a while ago, did hit the deck, and a lot of teams now are just starting to move in the smack center. So it's like a huge wave of vehicles just moving in. And every single team's goal is to at least situate themselves as close to the centric side of that circle.
Oh my god, B-Soul. In my opinion, this is kind of the worst position you want to be in, especially because of that bowel situation that there is created, right? Nades being lobbed in, utilities being flooded in. There is so much that can happen, but of course, pieces of cover is going to be pieces of cover.
Nice.
Demon Gods! Tanny, what a beautiful spray down it was.
Yeah, with just a red dot too. Nicely done, Tanny. Doing a fantastic job once again inside these type of fights. This man is definitely proven himself quite literally when it comes to the mechanical skills. And now Vamp starting to get shot at from the left lines. He knows that there's a man up close and personal, but the AKM and the clone is going to do the job phenomenally as it's going to shred through that level 1 helmet.
Demon Gods, how beautifully they occupy this compound for themselves. Infiltration was brilliant. They got a player off guard from the vehicle itself, and now there's just one guy, and that's going to be Dopex. And, of course, no surprise there, TRex Esports. Once again, they lose 3 players early on.
Wow.
There is nothing that this team has not tried, but every single time, they're just being gunned down. It feels like they haven't even got the chance of taking a proper 4v4 battle against anyone.
I mean, that's an issue for them to deal with now.
Yeah.
That means they're not really too good at figuring out the rotation pathways, and T-Rex needs to make something happen inside the map soon enough. If they're not going to be figuring things out right here, right now, then in the upcoming 3 games, things will be even more tougher. This is sort of like a sign that they need to go back to their drawing boards and also start practicing and analyzing a bit more. U4G getting pounced on by that player of OG, believes going to be the one in the clotheslines, pulls out the DBS, but Brithwix, even he's got a pump shotgun in his hands. 2 shots, 2 knockouts being found, but a lot of damage is also being dealt by the blue zone, and he gets knocked out because of that. OG, they get saved by the BGMI gods.
This is so unfortunate. Prithvik, I mean, this lad found 2 knocks with 2 pumps, but eventually he was just softened up as close as he could possibly be, and then, of course, the play zone did the rest of the job. There is nobody who can potentially save him, nobody who could revive. Of course, the play zone will knock out WizGod once again, but it seems like elsewhere towards Gatka, we have multiple teams starting to hold up. Now, there are limited compounds in this vicinity, and I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of buyers, Necro.
Oh, it's a hard shift after hard shift. Once again, the circle's going to shift a little bit on the right side, Salty. And as I mentioned today, Circle's being a massive MVP whatsoever. COBRA Esports on our screens and driving around. Do spot out a couple of foes in the left lines. COBRA Esports right now, this team is on a hunt. This team is trying to find a better compound for themselves inside the circle, but so far the search has been a little bit unsuccessful.
It's not just a search for compounds, it's also a search of points, because COBRA Esports has been constantly being on the second page of that overall standings. But speaking of standings, it seems like 28MS, who had a very good run in the last game, they just found a squad wipe, and now 2 players, of course, who are still standing, they will manage to revive Lord as well. 3-man strong, 4 finishes, good start.
Oh, wow. And those finishes are also quite equally balanced, too. 1 finish each player.
But Jerry has been taken down. That might be a problem.
Yeah. He's usually like the last man, just surviving till the end, but this time Jerry's been taken out early. So 28 MS, definitely not the way they wanted to kick things off, but hey, at least they managed to get 4 elimination points wrapped up. So as we all know, because of this situation, the pressure might just start us upside. But look at this moment that just happened. This replay, Prithwix, just those 2 pumps, getting those 2 knockouts against OG. Things could be so bad for them, but unfortunately for Prithwix, even the damage was being dished out by the blue zone, and because of that, this man was not able to survive for too long.
I mean, unfortunately, Orangutan did not have the information that Prithwix was there. He was just hiding behind those boxes, just waiting for Orangutan to pounce on top of him. And of course, we know the DPS sings the songs of death every single time. The blue zone approaching is going to force Orangutan inside the circle itself. But they've got a massive northern part of the circle which is empty. So real estate should not be a problem. They will have enough control of the edges of the circle itself.
Speak about having enough control, and OG2 starting to breach in. As we mentioned, 28 MS2 moving in from the northern side. We've also got Claw in a decent compound hold that they've got, but look at the next circle shift that's came into play. Once again, just shifting on top of Pachinki and also having those hills in contention. Yeah. This is going to be an interesting one. Maybe the circle is going to pan out in the open lands of Pachinki that's right next to it.
Exactly, but I'm pretty sure GENxFM, they are going to be pretty happy. They dropped down in this location. They had that massive split as well. Later on, they did encroach upon Pochinki with all the utility, and right now, the circle is just favoring them heavily. They've got that central control. It's all about trying to set up a fort around it and trying to deter every single team to try and move them out from that location. Team TRex, they might just get completely wiped off in this situation. 1v3 Necro.
Yeah, it's almost done for Dope. Pulls out the DBS in the close. We'll be able to get 1 confirmation too. Nicely done by Dope. Was able to stop that man who was looking forward to pounce on top of this player. But now Dope still has got so much more to deal with. This is the last glimmer of hope alive for the side of T-Rex. Let's see for how long Dope is going to be able to out-survive the competition.
Demon Gods, they have to be extremely careful right now. They can't throw this away. They've lost a player because of the fact that they rushed this fight. They have utilities to work with.
God.
An absolute mismanagement of the nade. Just struck off from the window itself. You have to land them inside, boy.
I think so. It's sort of like that panic situation setting in too, because you know that you're also getting shot at from the surrounding grounds. So you need to be a little bit quick with that nade placement. But considering the guy on top, TRex, Dope, he's got his hands on the DBS, so the players of Demon Gods, they cannot just make a push happen instantly. They need to wait for DopeX at least to make a rookie mistake, and that's the only time they can try and pounce on top of that opportunity that can be created. DopeX looking at taking advantage of this entire circumstance that's about to pop up in front of him, and he's also pushed up quite up close and personal, but eventually it's going to be Karthik who puts an end to his fairy tale.
I mean, personally speaking, I love the smoke and the DBS combination, and he could have actually successful if the first knock was confirmed, but it seems like Orangutan elsewhere are getting knocked out, and Ash has been actually put to the grave right now. Believe might just be able to come back, but Orangutan numbers are not in their favor.
Oh, the entirety of Claw, they crumble down too, but OG, there's the third party into play as well. Believe gets knocked out. It's all down to WizGod now. The final man up and standing for Orangutan. So far, the OG's run has been quite consistent inside the game, but maybe for the first time, OG, they can be eliminated early off. They've managed to wrap up 3 eliminations so far, but now from the back lines, another third party coming into play, and that's 2 in the name of Xzor Esports. And yeah, the last man crumbled down as well. VoiceGuard gets taken down from the game, and Xzor Esports, they come out on top in that fight. So OG, they get eliminated quite early.
Exactly, this is what happens when you try and breach forward an open circuit, right? They did try to kind of go up a fight, but multiple teams just trying to third party them. It was nothing you could potentially do in that situation. Elsewhere, of course, in Pachinki, we've got some sort of contention happening, and it's Team Seal who is under fire right now. Team Cobra, they've got a good, nice little split. 2 players on the back, 1 player up front. Lol will try and get as many finishes as possibly can before reinforcements come in, but the backlines have been well secured.
Yeah, look at the elimination feed. It's starting to pop up, and Cobra Esports just going for a couple of blind shots. Lol not able to find the connections that he desperately wanted, but the players of Cobra, they're also being the Guardian Angels. They're going to try to hold the players off at bay, making sure that no one will be able to breach inside the safe lines.
Yeah.
And not just that, on the screens for now, we've got Flanker Esports, the team that managed to kick things off on a fantastic note before now, facing off against 28MS. They're starting to dig their own graves. Another nade tossed in from Lord. If this nade's going to be landing to perfection, then maybe things can be changed, but no.
It's far off. It was not even close, to be honest, but 28MS, at least what they did was to try and create the distance, go in for the revive and make it a 3v3 once again. 28MS, they have the right side of the circle, and of course, the ball is on Flanker Esports' court to try and come up against them. The only problem is, of course, there is no cover whatsoever. The only piece of utility what they can utilize is right now the smoke grenades, and there are massive...
Oh, that nade!
Beautiful nade, of course, and only 1 man is barely surviving, and that's going to be ZODS.
Yeah, that nade was so perfect, and also 1 knockout is going to hit the board. 28MS, they're doing a fantastic job in bouncing back inside the fight, but Flanker Esports, once again, they managed to retaliate back in style. 2 players knocked out, and 28MS in a big world of trouble now. They've only got 1 last man alive, the last glimmer of hope inside the entire game. Now for 28MS to out-survive once again the competition, this is going to be a little bit tough, because this time, they do not have Jerry.
Yeah, this time they do not have Jerry, but this time they probably have Silas OG, who's created a little bit of space for himself moving forward. Might just try and survive for long enough, but 11 teams still surviving. It's going to be extremely tough, but elsewhere, it seems like Mafia is on a roll.
Yeah, Mafia Esports, they get charged on by the opponents, and what a good ran over from that player too. Considering Xzor Esports, this team's looking to be on a massive tear inside the lobbies. Now, Mafia Esports, it's going to be a one-on-one scenario inside the clotheslines. Luxshay going for the resurrection onto the fallen player. Sticks in that Reds too. A little bit more time to get that resurrection back up on his fallen comrade. Bunty OP, still, even this guy's trying to take things a little bit more slow, safe and sound. But Luxshay now, he's left the last man standing from Xzor.
No nades being tossed, and he does have the DBS. I personally love the smoke and the DBS combination. Spray down comes in for the vehicle. Oh my god, that was it.
He blows himself up.
Exactly, there was no visibility. He thought that he was spraying down the opposition, but the vehicle blows up and he gets taken down as well. MAFIA official, they're going to be thanking him so much.
That was such an unfortunate circumstance for Luxshay. Oh man, one of the most unlucky moments to get taken out from the game. But now we've got GENxFM on our screens. And considering they've got decent information on the surrounding too, and also a really good compound to play with, GENxFM, this is the best spot they can ask for.
Yeah, but they have admin Esports right next to them, and it seems like the circle has sort of betrayed them for the first time. They will have to dish their compounds, try and make the rotation inwards, but multiple teams have taken this periphery of Pochinki. There is XYLE Esports, there is BSOL as well. So right now, I think GENxFM, they are going to be tested for the first time inside this map.
Yeah, XYLE Esports though, in full force inside the game and also having the most amount of map control too in the final moments. So that's a really good spot that XYLE Esports is controlling, and they know one thing that is quite confirmed, that no one's going to be backstabbing them whatsoever. So the only thing they need to care about is the front lines.
I love the fact that XYLE Esports have spread themselves out in a massive fashion. But it seems like BSOL, they could not spread themselves out. They've been completely cornered inside the sniper tower, and COBRA, Claw specifically, is putting just so much pressure. The nade, of course, connects, but the reverse one does as well. And it seems like COBRA Esports, they're in a world of hurt, Necro.
Indeed they are. All push it up close and personal, trying to get close to that funnel man who was in the front. And considering for COBRA Esports, the guy who was knocked out, it has to be the main priority. Right now, they're just trying to toss as many smokes as possible, just making sure that they're going to be shrouding that player who was knocked out in smokes. And right now, XYLE Esports also having the high ground advantage inside the fight. They can't try and look down, but they're also surrounded by a lot of teams.
But look at this, player one from Team Seal. He's right on the back lines and he can connect a lot of shots. I think he has proper visibility on top of COBRA Esports, but he just chooses not to engage. And now it's a 4v2 battle. COBRA Esports will look to invade this compound.
Yeah, looking to invade the compound and also inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against the opponents. But even there's a little bit of return favor being dished out against them. And BSOL Esports, they're trying their best to fight back, but COBRA, they're going to be the one to stand strong a little bit inside this fight and also edge out the opponents a bit more. Iconic's going to be the last guy inside this entire fight. And he's trying his best to keep his position anonymous, but he knows that the opponents probably do know that he's on the top. And that's why BSOL Esports, this last guy, Iconic OP, as long as he's going to be surviving, the team will be able to get a bit more placement points. Top 3 has to be the goal.
Top 3 has to be the goal, but it's extremely far-fetched, Necro. At this point, it's definitely impossible. 4 players from COBRA Esports are right underneath, and he knows that his life is at stake. Oh my god, 1 HP. He has a visibility. He's just waiting for this man to survive.
He's got no meds too. Lol, he's only got 1 HP underneath his belt. One single bad move and he will be knocked out, and that's what exactly happened. Iconic steps out, strikes him down, and COBRA Esports almost on the verge of getting eliminated too, but no, luckily enough, that 2-2 split that was there. The players in the back, they did a fantastic job in providing the cover fire. And now look at the team that's reigning supreme in the name of XYLE Esports, also having the high ground in the final moments, looking to convert this game into a chicken dinner. It's their game to lose.
It certainly is their game to lose, of course. High ground advantage, man advantage as well, and COBRA Esports are right underneath who have been softened up. It's being lobbed in. They want to get the early advantage. They want to convert it into a 4v1 before they physically challenge COBRA Esports in the process. But there is another team who's been surviving for a pretty long time, and that's going to be GENx Esports.
Yeah, GENxFM still in the left lines with all the 4 players up and alive. And finally, COBRA Esports been able to find that first initial knockout against the opponent, XYLE. They look like the gods of this entire final circle, but now that entire crown, that entire throne's been stolen away from them. So XYLE Esports, they need a backup from this entire scenario. And somewhere else on the map, GENxFM2 is applying a bit more pressure against the players of XYLE. So XYLE Esports right now, they're in a big sandwich situation. As I mentioned, high ground comes with an advantage and also a little bit of disadvantage. If you're able to play that perfectly, then maybe things can be going in your favor if you're on the high ground. But for now, XYLE Esports, they're not going to be the one to secure the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they will be wiped off. And how beautiful it was. GENxFM as well as COBRA Esports, they came together in tandem to take this team out. And of course, right now, it's a battle of the Titans. Flanker Esports
my
is
god.
This guy, I love his positioning. Just using the push to his advantage. Just trying to be a little sneaky and hurt GENxFM, especially when it hurts the most.
He's got the chance to play the spoiler, and no one's got any clue that Thorn is in the back lines. Flanker, this guy, he's just keeping me on the edge of my seat. And Thorn, he's still having that trigger discipline going inside the game. Madrek, he challenges the fight against the players of COBRA Esports and eventually also decides to fall back. It's the players of COBRA looking to pounce on top of the opportunity because they know the players soften up in the front lines. But Madrek pulls out the TBS for the close. He knows soon enough the players of COBRA, they're going to get a little bit too uncomfortable in that scenario, and also will try to press on the charges a bit more. It makes that push happen, gets the initial knockout, Claws knocked out. Now Notori is in the back lines, but the amount of utilities that are being tossed in by Thorn, maybe he could have found that knockout, but no! Instead, it's going to be the players of GENxFM who come out on top. Thorn had such a great opportunity of playing the spoiler, but no, instead, he did not strike till the end. He was utilizing the utilities, he was utilizing the Molotovs, and that just gave his position away.
He could have taken down GENxFM, he could have taken down the player from GENxFM, but instead, he actually decided that, alright, I'm going to throw in the Molotov against the team against COBRA Esports, and now it's extremely crazy, right? To kind of think, right? There could have been so many ifs and buts in that situation. So many things could have actually gone wrong for GENxFM, especially with that last remaining player being in the backlines, being in the bushes. That is what it comes when you have a snake just hissing around. But GENxFM, they had the advantage right from the start. They end the game with a chicken dinner. It was just written in the stars, ladies and gentlemen.
If Thorn would have been a little bit more patient, there could have been a chance that he might have stole that chicken dinner away. All that was required was a little bit more patience.
Yeah, he could have just waited it out, right? Wait for the fight to happen. Maybe it's a 1v2 scenario. Maybe it's a 1v3 scenario for yourself. But try and give yourself that opportunity. You get the second placement and then try and get the chicken dinner on the back of it, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, a lot more number crunching on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Hi, मैं जा रहा हूँ बहुत जोर की मूड आई है
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिया तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ाता डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार
ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर
भी लेगा ना ठीक है चिल्ला क्यों रहा है
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो। 8:30 तक जाएंगे। 10:30 बजे बंद होता है डिनर। 8 बजे निकलते हैं। 8 बजे निकलते हैं। रिव्यू हो जाएगा तेरा? 1 घंटा रहेगा।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. Of course, you just saw the wonderful commercial of an Indian faction getting added to Road to Valor. It's pretty exciting, so go down there and check this game out. But of course, coming back to the day, coming back to this particular group itself, it was such a fantastic end to this particular group.
I legitimately thought that XYLE Esports could be the one to sort of get the chicken dinner secured, but unfortunately, as I mentioned, high ground, it comes with an advantage, but also a disadvantage. If you're able to wrap up a lot of information and use that information to pave a pathway in the future, then things can be good for you. But that's the problem. When you're going to be in the high ground, every single team around you knows that that's you on the high ground. They will have the exact information where you are.
Yep.
And that sort of just worked against the players of XYLE Esports because everyone knew where they were. And then even GENxFM, they sort of just pinched them down and somewhere else. On the other side, it was another team who started to pinch them down. So they were in a massive sandwich situation.
Another point to actually know that they were completely out in the open, right? In spite of the fact that they were on the high ground, nades being constantly tossed in from multiple directions, be it GENxFM or from COBRA Esports, it was a massive challenge for them to try and survive in that scenario. But another team, of course, we have talked about is going to be Orangutan, who were eliminated pretty early on in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Orangutan too, just not being able to perform. Even U4G, a team that was doing so consistent inside the games, even they got eliminated quite early inside the game too. So in general, the teams that were able to stay consistent in the previous couple of games, this game, it was not really theirs.
This game certainly was not theirs, even Claw Esports as a matter of fact. Now, COBRA Esports, they did try and survive. I love the fact that they kind of held on to that sniper tower. They pushed in so perfectly against Beast Soul and took control of that sniper tower, which is right on the left-hand side of Pachinki, but could not hold on to that piece of real estate for a very long time.
Yeah, speaking about holding on to that piece of real estate, I mean, Mafia too, this fight was quite a scrappy one, but in the end, it just came down to this one-on-one situation where the opponent just blew himself up. He accidentally blew up the car, and he was in the radius of that impact, and he just blew himself up, unfortunately. But then this was the exact fight that I was mentioning. COBRA Esports too, just pinning down the players that were on the top. And that's why XYLE Esports being in a massive situation of where they were sandwiched by two teams.
You know, XYLE Esports could have potentially, I mean, of course, it's a game about ifs and buts at this point, but they could have potentially been a third party in this fight. They could have gotten a lot more finishes on the back of it, because we also saw there was another team lying in the background that was player 1 from Team C. But XYLE Esports were just not proactive enough. Even COBRA Esports, who were coming in from the lower ground, got the first knock. It just goes to show that they were caught napping.
Yeah, indeed. And then this guy who was on the opposing fray, he had such a big chance of actually playing the spoiler too, but no, man, he should have striked at least 1 or 2 players down on the front line. So maybe he could have also had a chance to steal the chicken dinner away as well. As I mentioned, a little bit more patience, and maybe things could have been changed a little bit in his favor.
Exactly, a lot more finishes as well as a lot more placement points. For Flanker Esports, it could have been a difference between day and night. But what happens right now, we'll have to find out, because overall standings will be in front of us extremely soon. We'll know where exactly the teams stand at the halfway stage of this particular group.
Yeah, and I think so even COBRA Esports, they desperately needed that game too, right? Considering they managed to place themselves, I think so top 2 or top 3. I think so it was top 2, right? COBRA Esports, them being able to position themselves in the top 2 against GENxFM. That was the last fight that we saw. So COBRA Esports, they definitely needed that game in their hands. They sort of did, but I just want to see how many elimination points they actually managed to wrap up.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to find out who is the top star of this particular game, and that's the rebel of the match, ZoDxofficial once again from GENxFM.
Of course, GENxFM just once again dominating the grounds in the final moments. If you see this team alive to the late game scenario, you would need to understand the top 5 Rebels has to be being led by one of the players from the side of GENxFM, and it has to be this time once again Vishu with 6 finish points wrapped up, and then COBRA Esports 2. Hattori is a man who managed to get 4 elimination points, and another man from the side of Flanker Esports, Thorn. This was the guy who had a chance to play the spoiler, but no, instead he made one of the worst decisions possible in that scenario, and he screwed himself over.
Exactly. Of course, closely followed by Zed as well as Karthik to share the 3 finishes. To be honest, to be fair to Thrawn, I'm pretty sure that when you're in a particular situation like that, when you have multiple life-changing or game-changing decisions to make, your nerves tend to tingle a little bit. Your spidey senses just don't kick in. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the match scorecard, GENxFM, what a beautiful game they've had. 11 finishes, 15 placement points, 26 points to top the group.
Exactly. XYLE Esports too with 10 points only. I thought XYLE Esports, they would have had a little bit more points to back themselves up in the overall standings, but hey, at least they managed to get the chicken dinner in the previous game, which was the game of Miramar. So I would say it's a good continuation of also trying to be a little bit more consistent inside the lobby. COBRA Esports, as I mentioned, they desperately needed that game in their hands. These 21 points is going to catapult them massively in the overall standings.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But you know what? Like this group, the competition at the top is getting extremely stacked right now because there is no constant teams who are constantly making it inside the top 4. There's always a variation, which means that there is going to be very less difference between teams and very less difference between points. Who is going to be inside the top 7? Nobody knows.
I mean, soon enough, we're also going to be able to take a look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a massive icebreaker for the Group 7. Let's find out which will be those teams to find themselves in the top 7. COBRA Esports, they barely make it in the 7th spot. As I mentioned, this team, they desperately needed those points, and they actually got their hands on those.
Exactly, 26 points, 21 points came out of that last game itself. But at the tippity top, you've got GENxFM Esports with 53 points.
Exactly. I mean, doing such a good job, GENxFM. As I said, every single player at this point in time inside this entire team is just able to perform and rise up to the occasion. So that's the best thing you can ask for as a team. Orangutan, though, I mean, the last game could have been a little bit more better. They could have tried to close on the distance against GENxFM, but still, they've got 3 more games in the hand. Maybe the OG can go ahead and claim their throne once again back in their hands. But as I mentioned, you've got nothing to claim in being on the first spot. The only thing you need to do is be in the top 7 and move on forward inside the competition.
Exactly. But on the second page, this is where things get exciting because now these are the teams who will have their backs against their wall tomorrow. They will have to come back and they will have to play 3 games where they can actually make themselves inside the top 7. The difference is not massive. 15 points on BSOL Esports and 21 points in the 8th spot. A difference of barely 6 points, which can be converted in just 1 game itself. Now, look at this. Demon Gods on 15 points, Mushroom Boys on 14 points, Team Seal on 14 points. There is barely any difference and the competition is just extremely high, Necro. I am so excited for the next game this group is going to play.
I gotta mention one more thing. Xzor Esports, they started to step things up inside the last game, huh? They were taking fights after fights. Yeah, it was a whole nother story that it didn't actually work out, but still they were able to win a couple of fights initially in that previous game. So I like that thinking coming into play. I like the fact that Xzor is trying to bring some new stuff out because they know the initial play style isn't really working for them. They need to start experimenting inside the games itself, but I want to see them well prepared in the tomorrow days.
Yeah, to be honest, there is 2 approaches to try and resolve this situation. Either you try and go for a massive game, just like COBRA Esports did, right? You try and get yourself a 20-pointer, which is going to throw you inside the top 7, or you will try and possibly be consistent right from the very start. Now, for this team, they were not consistent right from the beginning. They have only one option left right now to try and go aggressive on 1 game, maybe get themselves a chicken dinner, maybe get themselves a lot of points, which might throw themselves inside the top 5 or the top 7, wherever they're comfortable.
I mean, look, being in the top 7, as I mentioned, considering this sort of format is a little bit more laid back inside the round 2. Top 7, it's not going to be tough. And I think so. It's more sort of like a fair shot for all the teams to try and accumulate as many points as possible and then position themselves inside the top 7. Known teams, I expect them to be there.
Yeah.
Known teams be like U4G, I think. So they were doing a phenomenal job. I would say OG, also Claw Esports. These are sort of like the known guys inside the lobby. But the rest of the guys, it's for them to, it's their race to sort of get those leftover slots in their hands and just push themselves a little bit more forward inside the BGIS.
To be honest, I have a different opinion in this regard. I feel that first round, top 3 in 3 games, it's extremely difficult for sure. It's cutthroat. But this format is extremely growing in the sense that you have to be consistent. Consistent against a very tougher lobby. First round, we had 2,048 teams. This time, we only have 512 teams, which is like 20%. Now, the level of the gameplay which you're going to be expecting, it's going to be significantly higher. To be consistent against these teams, it's not going to be easy, Necro. In 6 matches, you need a lot of points. I'm expecting the cutoff to be pretty high, possibly towards somewhere like a high 40s.
I mean, not just that. I've also heard that tomorrow we're going to kick things off with Group 7 itself.
Oh.
So this is something that's going to give the players of Group 7 a little bit more confidence, considering they have got the momentum going for them, and they will be kicking things off as well. And we know it's going to be like the regular schedule. No Vikendi in the way, nothing out of the box, nothing unorthodox going on for these teams. So tomorrow they're going to kick things off in a perfect way they want to.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in on us. Of course, do not forget to go down there and follow all our socials on YouTube, on JioCinema, as well as on Instagram. It's Crafton India Esports. That is where you're going to get all the updates, all the numbers, and all the scorecards. Also, do make sure that you actually follow us on our social media handles as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it was such a lovely day. I would love to see you all tomorrow as well, because the action continues and it's going to get much more heated up. We'll find out which teams qualify, but for now, it's a goodbye.
Bye.